Bleach, studying medicine can't save Soul Society. Chapter 1 If you don't join, I'll kill you. Soul Society, Mu Spiritual Academy, large venue. At this moment, a large number of graduates are gathering here for the graduation ceremony, which is also a very important turning point in the lives of this group of prospective Shinigami, choosing a team. Although for the Shinigami, the team they are in is not necessarily like love, but without sufficient reasons, the application of ordinary Shinigami to change the team will almost be rejected. Even for some irritable team captains, there is only widowhood and no broken engagement to speak of. However, just as the old dean of the Mu Academy was still giving a speech, reminding the graduates standing in awe to carefully choose their squads, a burly man standing on the side, wearing a somewhat torn haori, with a ferocious face and tufts of hair standing up like a hedgehog, who looked like an extremely evil person, pushed the old dean who was speaking away, tilted his head, and said dissatisfiedly, "Squeaking and squeaking non-stop, it's almost enough, my patience is almost exhausted." The man immediately ignored the old dean's extremely ugly face, looked down at the large group of graduates who looked immature and childish below, and said with a beast-like look, "It's really troublesome. Anyway, the original captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Kiyomasa, has been killed by me. I am the new captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki." The scar on Kenpachi Zaraki's face trembled, and the seemingly plain but actually terrifying speech made many graduates tremble subconsciously. You know, in the eyes of these ordinary graduates of the Shino Academy, becoming the chief officer of the 13th Division of the Godai is already a great achievement, and being promoted to vice-captain or even the real captain is almost an unimaginable luxury. However, this vicious man in front of him, actually killed a captain and was promoted to the new captain in such a terrible way. Gurgle. Amid the graduates' obscure swallowing of saliva, Kenpachi Zaraki grinned and said, "A lot of people died in my 11th Division. Little brats who like fighting and killing, join my division." However, this should have been an invitation, but when Kenpachi Zaraki said it, it was more like a naked threat, revealing a certain meaning. "If you don't join, I'll kill you." For a moment, the whole venue was almost dead silent, as if a gust of cold wind blew by, and many graduates looked at Kenpachi Zaraki, who was extremely burly on the podium, with fear in their eyes. The 11th Division had such a big gap, could it be that they were all slaughtered by the new captain, Kenpachi Zaraki? Just when the scene was awkward, a little pink-haired loli suddenly came out from behind Kenpachi Zaraki, and then sat on Kenpachi Zaraki's shoulder, stretched out her little hand to pat the ferocious-looking Kenpachi Zaraki, and said with a pout, "Aegean, you will scare others like this." To the graduates' surprise, the man who looked like an evil ghost was not angry at the offense of the pink-haired little loli, but just crossed his arms and said disapprovingly, "A coward who lost his pursuit of fighting and fighting just because of my words is not worthy of joining my army. Well, no, Aegean, if this goes on, there will be no one to play with me in the 11th Division." As she spoke, the pink-haired little loli smiled sweetly at the graduates, and the cute blush on her face seemed to be more obvious, and a crisp voice rang out. Hey, I'm the vice-captain of the 11th Division, Kyuzaka Yachiru. You all should join the 11th Division and play with me." For a moment, many graduates who witnessed this scene could not help but light up their eyes after being attacked by the cute Lolita. For the graduates of the Mu Academy of Spiritual Arts, the basic information of the Godai 13th Division is a must-learn content. It's just that the information that Kenpachi Zaraki publicly challenged the former captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Kiganjo, and successfully killed Kenpachi Kiganjo and was promoted to captain has not been synchronized to the Mu Academy of Spiritual Arts, so this year's graduates still lack a basic understanding of the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, and the adjutant, Kyuzaka Yachiru. And when they noticed that there was such a cute little Lolita in the battle division that was always dominated by muscles and macho men, many graduates who were not disgusted with fighting and killing were subconsciously moved. It seems that this little Lolita is like the daughter of Captain Kenpachi Zaraki. If they can win the love of this pink Lolita, wouldn't it be a success? Marrying a little Loli, being given extra care by the captain of the squad, not to mention being appointed as the squad chief, even the next squad captain might have a chance. Minging among the graduates, Makoto Senjul looked at the glimmer in the eyes of many of his classmates, shrank his neck, and tried not to stand out so much, to avoid attracting the interest of Kenpachi Zaraki and Yachiryu Kusaka. Playing with Yachiryu Kusaka? I'm afraid he'll be ruined in a moment, right? Others don't know, but Makoto Senju has a good understanding of Kenpachi Zaraki and Yachiryu Kusaka. Kenpachi Zaraki, a perverted beast who pursues pure fighting and killing. Yachiryu Kusaka, a little lowly adopted by Kenpachi Zaraki, has a little bad taste in her personality and likes to give people all kinds of nicknames. However, the true identity of Kusaka Yachiru seems to be extremely mysterious. She seems to have some kind of inseparable connection with Kenpachi Zaraki. Even in the memories of Senju Makoto's previous life, many speculations point out that the true identity of this popular little loli is likely to be Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto. However, this has little to do with Senju Makoto, who has already decided on his team's direction and goals. After the willful speeches of Kenpachi Zaraki, the captain of the 11th Division, and the adjutant Kusaka Yachiru, the other team representatives present began to speak one after another. Of course, unlike Kenpachi Zaraki's unreliable invitation to join the team, the other team representatives talked more about substantive content, such as the specific responsibilities, benefits, working environment, and promotion space required to join the team. After all, in terms of team selection, these graduates also have a certain degree of independent choice space. This is just like love. In the selection of the squad, the captain's original intention is to run both ways. The squad provides satisfactory material, and the graduates give their bodies. It is reasonable. Of course, unlike the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, who was present in person. Most of the other squads came with the chief officers, at most the vice captains, and no other captains were present in person. However, this is also normal. For the entire Soul Society, the captain is already standing at the top of the death god. Ordinary graduates choosing a squad will not attract those captains with normal thinking. Chapter 2 Milkyu? Of course, it is not that the entire Godii 13th Division can be chosen by graduates at will. Among them, some special squads, for example, the first squad is the head squad. Except for a few students with extremely high potential who are recruited in advance, it will not open invitations to graduates to join the team at ordinary times. As a secret mobile team, the second squad is also the private land of the Shifunji Yuan family, one of the four great nobles. It has an independent reserve member training system and almost never recruits ordinary graduates. As the noble command team, the 6th Division follows the principle of nobles managing nobles. Even if it is open to graduates of the Shinu Academy, it will only allow Shinigami with noble backgrounds to join. Unless there are additional channels, ordinary graduates from Rukonga with civilian backgrounds will not be able to join. In addition, each division will also recruit graduates according to the vacancies of their own divisions. Among them, the 11th Division, as a combat division, has always had a large number of vacancies due to its high casualty rate. As for the 13th Division, which is responsible for garrisoning and purifying the real world, it needs to recruit a large number of graduates every year to fill the vacancies of Shinigami stationed in the real world. Therefore, the division representatives present this time are the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 10th, 11th, and 13th divisions. Okay, the representatives of each division have finished speaking. Next, please ask all graduates to choose their divisions, and then the representatives of each division will conduct independent assessments to determine their eligibility to join the division. If you do not meet the assessment qualifications, then you can also consider applying to join the Kidashu, the Siraidaemon, or become a retainer of the nobles. As all the division representatives who were present finished speaking, the old dean of the Mu Academy announced that the graduates in the entire venue began to split up and headed towards the division representatives of their choice. Senju Makoto, who had already made his choice in his heart, took a deep breath and was about to move his feet when he suddenly felt his wrist being grabbed. Turning his head, he saw a shiny bald head appear in front of Senju Makoto. "Senju, join the 11th division with me." Darame Ikeku, who was wearing the Mu Academy uniform, had an excited expression on his face and said to Senju Makoto enthusiastically. Senju Makoto's body froze. He never expected that he would be caught by this bald guy even though he deliberately avoided Madarame Ikeku. "I'm not good at fighting, and I won't meet the assessment requirements of Captain Zaraki." Senju Makoto helplessly repeated his explanation to Madarame Ikeku. "Don't worry." Madarame Ikeku patted his chest, took on the responsibility, and said. "Captain Zaraki is the boss that Yumi Chika and I recognized in Rukanga. He will definitely give me face." "That's right." As soon as Madarame Ikeku finished speaking, another man who looked like a pretty boy came up and blocked Senju Makoto's way. He shook his bangs with one hand and said. "Senju, your way of secretly escaping is not gorgeous at all. You can follow Ikeku and Ikeku to join the 11th division. At that time, we will be like before. Ikeku and Ikeku will fight in the front, and you will be responsible for nursing us. This is a gorgeous and perfect combination." "Nursing you?" Senju Makoto couldn't help twitching his eyes, and couldn't help but regret that he used the word nursing when he tricked Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumi Chika to help him rush to the front in order to avoid fighting. Now, with graduation around the corner and heading for his bright future, how could Makoto Senju choose to get together with a bald gay and a pretty boy to give each other milk? Besides, there is only one woman in the 11th division, Kusaka Hakiryu, who looks very ugly. Even if Makoto Senju is crazy, he will never choose the 11th division. It's not like all the other female Shinigami in the entire Soul Society are dead. Hee. Makoto Senju responded with a fake smile, secretly trying to break free from Madarame Ikeku's 5 fingers, but he found that Madarame Ikeku held him tightly this time, and the arm muscles that exuded a full breath of hormones were even throbbing slightly. And noticing Makoto Senju's tendency to struggle, Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumi Chika moved closer to Senju Makoto again, and directly attacked him from both sides, leaving no chance for him to escape. At this moment, in the gradually divided venue, the scene of Senju Makoto being sandwiched between 2 men was quite abrupt. For a moment, Senju Makoto was a little numb by this sudden attack. Hey, what are you two doing? I'm not good at fighting at all. Once I join the 11th division and frequently participate in battles, I'm afraid I will die soon. After a pause, Senju Makoto said with helplessness and regret. Ikeku, Yumi Chika, although I am very reluctant to part with you, you probably don't want to attend my funeral anytime soon, right? Upon hearing this, Ayasukawa Yumi Chika narrowed his eyes slightly, but his face showed an expression of non-committal. In the Shin'o Spiritual Academy, as reserve members of the Godei 13th Division, these students are not greenhouse flowers. The entire teaching process requires them to face the hollows and fight many times. Senju Makoto's performance in combat can only be described as mediocre. Whether it is instant step, white fighting, kendo or ghost way, he is not outstanding. He is only proficient in healing kaido and medical skills. In addition, compared with ordinary graduates, the only bright spot of Senju Makoto is that he has mastered the Shikai of Zanpakuto. However, Senju Makoto's Zanpakuto Shikai ability seems to be a purely healing ability, so Senju Makoto, who seems not good at fighting, has basically teamed up with Ayasukawa Yumi Chika and Madarame Ikeku in the past few years at the Mu Spiritual Academy. It is precisely because of his frequent contact with Senju Makoto that Ayasukawa Yumi Chika, who usually hides his true Shikai ability, has a vague intuition that Senju Makoto is likely to be the same as him, and his Zanpakuto usually only shows a half-shikai state. Of course, Ayasegawa Yumichika has no evidence for this. And the main reason for his suspicion is that Senju Makoto is calm and steady when facing hollows on weekdays. Especially when Ayasegawa Yumichika and Madarame Ikeko were in deep trouble and bloody in battle, Senju Makoto was always spotless and healed them calmly. This is not in line with common sense. Thinking of this, Ayasegawa Yumichika couldn't help but look at Senju Makoto deeply again, and he and Madarame Ikeko squeezed Senju Makoto tighter. Before, there was no chance in the Mu Spiritual Academy, but if Senju Makoto was pulled into the 11th Division, there would be plenty of opportunities to conduct in-depth research on Senju Makoto. Chapter 3 What I'm looking forward to. As for Madarame Ikeko, he didn't think so much. The reason why he wanted to win over Senju Makoto to join the 11th Division together was that he regarded Senju Makoto as a cherished friend, and he was used to being healed by Senju Makoto continuously, so that he could enjoy the feeling of fighting wantonly. After all, Senju Makoto's healing is really huge. Senju, don't worry, I will always protect you. As long as I have a breath left, I will definitely stand in front of you. If the enemy wants to touch you, they have to step over my body. Madame Ikeko patted his chest and said confidently, his shiny head seemed to be emitting a halo at the moment. But Makoto Senju had no idea what gave Ikeko Madarame such arrogant courage. Was it the healing amount that he could provide continuously in the battle? What about stepping over Ikeko Madarame's body? To be honest, Makoto Senju really didn't think it was a difficult task. After all, although Ikeko Madarame's appearance already had the bald form of a strong man, his strength was not at all to the level of matching. Officer. According to Makoto Senju's estimation, Ikeko Madarame is now a first-tier existence among the graduates, but in the squad, he can only be barely regarded as an officer. That's it? Why do you have an exclusive nanny? Makoto Senju thought silently, and reminded with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ikeko, don't set such a flag. We are friends. I have never thought of eating your feast. Speaking of this, Senju Makoto paused and found that he almost said what he was thinking inadvertently. Ahem. Senju Makoto changed his tone and said sincerely. Ikeko, everyone's pursuit is different. I understand that what you expect is a pleasant and enjoyable battle. As a friend, I will always support you. It's just that what I expect is not fighting, but the way of healing and medical skills. My dream is to save confused lives from illness, and this is something I can't achieve in the 11th Squadron where I am responsible for fighting. Do you understand? Senju Makoto seemed to be admonishing an incurable patient at this moment, with a gentle and sincere tone. And Madarame Ikeko blinked, nodded, and said. That's right, Senju, I often feel confused because I can't find an opponent, and I often get sick because of fighting. Well, probably the entire 11th Division has many illnesses every day that you can treat and realize your dream. After a pause, Madarame Ikeko grabbed Senju Makoto's 5 fingers and rubbed them hard, saying. Senju, obviously there is so much power in your muscles, and sometimes I can feel your burning heart that is eager to fight, so you must just lack a little bit of opportunity to develop yourself. Come to the 11th Division, and you will definitely open the door to a new world, believe me. Hearing this, Senju Makoto's expression froze. Although with Madarame Ikeko after spending several years together, Senju Makoto, who felt that he was a little bit perverted sometimes, couldn't help but feel perverted by Madarame Ikeko's unique way of thinking. This is an answer that a normal person can come up with? Can your palms be more disciplined? What is the lack of development opportunities? What is the door to the new world? Just when Senju Makoto was about to give up correcting Madarame Ikeko's brain circuit and find a way to get out of this pinch, a shadow came from behind, and the tall and burly figure of Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly appeared behind Senju Makoto. Zaraki Kenpachi looked down at the 3 men who were sandwiched together like a sandwich in front of him, His eyes swept across the faces of the three people, as if he remembered something, and said, "Oh? You are Madarame Ikeku? Ayasegawa Yumi Chika." At this moment, Madarame Ikeku and Ayasegawa Yumi Chika also quickly let go of Senju Makoto, their bodies tensed, slightly bent towards Zaraki Kenpachi, and their faces were full of excitement. "Boss Zaraki, we are here to follow the agreement. Please allow us to follow you as your subordinates from now on." Zaraki Kenpachi crossed his arms and answered without any fluctuations in his expression. "It's up to you. If you affect my enjoyment of the battle, I will chop you down too." Madarame Ikeku and Ayasegawa Yumi Chika were overjoyed, as if they had received some reward, and responded excitedly, "Yes." And Kyuzaka Yachiru, who was lying on Kenpachi Zaraki's shoulder, blinked his eyes, and seemed to recognize something, and raised his hand to greet him happily. "Ah, it's you, bald guy, sissy." Instantly, the smiles of Madarame Ikeku and Ayasegawa Yumi Chika froze. The veins on Madarame Ikeku's forehead bulged slightly, but he didn't dare to explain. The nickname last time was not this. Kyuzaka Yachiru poked his chin with his finger, as if he was in confusion, and muttered, "Hey? Not a bald guy? Is it a bald man?" Madarame Ikeku. Just as Makoto Senju couldn't bear to destroy the harmonious atmosphere and was about to quietly retreat to the back, Ikeku Madarame grabbed Makoto Senju's arm again and changed the subject to Kenpachi Zaraki. "Boss Zaraki, this is a friend Yumi Chika and I met at the Mu Spiritual Academy. His name is Makoto Senju. Can you please let him join the 11th Division?" Instantly, Makoto Senju's expression froze completely. Who would want to join the 11th Division, where 99% of the members are gay and muscular? What's more, I'm afraid that the brains of all the people in the 11th Division combined are not as good as Aizen, the big boss behind the scenes lurking in Soul Society. What if they join and are unknowingly assimilated? Kenpachi Zaraki looked at Ikeku Madarame's solemn expression, and finally showed a bit of curiosity on his face as he looked at Makoto Senju. The boy with black eyes and black hair, and a body shape similar to the flower boy Ayasegawa Yumi Chika, does not look like someone who enjoys fighting and killing. As for the spiritual pressure, Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes can't help but have a little disappointment. This level of spiritual pressure, let alone compared with Madarame Ikeku and Ayasegawa Yumi Chika, is not outstanding even among the graduates. And the battle between the Shinigami is almost a battle of spiritual pressure in a sense, and weak spiritual pressure is not worth paying attention to at all. However, for the sake of Madarame Ikeku, Kenpachi Zaraki still asked, "Does this guy have any special fighting talents?" Madarame Ikeku patted his shiny head and concluded vaguely, "Senju has no fighting talents for the time being, but his Kaido and medical skills are very good, and his Zanpakuto can heal injuries." Hearing this, Kenpachi Zaraki has completely lost interest, and the nervous Senju Makoto can't help but secretly give a thumbs up to Madarame Ikeku. "You are worthy of it, Ikeku." Seeing that Kenpachi Zaraki seemed to have lost interest in Makoto Senju, Yumi Chika Ayasegawa, who had subconsciously stood on the side of the 11th Division and deeply understood the value of Makoto Senju, quickly added accurately, "Boss Zaraki, the ability of Senju's Zanpakuto is large-scale healing, and it can continue to provide healing during the battle, and can even provide spiritual power to others continuously." Chapter 4 Zanpakuto, All Things in the Universe. Large-scale healing? Replenishing spiritual power? Suddenly, Kenpachi Zaraki's scarred face moved slightly, and the look he gave Makoto Senju was completely different, with a faint glow emanating from it. It is precisely because Kenpachi Zaraki's brain is mostly made up of muscles that Kenpachi Zaraki understands what this ability means to the 11th Division. If Yumi Chika Ayasegawa's description is correct, and Makoto Senju's healing ability is sufficient, then the 11th Division only needs to equip Makoto Senju, which is almost equivalent to being able to enjoy the fun of fighting and killing. Fighting with the team members, it seems that I can let go a little bit. Kenpachi Zaraki licked his lips, stared at Makoto Senju with his beast-like eyes, and ordered. "Kid, release your Zanpakuto." At this moment, almost the entire stadium's attention was attracted, and most of the graduates' envious and jealous eyes fell on Makoto Senju. Getting the attention and favor of the captain of the squad is a dream come true for ordinary graduates. This often also means the captain's attention and the status and power after entering the squad. However, this good thing for ordinary graduates is unusually bad for Makoto Senju. "I was really targeted by Kenpachi Zaraki. Captain Zaraki, the rules of the big stadium cannot release Zanpakuto for no reason," Makoto Senju explained. Kenpachi Zaraki. The scar on Kenpachi's face jumped slightly, revealing a beast-like smile, and slowly raised the Zanpakuto with a lot of irregular serrations in his hand. Then, puff! In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto was not aimed at Makoto Senju, but directly stabbed into his body, and a large amount of blood fell on the floor. This is not without reason. Kenpachi Zaraki's expression was as if nothing had happened. He pulled the Zanpakuto out of his body, letting a lot of blood be brought out, and his head tilted slightly, and ordered. "Draw the sword and treat me, otherwise I will cut you into several pieces and let you treat yourself." For a moment, Makoto Senju couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This battle-crazed beast is really cruel. This situation does not leave Makoto Senju any room for refusal. Once refused, I am afraid that Kenpachi Zaraki will swing his sword at Makoto Senju without hesitation the next moment. With this thought, Senju Makoto couldn't help but look at Yamada Sanashuk, the vice-captain of the 4th Division, who was standing in a corner of the venue. This was a male Shinigami who looked extremely cold, and he was also the elder brother of Yamada Hanataro, a junior of Senju Makoto. Long before the graduation ceremony began, Senju Makoto had communicated with Yamada Sanashuk through Yamada Hanataro, expressing his willingness to join the 4th Division, and Yamada Sanashuk had already agreed to Senju Makoto's application to join the team. However, at this moment, Yamada Sanashuk seemed not to see Senju Makoto's eyes, and looked like an outsider, not caring at all that the scheduled team member was snatched away by Kenpachi Zaraki. "Is it value? It seems that my past performance has not shown enough value, so Yamada Sanashuk has no intention of showing up at all? Although my Kaido performance at the MUA Spiritual Academy is quite excellent, it is far from enough compared to offending the captain of the 11th Division." Senju Makoto's mind turned rapidly, and he understood the current situation. He did not have enough status to refuse Kenpachi Zaraki by himself. Although the main theme of the squad selection is a two-way rush, it also depends on who the other party is. Facing Kenpachi Zaraki's coercion, Senju Makoto, a graduate of MUA Spiritual Academy, can only enjoy and obey. Any resistance will only appear ridiculous. The easiest way to get rid of Kenpachi Zaraki at the moment seems to be to further attract the attention of the 4th squad and show the value of joining the 4th squad. As for pretending that the treatment effect is average, Ikeku and Yumi Chika have experienced it countless times, and it will definitely be exposed in an instant. With this thought, Senju Makoto slowly drew out the Zanpakuto at his waist and chanted the liberation words. "Endless vitality, everything in the universe." Suddenly, the shape of the Zanpakuto in Makoto Senju's hand changed slightly. In addition to the blade and handle becoming longer and more convenient for slashing, a series of emerald green saplings suddenly appeared on the floor with Makoto Senju as the center. Immediately, with Makoto Senju's mind moving, a sapling at his feet suddenly extended like a vine and approached the wound on Kenpachi's abdomen. Endless vitality. The next moment, the slender sapling like a vine had flowers blooming on it, absorbing the spirit particles in the air, and the top of the sapling that touched Kenpachi's abdominal wound was full of green. Then, Kenpachi's eyes changed, and he felt a warm feeling in his abdomen. The wound was healing incredibly quickly, and even some of the weak spiritual power was replenished. Just as Kenpachi Zaraki was in shock, Makoto Senju's slightly lowered eyes flashed with a moment of trepidation and hesitation, and then quickly turned into decisiveness. The next moment, at the top of the sapling that touched Kenpachi Zaraki's wound, a special spirit particle that was only slightly larger than an ordinary spirit particle was quietly sent into Kenpachi Zaraki's body, and as Kenpachi Zaraki's wound was repaired, the special spirit particle was completely integrated with Kenpachi Zaraki. No one noticed this scene, and even Kenpachi Zaraki himself did not feel the slightest abnormality. After all, a spirit particle is too small, much smaller than the cells that make up the artificial body. Without special instruments, it is impossible to visually see the changes of each spirit particle. As the wound was completely repaired, Makoto Senju couldn't help but smile. Success! Sure enough, even the captain-level god of death did not notice that the forest seed was planted. Originally, Makoto Senju's original plan was to slowly mix in the 4th division for dozens or hundreds of years to slowly contact the captain-level Shinigami, and then find an opportunity to plant the forest seed. Unexpectedly, Kenpachi Zaraki actually took the initiative to let himself heal his wounds in order to test his ability. Although Makoto Senju was more than 90% sure that he would not be discovered, the risk still existed. Once discovered by Kenpachi Zaraki, he might even be sentenced to a felony by the Seireitei. It's just that this opportunity was too rare. It's not always possible to treat the injuries of captain-level Shinigami. Especially in the case that there has been no large-scale war in the Soul Society for nearly hundreds of years, the injuries of captain-level Shinigami have become increasingly rare. Otherwise, relying solely on the forest seed spread across most of the students of the Mu Spiritual Academy has gradually failed to meet Makoto Senju's needs. Chapter 5 Forest Seed. As the saying goes, a single tree cannot make a forest. The soul body that Makoto Senju traveled through is not a top-level talent at all, and can even be called completely ordinary. It just barely passed the entrance exam to the Mu Spiritual Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, Senju Makoto will probably become the most ordinary member of the Godai 13 with his mediocre ability. A member, and then one day an accident ended his ordinary life as a god of death. After all, Makoto Senju knew very well that for a god of death, the power of a Zanpakuto might determine the lower limit of a god of death, but what really determines the upper limit of a god of death is the spiritual power and spiritual pressure in the body. Even if the Zanpakuto Senra Wangxiang awakened by Makoto Senju is quite strange, with various abilities to manipulate the wood system, in some ways it is quite similar to the wood release in Makoto Senju's previous life memory. However, Makoto Senju's own soul's spiritual power talent is too low. And he does not have the height to grow to the captain-level god of death, and even cannot maintain the spiritual power of the Zanpakuto Senra Wangxiang. Therefore, Makoto Senju used the awakened Zanpakuto Senra Wangxiang to specially develop the forest seed that can merge with other souls. In a sense, the forest seed is like a seed rooted in the earth, which can slowly and obscurely absorb the spiritual power of the soul, and then use Senra Wangxiang as a transit to transport it to Makoto Senju's soul. Of course, the forest seed does not pose any harm to the soul being hosted. The forest seed, which is only the size of a spirit particle, cannot actively and forcibly plunder the spiritual power of the host soul. It is more about absorbing the spiritual power that is passively dissipated into the air by the host soul all the time. And because each soul has different spiritual power talents and strengths, the benefits that the forest seed can obtain are also completely different. Just after the forest seed completely merged with Kenpachi Zaraki's soul, Senju Makoto instantly felt the obvious difference. If the spiritual power that was previously drawn from the many students of the Mu Spiritual Academy is likened to drops, then the spiritual power drawn at this time is almost like turning on a tap to a certain degree. The amount is almost more than 10 times different. Sure enough, even the natural dissipation of the spiritual power of hundreds of Mu Spiritual Academy students combined is far from being comparable to the captain-level death god. Senju Makoto's eyes lit up, and his gaze fell on Kusaka Yachiryu, who was lying on Kenpachi Zaraki's shoulder and looking at Kenpachi Zaraki's belly with his little finger. Kenpachi Zaraki is a monster, and Kusaka Yachiryu, the pink loli, is definitely not bad. It seems that it is necessary to find a way to sow seeds for Kusaka Yachiryu someday. Senju Makoto thought secretly. It's just a pity that the essence of forest seed is a special spirit particle with too many restrictions. If you want to really let it merge with the soul body, you must plant it through the wound, otherwise it will be easily rejected by the soul body itself. In addition, the production of forest seed is also quite troublesome. Now Senju Makoto can only produce one forest seed a day at most. And Kenpachi Zaraki naturally didn't know that in just a short moment, the seemingly gentle and sunny boy in front of him had already had thousands of thoughts flashing in his heart. Instead, he directly opened his death suit and revealed the original wound. However, within a few breaths, the wound was completely healed. At this moment, not only Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes lit up, but even the officers watching around were also extremely surprised. Although this was just a simple wound and did not really hurt the internal organs, this repair speed was completely comparable to the full-scale treatment of the Shinigami who was proficient in Kaido. More importantly, Senju Makoto's healing ability came from his Zanpakuto, which means that he has the ability to heal the entire body and can continue to heal in large-scale battles. It's a very rare ability. If this kid's spiritual pressure is long enough to maintain his Zanpakuto, it can be regarded as a strategic healing ability that can change the direction of a local war. I wonder how effective it can be for the treatment of serious injuries. For a moment, some officers' eyes flickered, and they obviously recognized the potential of Senra Wangxiang in Senju Makoto's hand. After Kenpachi Zaraki slapped his healed abdomen vigorously with his hand, his face, which had originally looked violent and ferocious, gradually revealed a somewhat incongruous smile, and announced, "Very good, kid, I agree to your application to join the team." Ikeku Madarame heard this and excitedly patted Senju Makoto's shoulder and laughed. "Ahaha, that's great, Senju, you will be a member of our 11th division from now on, and I will definitely protect you well in the future." Yumichika Ayasukawa, who was like a pretty boy, also showed a somewhat happy and charming smile and said, "Senju, this is really a gorgeous result. I hope we will have the opportunity to communicate more deeply in the future." That. Senju Makoto slowly raised one hand and said with a bit of apology and regret on his face, "I want to join the 4th division." "Hey! Kid, what did you say?" Kenpachi Zaraki narrowed his eyes and stared at Senju Makoto, and an invisible spiritual pressure rushed towards Senju Makoto. Senju Makoto felt his body sink slightly, and the spiritual pressure of Kenpachi Zaraki in front of him seemed to turn into a demon beast roaring at him. Compared with Kenpachi Zaraki, Senju Makoto looked like a fragile and tiny grass that could be crushed at any time. However, Senju Makoto's expression did not change from beginning to end, and he just repeated one sentence again. "Sorry, Captain Zaraki, my dream is to join the 4th division and become a doctor." After a few breaths, he was surrounded by some graduates had been forced to kneel on the ground by the spiritual pressure leaked out by Kenpachi Zaraki, gasping for air and having difficulty breathing. When the entire venue was in obvious chaos, the spiritual pressure from Kenpachi Zaraki suddenly dissipated. Then, Kenpachi Zaraki patted his empty shoulder, and a rather ferocious smile appeared on his face, inviting him. "Kid, I underestimated you just now. Come to the 11th division, and I will give you the same status as Yachiryu. If you are worried about getting hurt in battle, you can sit on my shoulders when you go on missions in the future, and I will protect you." Senju Makoto. At this moment, listening to Kenpachi Zaraki's words, Senju Makoto's head almost subconsciously dazed, and then the scene described by Kenpachi Zaraki gradually emerged in his mind. Chapter 6 Unohana Retsu. From then on, Kenpachi Zaraki sat on one shoulder of the pink loli Kusaka Yachiru. And on the other side sat the black-eyed and black-haired young man Senju Makoto. He pulled out his sawtoothed Zanpakuto, laughed wantonly and violently, and slashed at the enemy one by one. The blood splattered all over Senju Makoto. Behind Kenpachi Zaraki, there were hundreds of muscular men waving their zanpakutos and violently charging together. As a nanny who gave and took everything, he had to be forced to connect with them with grass. Thinking of this, Senju Makoto's little face almost turned pale. The picture was too beautiful, and the development was too rough. Senju Makoto no longer dared to imagine it. No, I don't accept it, it's impossible. Subconsciously, Senju Makoto took a step back, and 3 consecutive denials appeared in his mind. Too dangerous, too dangerous. No matter from which angle, it is too dangerous to be in that environment. Even if you don't talk about joining the 4th Division to have the opportunity to plant the forest seed in the bodies of other captain-level Shinigami, for the sake of your own safety and reputation, you must not join the 11th Division. Absolutely. Even if you would rather die, you can never accept being surrounded by so many muscular men. Too bad. Makoto Senju felt the fiery eyes of Kenpachi Zaraki, and his somewhat panicked brain was almost running fast, thinking about ways to get out. Kenpachi Zaraki looked at Makoto Senju's smile, which became more and more brilliant and ferocious, and said, "Senju Makoto? Right, you should follow me carefully from now on. What's so good about the 4th Division? Follow me, I will take you to experience the fun of fighting and find the true instinct of life." As for Kusaka Yachiro, who was sitting on his shoulder, he didn't smile at all because his position was taken away. Instead, he happily started to nickname Senju Makoto as if he had found a new playmate. "That's right, Makoto, let's work hard together in the future. Please give me more advice, Makoto." Makoto. As soon as this fatal flag name came out, Senju Makoto suddenly felt that he was not far from being killed. I won't be stabbed to death by the muscular men of the 11th Division at such a young age? At this moment, a somewhat harsh and cold voice sounded behind Senju Makoto. "Captain Zaraki, you can't force someone like this. Makoto Senju is a member of our 4th Division, and we can't hand him over to your 11th Division." Kenpachi Zaraki turned his eyes and looked at the man wearing an ordinary death suit with the 4th Division logo on his shoulder. Vice Captain of the 4th Division, Yamada Sanashuk. Kenpachi Zaraki thought about it and remembered Yamada Sanashuk's identity. With the appearance of Yamada Sanashuk, Makoto Senju couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "It seems I didn't hesitate to use Senra Wangxiang to heal Kenpachi Zaraki's injuries, and finally attracted Yamada Sanashuk's attention. Although Yamada Sanashuk was only the vice captain of the 4th Division, and his status was not equal to that of Kenpachi Zaraki, Yamada Sanashuk represented the 4th Division after all, which was much better than Makoto Senju rejecting Kenpachi Zaraki's invitation based on his own will. However, Kenpachi Zaraki was completely indifferent to the appearance of Yamada Sanashuk, and said directly in an imperative tone, "This brat, the 11th Division wants it." No. Compared with his younger brother Yamada Hanatero's weak and submissive character, Yamada Sanashuk's tone was quite cold and harsh, and he rejected Kenpachi Zaraki without hesitation. Kenpachi Zaraki's mouth slightly grinned, and an invisible terrifying aura began to spread around him, and he asked violently, "Hey? You guys, do you want me to chop you into pieces?" However, Sanashuk Yamada was not panicked by Kenpachi Zaraki's threats, but instead began to be venomous. "Captain Zaraki, please don't scare me. I'm just a small adjutant. If I cause psychological trauma, I'm afraid that the 4th Division will become timid when receiving treatment from the 11th Division in the future. If the wounded are accidentally missing some parts of their bodies, or if they have something extra, that would be bad." Suddenly, Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes gradually became dangerous, as if a beast with a grudge slowly showed its fangs. "Are you threatening me? If you want to bargain, call Unohana Retsu first." "Captain Zaraki, are you looking for me?" Just then, a very gentle voice sounded from the direction of the stadium gate. The captain's pure white and wide long-sleeved haori has 4 embroidered on the back, and her hair is tied into a braid and hangs on her chest. Her beautiful appearance reveals a peaceful and gentle temperament. Captain of the 4th Division of the Godei 13th Division, Unohana Retsu. Almost instantly, the graduates in the venue recognized the identity of the gentle female Shinigami who appeared at the door, and their eyes subconsciously revealed respect and admiration. Unlike the new Shinigami, Kenpachi Zaraki, Captain Unohana is the Shinigami recorded in the textbooks of the Muo Academy of Spiritual Arts, a legendary captain for nearly 1,000 years, and the number of Shinigami she has treated is even more difficult to count. The fact that 2 captain-level Shinigami appeared in the selection of the squads was undoubtedly something that made the graduates present very excited. However, as Kenpachi Zaraki gradually revealed a suffocating and terrifying spiritual pressure, he seemed to be confronting Captain Unohana, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Oh no! Captain Zaraki is not going to attack Captain Unohana, right? Is the captain of the 11th Division really a lunatic? This is a serious crime. At this moment, quite a number of graduates could not help but worry about Captain Unohana, who looked like a gentle and kind older sister. You know, Kenpachi is a title, meaning the strongest swordsman in Soul Society, and it is also the title of the captain of the 11th Division who is responsible for fighting. And the Shinigami who inherit the title of Kenpachi are mostly called lunatics. Among them, Kenpachi Zaraki, who had just taken office and stepped on the corpse of the previous captain of the 11th Division to seize the title of Kenpachi, was undoubtedly a madman among madmen in the eyes of many of these graduates. As for Captain Unohana, he was only the captain of the 4th Division in charge of treatment, and he obviously didn't look good at fighting. The textbooks only recorded Captain Unohana's achievements in treating Shinigami and developing Kaido and medical skills. Although Captain Unohana Retsu was a senior captain with a resume of thousands of years, he had treated countless injured Shinigami for thousands of years. And he was a captain respected and loved by countless Shinigami. But in the eyes of a madman who had just been promoted to captain, would he really respect Captain Unohana? Chapter 7 Gentle Captain. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire venue was a little suffocating. The spiritual pressure leaked out by Kenpachi Zaraki became more and more violent and ferocious, as if he would reveal the fangs of a beast at any time to tear the seemingly gentle and kind Captain Unohana apart. Perhaps because of the difference in appearance between the two sides, or because of their instinctive sympathy for the weak, or because of their own weakness, many graduates instinctively worried about Captain Unohana. Although Captain Unohana's expression was the same from beginning to end, a gentle smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Kenpachi Zaraki kindly. Just as the atmosphere became more and more tense. Humph! Kenpachi Zaraki snorted coldly, carrying the jagged Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and said in an unsatisfied tone. This kid will be handed over to your 4th Division for the time being. For a moment, as these words rang out, many graduates who witnessed this scene, subconsciously suspected that they were hallucinating. What? That crazy Kenpachi Zaraki actually gave in? Immediately, Kenpachi Zaraki raised his head slightly, turned his eyes, looked at Ikeko Madarame and Yumichika Ayasukawa beside him, and said, I'll leave the matter of recruiting new people to you. Find me a group of tough new people. Yes, Boss Zaraki. Ikeko Madarame and Yumichika Ayasukawa, who had just come to their senses, responded quickly. After that, Kenpachi Zaraki walked out of the stadium gate with a tired look on his face, passed by Captain Unohana, and left the stadium without looking back. And Captain Unohana's smile was still so gentle and kind. She didn't feel dissatisfied with Kenpachi Zaraki's seemingly rude behavior, nor did she feel proud at all. Everyone. Just when many graduates were still a little stunned, Captain Unohana raised her palm and greeted many graduates, saying with a smile, If you are interested in Kaido or medical skills, the 4th Division will be very welcome. Instantly, it formed a sharp contrast with Kenpachi Zaraki's violent performance. In Captain Unohana's gentle words, quite a number of graduates felt as if they were about to fall. Captain Unohana didn't seem to want to stay for long. After a gentle glance, she turned around and left the venue, as if she just happened to pass by. Captain Unohana is so gentle. As the captain, you actually value us so much. It seems that it would be quite happy to be Captain Unohana's subordinate. It's just that the 4th Division is responsible for treatment, which is a bit boring. The next moment, a series of discussions exploded in the venue. It must be said that Captain Unohana's beautiful and gentle image almost made her position in the hearts of these graduates rise rapidly, and many graduates also wavered in their choice of division. However, the essence of human nature also includes instinctive pursuits such as fighting, killing, and excitement in a certain sense. After mastering extraordinary powers, there are very few Shinigami who are willing to use these powers only for treatment. The 4th Division is, after all, only a division responsible for treatment. Although the 4th Division opens its doors to graduates of the MUA Spiritual Academy every year, there are still very few graduates willing to join the 4th Division. And there are also many graduates who are still a little scared after the 2 captains left, constantly wondering why Kenpachi Zaraki gave in. And only Senju Makoto did not show any worry from beginning to end. After all, he retained a considerable part of his past life memories and was quite aware of the horror and terror of Unohana Retsu. If you really treat this seemingly gentle and beautiful woman as a little white sheep that everyone can bully, you will definitely die. Unohana Retsu, formerly known as Unohana Yachiryu, was an unprecedented villain in the history of Soul Society. He mastered more than 8,000 kendo styles and later joined the Godei 13th Division to become the first-generation Kenpachi. Senju Makoto licked his lips as the information about Unohana Retsu flashed through his mind. No, it's too dangerous. Senju Makoto's eyes quickly became clear. For now, this idea was too dangerous and uncertain. Unlike a muscle beast like Kenpachi Zaraki, after Unohana Retsu cultivated her character and became the captain of the 4th Division in charge of treatment, her understanding of spirits is among the best in the entire Soul Society. Moreover, this woman is so terrifying that she can even detect the flaws of Aizen's the moon in the moon with only knowledge, experience, and intuition. Too difficult. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. If you can do this, in the entire Soul Society, not to mention walking sideways, at least no one will dare to say a word to you. And given the dangerousness of that scary woman, if you show hostility to her and get noticed, you will be in real danger of losing your life. Perhaps, the monsters and dangers hidden in the entire Soul Society are really more terrifying than each other, and it is said that after Aizen and Iroha will be suppressed, an omniscient and omnipotent Quincy King will appear. It's just a pity that Senju Makoto didn't get to know the information about the so-called Quincy King in his previous life, and only heard related news occasionally. A world full of crises. Senju Makoto couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. If it was a peaceful world, Senju Makoto might choose to enjoy the new time peacefully and steadily like the doctor in his previous life. But in this extremely dangerous world, living in the ruined Rukanga without mastering the power of self-protection. Even if we ignore the harsh environment and scarce supplies, whether it is the occasional attacks of the hollows, or the aftermath of the unintentional leakage of the strong in the battle, or even the fact that Aizen began to secretly kill and collect souls in large numbers in Rukanga. Therefore, Senju Makoto knew that if he wanted to survive in the Soul Society, instead of dying at any time, he might as well take the initiative to join the 13th Division of the Godei and become a god of death. However, it was still early. At least it was still a long time before the birth of the real protagonist, Ichigaku. At the time when Kenpachi Zaraki just became the captain of the 11th Division, I'm afraid even Ichigoku's great-grandmother had not been born yet. At least, Senju Makoto still has 100 years to grow. Chapter 8 Indiscriminate Poisonous Attack. 365 days a year, 5 days on and 2 days off. More than 100 years. Rounded off, that's almost 30,000 seeds. Although each seed only absorbs the spiritual power that the soul unconsciously dissipates, but when a little accumulates into a lot, it is also a terrifying spiritual power accumulation speed. By then, I will not be practicing alone, but the entire Godai 13 will help me practice. Thinking of this, Senju Makoto's mouth curved up and couldn't help but reveal a few smiles. Seeing this, Yamada Sanashuk, who was standing by, felt Senju Makoto's happy and relaxed expression, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Senju, are you so happy to join the 4th Division?" Senju Makoto was slightly startled, and then quickly answered with a firm look. "Of course, saving lives is my dream, so since the day I entered the Mu Spiritual Academy, I have been looking forward to joining the 4th Division and becoming a glorious and great god of death." After a pause, Senju Makoto looked at Yamada Sanashuk's slightly cold and mean face and said, "At this moment, I feel that I am already close to my dream, how can I not be happy?" "Well..." Yamada Sanashuk nodded, and then said venomously, "Then you are a little too happy." Senju Makoto. Looking at Senju Makoto's expression that was a little dazed by being choked, Yamada Sanashuk smiled, but said to himself, "Senju Makoto, are you sure you want to apply to join the 4th Division, right?" "Yes." "Okay, then you wait a moment, and we will talk in detail after recruiting the rest of the graduates." Then, Yamada Sanashuk went to recruit other graduates. Seeing this, Senju Makoto took the time to say goodbye to Madarame Ikeko and Ayasegawa Yumichika, and harshly criticized their presumptuous behavior. Although, it was precisely because of Madarame Ikeko and Ayasegawa Yumichika's plan to lure Senju Makoto to the 11th Division that Senju Makoto accidentally had the opportunity to plant the forest seed in Kenpachi Zaraki's body. However, Senju Makoto still condemned this behavior in harsh words, indicating that if there is a similar action again, countermeasures will be taken, so don't say I didn't warn you. And Madarame Ikeko seemed quite reluctant to part with Senju Makoto, claiming that if he had time, he would definitely visit Senju Makoto in the 4th Division more often. In this regard, Senju Makoto, who knew Madarame Ikeko's personality well, Makoto Senju had no doubts at all. With Madarame Ikeko's weak and fighting personality, after officially joining the 11th Division, which is full of fighting maniacs, it won't be long before he will be lying in the ward of the 4th Division. As for Ayasegawa Yumichika, he didn't say anything, but just expressed some regret. It was Ayasegawa Yumichika's eyes with some ambiguous meanings that made Makoto Senju subconsciously tense his body. However, Madarame Ikeko and Ayasegawa Yumichika had to recruit a group of graduates on behalf of Kenpachi Zaraki, so soon Madarame Ikeko and Ayasegawa Yumichika also started to get busy. While the graduates in the entire venue were hesitating and struggling, the initial division selection took more than an hour to complete. Then, the representatives of each division took the graduates out of the venue and began to work in Mao Spirit Hall. The internal assessment of the squad started directly in the academy. However, Yamada Sanashuk did not seem to intend to stay in the Mu Spiritual Academy. He took 18 graduates including Senju Makoto out of the Mu Spiritual Academy and entered the Siraidai. Siraidai, the ruling and military center of the entire Soul Society, separated by a circle of towering pure white walls, is surrounded by the messy and poor Rukanga on the outside and the magnificent Siraidai inside, which is also the place that the Shinigami of the Godai 13 need to protect. After Yamada Sanashuk led many graduates into the Siraidai, he kept introducing the internal area division of the Siraidai, the division of the squad's barracks, the location of special areas, various taboos, etc. to the graduates along the way. That, Senior Yamada. While Yamada Sanashuk was talking, a somewhat unconfident voice sounded in the graduate team. Is it really okay to introduce this to us in advance? Have we passed the assessment of the 4th Division? Of course. Yamada Sanashuk turned his head to look at the tall graduate with a conspicuous silver-grey short hair, looked down at the roster in his hand, and then said, Kao Tetsu Yuan, right? Yes, Senior Yamada. Katetsuyuan responded quickly. Well, that's right, you are already members of the 4th Division from today. Yamada Sanashuk said. Ah? But haven't we taken the division assessment yet? Kao Tetsuyuan asked a little awkwardly. If our Kaido and medical skills are not up to standard, it will definitely affect the injured, right? That kind of thing is not important at all. Yamada Sanashuk shook his head and said with a smile. It doesn't matter if you don't understand Kaido at all. The 4th Division is quite short of people to carry corpses. In an instant, Katetsuyuan's little face turned pale, and the faces of the other graduates couldn't help but look a little ugly. After all, this time, there were 18 graduates who applied to join the 4th Division, most of whom were captivated by the gentle temperament of Captain Unohana and planned to become his subordinates. But, moving corpses. Practicing Zankenzuki diligently every day is not to fight for moving corpses. Damn it! For a while, almost most of the graduates looked a little gloomy, and their eyes were full of resentment when they looked at Yamada Sanashuk. After all, except for the eccentric Senju Makoto who is truly devoted to Kaido and medical skills, most of the students of the Mu Spiritual Academy will focus their main energy on Zankenzuki, that is, the 4 basic combat techniques of the God of Death, Kendo, Hakutachi, Shunpo, and Kido. As for Kaido, it is just a special branch of Kido, but it is not the main assessment project of the Mu Spiritual Academy, and the proportion of the score is quite small. This has led to a considerable number of students almost only mastering the most basic Kaido, probably, that is, to stop bleeding in an emergency. Even the graduates who applied to join the 4th Division were not confident about their Kaido skills. At present, after being hit by Yamada Sanashuk, some graduates gradually became a little autistic. It must be said that even Senju Makoto had to admit that Yamada Sanashuk's venomous nature could not be concealed at all, and he was almost always attacking indiscriminately. Perhaps, the 4th Division is short of people every year, and it has a lot to do with such a venomous vice-captain. Senju Makoto also couldn't help but complain about Yamada Sanashuk in his heart. If it was Vice-Captain Aizen Kazuchi, with his seemingly impeccable gentleness and affinity, I'm afraid the 4th Division would not be short of people at all. Chapter 9 Gentian Flower. However, for the graduates' resentment, Yamada Sanashuk did not have the intention to appease them, but instead showed a bit of pleasure, and just continued to explain the regional divisions and taboos and rules within the Seireidii to the graduates. After spending most of the day, it was almost dusk when Yamada Sanashuk brought the graduates to the gate of the 4th Division's barracks. It must be said that the overall style of the Seireidii is based on white, which is serious, pure, and spectacular. However, within the scope of the 4th Division's barracks, beautiful flowers and plants are planted in the barracks. Either to relieve the patient's emotions or because of Captain Unohana's personal preference. The faint fragrance and the green full of life everywhere seem to relieve the graduates' tense emotions. Among them, the 4th Division's flower, gentian flower, can be seen everywhere in the barracks. As he returned to the 4th Division's barracks, Yamada Sanashuk's expression seemed to be no longer so cold. While introducing the barracks to the graduates, he did not forget to talk about the history of the 4th Division. Legend has it that it was Kairanji Tenshiro who created Kaido, and then it was Captain Unohana who further developed Kaido and improved the medical system. Among them, our 4th Division's team flower, Gentian, was also set by Kairanji Tenshiro. Its flower language has 3 main meanings. The first flower language is, fall in love with the sad you, which means that the 4th Division will protect the sadness and fragility of each patient. The second flower language is, noble and elegant. It is hoped that the members of the 4th Division will always maintain a noble and elegant posture. The third flower language is, strong and long-lasting. Its meaning is to remind the 4th Division not to give up no matter how difficult it is, and to stick to the chosen path for a long time. There seems to be some kind of sentiment in Yamada Sanashuk's in the words. Many graduates seemed to be touched, and felt the cultural heritage and road persistence that belonged to the 4th Division, and vaguely changed their image of Yamada Sanashuk, who was full of poisonous tongue and bad taste. This man, on the surface, he was so poisonous and hateful, but perhaps his heart was also full of softness and persistence. Just as many graduates looked at Yamada Sanashuk, the vice-captain of the 4th Division, and their eyes gradually changed, Yamada Sanashuk's voice suddenly interrupted their thoughts. "We are here. In front is the funeral home under the jurisdiction of the 4th Division. It is also the place where the entire Jinglingting keeps corpses. It will also be your starting point in the 4th Division." In the ugly and pale expressions of the graduates, Yamada Sanashuk couldn't help but smile on his cold face and said, "Don't be afraid, those are the bodies of our sacrificed colleagues, you must take good care of them. Graduates." In the voice full of bad taste of Yamada Sanashuk, the graduates looked at Yamada Sanashuk as if they were looking at a devil. Even Senju Makoto couldn't help but twitch a little at this moment, and couldn't help but recall the experience of internship in the hospital in the previous life. That was really a miserable, purely a tool man who specializes in running errands and doing all kinds of dirty work, and there was almost no opportunity to really diagnose and treat patients. Unexpectedly, after he died suddenly and traveled to this world, he had to start all over again, and even had to start from the funeral home to take care of corpses. At this moment, even Senju Makoto looked at Yamada Sanashuk with a little more resentment. "Staying in a place like a funeral home, can you let yourself plant seeds in those corpses, and let your expectations eventually turn into a handful of dust with the corpses?" However, Yamada Sanashuk, who saw the expressions of the graduates, had a smile in his eyes. "Back then, I got caught in the rain. So why can you hold an umbrella? Let me get wet." As Yamada Sanashuk appeared, several members of the 4th Division wearing Shinigami uniforms in the funeral home came out with joy. "Vice Captain Yamada, I finally waited for you to come back. Are these the newcomers? That's great. Finally. I can finally change my job." Among them, a female Shinigami was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked at the graduates as if she saw a savior. Suddenly, some smart people among the graduates had understood that these seniors would not be graduates of the previous class, and they were waiting for new graduates to replace them, right? However, before these graduates could protest or ask questions, the members of the 4th Division pulled the graduates into the funeral home, as if they could not wait to start the work handover. Among them, Senju Makoto, who looked quite outstanding and exuded affinity, was directly pulled up by the female Shinigami. "My name is Aoki Risa, what's your name, Junior? Don't worry, the work at the funeral parlor is very leisurely, and it can provide newcomers with opportunities to further learn and become familiar with the way of Kaido, medical skills, and the structure of the spirit body." Seeing that the slender and petite girl next door Aoki Risa has begun to talk, Senju Makoto couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. "Funeral parlor, isn't this thing probably the morgue of the hospital? It must be more leisurely, after all, those colleagues who have all lay down are unlikely to sit up and make trouble again. Or, if the funeral parlor is too busy, then there is really a big problem." However, Senju Makoto joined the 4th team not to discuss the principles of life with a few cadaver teachers. In addition to hoping to continue the path of doctor that had just started in his previous life, he also wanted to take the opportunity to get more opportunities to sow seeds to the death gods of the Siridae. If this is the case, it is really better to join the 11th team first and fill the entire 11th team with seeds first. At this moment, Senju Makoto couldn't help but recall the hateful smile of Yamada Sanashuk not long ago. As expected, it's too early to be happy. Even just now, Yamada Sanashuk, the bastard, deliberately talked about the flower language of the 4th team flower gentian flower with great righteousness, which seemed to be nonsense and deception. What is falling in love with the sad you, noble and elegant, strong and long-lasting? The colleague lying down is indeed very sad, but Senju Makoto's love has not overflowed to this extent. And they are all staying in the funeral home, What noble and elegant is there to talk about? On the contrary, the phrase strong and long-lasting is the encouragement of Yamada Sanashuk to prevent these graduates from giving up their responsibilities, right? Yamada Sanashuk, this bastard, is really poisonous, evil, and black-bellied. Seeing that he was about to be pulled into the door of the funeral home by Aoki Risa, Yamada Sanashuk, who had been watching the show for a while, suddenly spoke. Risa, I have something to ask Makoto Senju. Chapter 10. You are too happy too early. Hey! On the way out of the funeral home, Makoto Senju couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and could even vaguely feel the regretful look of Aoki Risa behind him. Don't stare at me, if you want someone else to get wet in the rain for you, aren't there plenty of other graduates? Makoto Senju was complaining in his heart, but his steps unconsciously quickened to catch up with Yamada Sanashuk. Yamada Sanashuk, who was watching Makoto Senju from the corner of his eye, spoke. In fact, this is also a place that the new members of the 4th Division must go through first. Unlike the missions of other divisions, which more or less involve fighting and death, the 4th Division is the medical division. In order to avoid the team members from going to the battlefield for medical assistance, they can only use this method to let the team members gradually get used to death and understand the preciousness of life. Although we are the gods of death, once we die, we can only lie in the funeral home. Everything we cherish, everything we expect, everything we desire will no longer exist. As if he thought of something, Yamada Sanashuk said with a sigh, and there was a trace of sadness on his cold face. However, Senju Makoto, who had already had a preliminary understanding of Yamada Sanashuk's character at this time, only believed some punctuation marks for Yamada Sanashuk's sigh. What's more, Senju Makoto is not really a novice. Yamada Sanashuk's explanation can't completely cover up his dark and evil nature. Otherwise, even if they intend to cultivate the mentality of facing death in the new members, they can arrange the new members in a more gentle way in the funeral home instead of doing such a surprise attack. This guy is definitely to satisfy his own bad taste. However, Senju Makoto looked as if he had suddenly realized something, as if he quite agreed with Yamada Sanashuk's explanation, and even took the initiative to add. Vice Captain Yamada is right. Only those who understand the preciousness of life will understand the true meaning of Kaido and medical skills, and only in this way can they truly devote their energy to the study of Kaido and medical skills. Hearing what Senju Makoto said, Yamada Sanashuk's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he subconsciously touched his chin and thought secretly. This sentence sounds much more profound than the idea of the previous paragraph. Very good, copied. The next time a new member joins the 4th Division, use this sentence to explain. While Yamada Sanashuk was thinking, he took Senju Makoto all the way to the center of the 4th Division's barracks and stopped at a place similar to a courtyard full of silence. When he got here, Yamada Sanashuk's cold expression slightly retracted, and he knocked on the wooden sliding door with a little more respect and caution, and said, "Unohana-sama, Senju Makoto is here." Then, a gentle voice came from it. "Well, let him in." "Yes." Yamada Sanashuk responded, then opened the sliding door and motioned Senju Makoto to go in. It was only then that Senju Makoto realized that Yamada Sanashuk had brought him to see the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu. Senju Makoto took a deep breath, several guesses and thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he walked into the house. Soon, Unohana Retsu appeared in front of him. But at this moment, Unohana Retsu was kneeling on the tatami, with an elegant and noble posture, and his face facing Senju Makoto was gentle, intellectual, and focused, and his slender face was full of tenderness, intelligence, and concentration. Fingers were twisting branches to arrange flowers, and outside the house there was a cherry tree in full bloom. It was a picturesque scene, with beautiful flowers and elegant scenery, and Unohana Retsu was the most classic and quiet center of the painting. At this moment, even Senju Makoto was a little stunned, and subconsciously stopped his movements, fearing that he would break this beautiful scene. As if he had noticed Senju Makoto's arrival, Unohana paused, turned his head to look at Senju Makoto, and said with a very gentle smile on his face. "Don't be nervous, please sit down." "Yes." Under Unohana signal, Senju Makoto sat on a cushion beside Unohana. Unohana also pushed the vase of flowers in front of him to the side, facing Senju Makoto with a very dignified and intellectual demeanor, and looked at Senju Makoto in front of him seriously. Although Unohana had already read the information about Senju Makoto several times, this was the first time he had seen him up close. He had black eyes and black hair, delicate features, and a sunshine that was unique to a teenager, but his eyes were gentle. Subconsciously, people feel a sense of closeness and trust. And Senju Makoto also carefully looked at Unohana, who was close at hand with the corner of his eyes. It must be said that Unohana is definitely a great beauty without a doubt. Although Senju Makoto clearly knows in his previous life that Unohana was once full of bloody first-generation Kenpachi, he still couldn't help but instinctively pause for Unohana gentle and intellectual smile. "If you don't mind, I will just call you Makoto, okay?" "Yes." Facing the captain Unohana initiative to approach, Senju Makoto remained calm on the surface, and responded to Unohana with impeccable etiquette in this era. "Makoto, then do you know the purpose of my meeting with you this time?" Unohana said with a smile. "Please ask Captain Unohana for instructions." Senju Makoto answered, but his eyes suddenly noticed a file placed beside Unohana, on which he could vaguely see his photo. However, Unohana did not pick up the file, but spoke directly. "Senju Makoto, during the period of studying at the Mo Academy, the Kaido and medical skills assessments were the best in the grade every year, and within 2 years of awakening the Zanpakuto, he volunteered to participate in actual combat training and medical assistance for actual combat missions many times, and treated a total of 315 students, including 265 lightly injured and 50 seriously injured." Hearing this, Senju Makoto's eyes moved, but he did not expect that his performance in the Mo Academy in the past few years was completely recorded. There is no doubt that this is an extremely dazzling transcript, and it is even the graduate with the most outstanding talent and love in Kaido and medical skills since the establishment of the Mo Academy. Unohana said in an admiring tone. "I am very happy that you can take the initiative to apply to join the 4th Division." Suddenly, Senju Makoto didn't know if he was contaminated by Yamada Sanashuk, and a thought subconsciously popped up in his mind. The face of Yamada Sanashuk and the words that Yamada Sanashuk had said, "You are too happy too early," almost blurted out. This also made Senju Makoto's eyes suddenly condense, and he realized that he was completely relaxed in the gentle tone of Unohana, and almost made that instinctive and absurd move. Chapter 11 Disciple. Suddenly, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Senju Makoto's back. If he really said that to Captain Unohana, I'm afraid his fate must not be too good, right? Maybe Captain Unohana looks like a gentle and intellectual queen, but this one is also famous for being black-bellied, not to mention that Captain Unohana is now Senju Makoto's boss. As a man who has been educated in his previous life that power cannot bend, wealth cannot be corrupted, poverty cannot be moved, Senju Makoto said with a proper shyness and seemingly unconcealed pride on his face. "Captain Unohana, you are too kind. Compared with other students, I just happen to be more interested in Kaido and medicine." "Interested?" Unohana seemed to ponder this answer, and then said with a smile. "What an unexpected answer, Makoto, maybe you will really achieve something in Kaido and medicine." "Yes." Senju Makoto seemed to be greatly encouraged, his eyes flickered faintly, and he said in a firm tone. "I will definitely work hard and will never let Captain Unohana down." Of course, in fact, Senju Makoto's heart was not disturbed at all, and he even breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Captain Unohana specially met with him purely because of his relatively excellent performance in Kaido and medicine in the Mu Spiritual Academy, and not because he had any doubts. After being flattered by Senju Makoto in an obscure way, Unohana-retsu's eyes curved like a crescent moon, and he seemed to be pleased by Senju Makoto's reaction. However, just when Senju Makoto subconsciously relaxed a little, Unohana-retsu changed his tone, and his crescent-like eyes showed a little more slits, and asked. Then Makoto, why do you want to hide your spiritual pressure? Your real spiritual pressure is far more than the surface level, right? Instantly, the atmosphere in the courtyard stagnated, and Senju Makoto's slightly immature smile also froze a little. Unohana-retsu seemed not to notice Senju Makoto's reaction and continued to speak. Makoto, your spiritual pressure should be the strongest among this year's graduates, right? Even Madarame Ikeku, who just joined the 11th division, is not as good as you? Why do you deliberately hide your excellence? Unohana-retsu's tone was still so gentle, but it made Senju Makoto's body subconsciously tense up. The gaze from the crescent-like eyes seemed to see through Senju Makoto. But the next moment, Senju Makoto's body completely relaxed, scratched his head with the youthful immaturity, and said embarrassedly. As expected, she is the captain of Unohana whom I admire. She was completely seen through in an instant. Unohana-retsu heard this and smiled softly. Cheng, even if you praise me like this, I will dig deep. After all, it is also the captain's responsibility to understand the thoughts of each subordinate. Senju Makoto nodded and said almost without pausing. Because I really don't like fighting. Fighting will only lead to the disappearance of life. After a pause, Senju Makoto said with a little more emotion and melancholy. Even though you are the god of death, once you die, everything you cherish, expect, and desire will no longer exist. Unohana-retsu nodded in agreement and said. Cheng, did you hear the last sentence from Sanashuk? Senju Makoto, who borrowed it temporarily, froze when he heard it and asked. Hey? How did Captain Unohana know? Because, Sanashuk learned this sentence from me. Unohana-retsu said with a smile. I have to say that even with Senju Makoto's face, his cheeks couldn't help but feel a little hot at this moment. I didn't expect that the words that the vice-captain of the 4th team always said to deceive the new members were actually stitched from others. Is there any integrity and reserve left? Where is your dignity and arrogance as a vice-captain? Hey! However, while Senju Makoto was complaining in his heart, he showed a look of sudden enlightenment on the surface and said. So that's why I was wondering why the words said by Vice-Captain Yamada resonated deeply with me. It turned out that it came from Captain Unohana. No wonder the high realm, far-reaching intentions, and deep meanings all made me admire it and benefited a lot. At this moment, Senju Makoto looked almost like an innocent boy who met the person he admired. His eyes were sincere, his tone was excited, and even his cheeks were slightly rosy. This was an almost flawless reaction, and even Unohana-retsu's thoughts couldn't help but be shaken a little. Could it be that Senju Makoto is really just a harmless boy? He deliberately concealed his spiritual pressure just to avoid fighting? However, just when Unohana-retsu was about to observe Senju Makoto's micro-expressions carefully, feeling the almost undisguised sincerity and longing eyes of Senju Makoto, Unohana-retsu subconsciously moved his eyes away slightly. Really, do young people nowadays have no idea what modesty is? Unohana-retsu couldn't help but secretly say this, and then turned to confirm. Makoto, so you deliberately concealed your true spiritual pressure to avoid fighting and killing. Not completely, right? Senju Makoto scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. My dream is to join the 4th division and become your subordinate, Captain Unohana. In order to avoid the trouble of being asked to join other divisions, there is no need to show my spiritual pressure. Unohana-retsu heard this and smiled a little more unconsciously, and asked. Are you so eager to join the 4th division and become my subordinate? Of course. Senju Makoto nodded heavily and said without hesitation. Everyone knows that Captain Unohana's Kaido and medical skills are the best in the Soul Society. Following you to learn Kaido and medical skills is what I dream of. Unohana heard this and pondered for a while. His slender fingers like jade onions casually moved the flower arrangement in the vase, as if thinking about something. After a moment, Unohana's eyes turned and asked. Makoto, in this case, how about becoming my disciple? Ah! Senju Makoto was really stunned at this moment. Although Makoto Senju secretly anticipated several possible reactions based on Unohana's personality, he never expected that Unohana would intend to accept him as a disciple. After all, Makoto Senju was just an ordinary graduate, with almost no outstanding features except for his appearance and temperament. Chapter 12 That Cold and Unruly Look. Even if Makoto Senju's Kaido and medical skills, which were particularly outstanding in the Mu Academy of Spiritual Arts, were probably only considered to be of medium and low level in the 4th Division responsible for treatment. As the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana was undoubtedly one of the top existences in the Soul Society. Even in the entire Godei 13 Division, Unohana was the oldest Shinigami besides the Captain General Yamamoto Genryu and Rongyu. What's more, in addition to Kaido and medical skills, Unohana also had the extremely terrifying strength of the first-generation Kenpachi. It can be said that for a graduate of the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts, being accepted as a disciple by Captain Unohana is undoubtedly a real blessing from heaven. Once he becomes Unohana disciple, he can walk sideways in the entire Seireitei, but at least no one will dare to knock him down easily. Unohana looked at Senju Makoto's stunned look and asked with a chuckle. Why, don't you want to? Senju Makoto suddenly came to his senses and quickly responded. No, of course not. Then, Senju Makoto's heart flashed with some doubts, but he chose to hug the thigh without any hesitation. Senju Makoto, hello, teacher. Unohana smiled and looked at Senju Makoto's salute, and a bit of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. In fact, Senju Makoto underestimated himself a little. Perhaps due to Senju Makoto's memories of his previous life, Senju Makoto's vision subconsciously placed himself in the category of the entire Soul Society, thinking that his performance could only be regarded as mediocre. However, in fact, Unohana originally intended to investigate Katetsu Yuyun, but he accidentally discovered Senju Makoto, a Kaido genius who entered the Mu Academy from Rukanga. If it was just a so-called genius, it would not be enough to attract Unohana attention. If the time is stretched to 1,000 years, the number of geniuses born is not as numerous as stars, but it is comparable to the number of carp crossing the river. However, as time flies, there are only a few geniuses who can still sit firmly on the captain's throne. However, Senju Makoto's genius is completely different. He is a genius above Kaido and medical skills, completely different from the other geniuses who are mostly good at killing and fighting. In the short few years of Mu Academy, he has mastered almost all the Kaido and medical skills that can be taught in the entire Mu Academy, and his awakened Zanpakuto is also a healing ability. So, Unohana was moved, and he had already started to pay attention to Senju Makoto's performance long before Senju Makoto graduated. What made Unohana even more satisfied was that, after confirming it in person, Unohana could truly feel Senju Makoto's love for the way of the gods and medical skills from his answer. This was almost enough. As for the secret hidden by Senju Makoto, Unohana could feel that Senju Makoto was holding back, but from Unohana perspective, that was only a minor detail. More importantly, Unohana looked at Senju Makoto in front of him, an array of crazy fighting spirit flashed in his crescent-shaped eyes, muttering silently. There can only be one Kenpachi in an era. The fight with Zaraki can be vaguely seen. I've been waiting for so long, for 1,000 years. But before that, at least let me pass on the Kaido and medical skills I have mastered, and train the next qualified captain for the 4th Division. The disappearance of life is inevitable, but at least someone has to try to retain it. Thinking of the last moment, Unohana closed his eyes slightly, and that gentle smile became a little twisted and crazy, which made Senju Makoto feel a chill inexplicably. Sensing the abnormality of Unohana Retsu, Senju Makoto's heart couldn't help but tense. What's with this smile? After I become her apprentice, she won't be planning to torture and humiliate me, right? Unohana Retsu, who usually behaves so gently and intellectually, won't be too perverted in private? Although Unohana Retsu is an undoubted beauty, should I resist at that time? Or should I pretend to resist? Senju Makoto hesitated for a moment and tried to call out softly. Unohana-sensei. Suddenly being interrupted, Unohana Retsu subconsciously let out a slightly dull nasal sound. The next moment, Unohana Retsu reacted and quickly straightened her expression. After a light cough, she spoke calmly, as if the embarrassing reaction just now had nothing to do with her. Makoto, you have worked hard today. Go down and rest first. Ask Vice Captain Yamada to arrange a side room for you in this courtyard. Yes. Makoto Senju, who also needed to sort out the situation, naturally retreated obediently. Watching Makoto Senju's retreating back, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but show a trace of embarrassment on his face. But Makoto, who doesn't like fighting, seems to be the best choice. For people like me, no matter how I try to hide it, my inner instinct is just to use the way of healing and medical skills as tools to kill more freely. Alas! At the end, a barely detectable sigh sounded softly. Senju Makoto, who was also in a state of confusion at the moment, naturally could not guess what Unohana Retsu was really thinking. When Senju Makoto frowned and retreated out of the room, he found that Yamada Sanashuk was still waiting outside. As for the appearance of Senju Makoto, Yamada Sanashuk's face was still cold, and his poisonous tongue instinct was subconsciously activated. Is it over? Come back to the funeral home with me. I'm afraid Aoki Risa is waiting anxiously. Next, get used to life in the funeral home and feel the difference between life and death. There will also be officials who will take time to teach you about the way of righteousness and medical skills from time to time. However, to Yamada Sanashuk's surprise, Senju Makoto's face did not show the expected gloom. Instead, the corners of his mouth curved, looking sunny and gentle, and he spoke. No, Vice Captain Yamada, Unohana teacher asked me to stay in a side room in the courtyard for the time being. Hey? Stay here? This is the captain's courtyard, and the team members live in. Yamada Sanashuk's voice suddenly paused, and then he stared at Senju Makoto with wide eyes, and his voice suddenly rose by 2 tones. Unohana. Teacher. Senju Makoto's slightly immature face showed a few traces of helplessness, and then nodded gently, as if he was still a little embarrassed about this matter. At this moment, Yamada Sanashuk's cold face twitched a few times, and then suddenly turned around and slapped his cheeks a few times, and then a warm smile appeared on his face, and he asked in a gentle tone. Mr. Makoto, please take care of me in the future. Senju Makoto seemed to be a little uncomfortable with Yamada Sanashuk's reaction, and was a little scared, and said hurriedly. Yama. Vice Captain Yamada, what's wrong with you? You were so cold and unruly just now. Chapter 13 Sword Soul. After a while, under the gaze of Senju Makoto, Yamada Sanashuk left the courtyard with a slightly green face. Captain Unohana. I have followed you for hundreds of years. I was the first to arrive at the 4th Division. Why, did you choose Senju Makoto, a kid who just graduated, as your disciple? Originally, Yamada Sanashuk was not so angry, but thinking of the innocent face of that bastard Senju Makoto, and the words that comforted him from time to time, Yamada Sanashuk inexplicably became more and more depressed. However, Yamada Sanashuk can at least confirm one thing, Senju Makoto is definitely not as gentle and harmless as he seems on the surface, but secretly he is a very black-bellied kid. And looking at Yamada Sanashuk's seemingly embarrassed back, Senju Makoto did not forget to wave goodbye, with a gentle and reluctant look on his face. Then, Senju Makoto tidied up the room and put on the team emblem and the Death Tyrant outfit that Yamada Sanashuk had sent over. Senju Makoto brewed a pot of tea for himself, sat in the corridor and smelled the fragrance, looked up at the night sky of Soul Society, and thought about the gains and losses of today. Although there were some twists and turns, he finally joined the 4th Division smoothly. In the future, as a member of the 4th Division, he will have a sufficient excuse to contact the wounded and find opportunities to plant forest seeds. Moreover, to a certain extent, he also stayed away from the battles between the gods of death and avoided exposing unnecessary secrets in the battle. The only unexpected situation was that he was accepted as a disciple by Unohana Retsu. In this way, as a disciple of Unohana Retsu, it was undoubtedly contrary to the low-key policy formulated in the past, and to a certain extent attracted the attention of the senior management of the Seireitei, and even the reaction of Aizen, who had always been extremely fearful, was uncertain. However, under that situation, Senju Makoto, with his own personality, had no position to reject Unohana Retsu. But it's good this way. With the protection of Unohana teacher, it might be safer, and I can also learn more profound Kaido and medical skills. Senju Makoto murmured silently, and a different color flashed in his usually gentle and kind eyes. There is one thing that Senju Makoto did not deceive Unohana Retsu, that is, Senju Makoto did have a great interest in Kaido and medical skills. Unlike the flesh in the present world, the body formed after the soul arrived in the Soul Society was extremely strange in Senju Makoto's eyes. Obviously, the most basic element of the soul in the Soul Society is the spirit particle, but such a body is truly flesh and blood, and even has special similar vein nodes such as lock knot, soul sleep, soul entanglement, etc. As for the essence of Kaido, it is a soul-body spirit particle filling technology. The medical skills of Soul Society are not the Western medicine that Senju Makoto remembers, but are more similar to the concept of traditional Chinese medicine, which uses various herbs to prepare medicines, or stimulates the nodes of the soul body to treat diseases. Cure various diseases. It must be said that compared to the brutal battles between the gods of death, Kaido and medical skills are the real art in Senju Makoto's eyes, a new and interesting art. Thinking about it, Senju Makoto placed the Zanpakuto Senra Wangxiang tied at his waist between his legs, and slowly closed his eyes to enter the state of sword zen. The next moment, as Senju Makoto's vision went dark, he appeared in an extremely bright world in a daze. The blue sky as clear as the lake, the endless green grass, only a small sapling that seemed to have just been planted and a towering tree not far from Senju Makoto. Senju Makoto looked around, as if looking for something, and then shouted, "Don't hide, come out!" As Senju Makoto's voice fell, the green grass at his feet climbed and grew rapidly like a vine, wrapped around his thighs, around his back, and finally stopped at his shoulders. The next moment, green flashed by, and a tiny dot spit out from the top of the green grass and landed in front of Senju Makoto. The small and exquisite body, butterfly-like wings, and the delicate white skin were blocked by a few green leaves. The round eyes stared at Senju Makoto, and there was a bright and innocent smile on his face, just like the elves in the legend. Tisk. However, every time Senju Makoto saw this palm-sized Zanpakuto sword soul, he couldn't help but turn his head away and make an incomprehensible sound. "Wivuwa master, what do you mean?" Senra Wangxiang put his little arms on his waist, and his wings moved and flashed in front of Senju Makoto's eyes in an instant, pouting and asking, "Ah!" However, what responded to Senra Wangxiang was Senju Makoto's long sigh. Once upon a time, Senju Makoto had not imagined having Zanpakuto sword souls like Sodi Shirayuki, Beiji, and Hanaten Kyakotsu. In this way, I hold my Zanpakuto during the day, and my Zanpakuto holds me at night. This kind of mutual dependence is also a kind of warmth, allowing me to feel reliable warmth in this cold soul society. However, Zanpakuto is obviously built with the soul of the god of death itself as the prototype, and the appearance of the sword soul is also closely related to the reflection of the god of death's own thinking. For example, the Zanpakuto sword souls Benjame and Kaiten Kyokotsu of wretched uncles like Yura Harakisuk and Kirako Shunsui are absolutely big sister beauties, and Kokaki Rukia's Zanpakuto Sodi Shirayuki is related to her desire to become a cold and majestic brother in the future. How come when it comes to me, with my own nature, the sword soul has become a palm-sized thing? Could it be that this is a reflection of Thumbelina who accompanied me for half my life in my previous life? Thinking of this, Senju Makoto subconsciously glanced at his right hand. Woo 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 woo. Senluo Wangxiang looked at Jian Shaocheng's reaction and thought of something inexplicably. Her petite body rushed directly to Jian Shaocheng's forehead. Despicable and shameless master, don't think of anything rude. Bang! With a loud bang, a circle of air waves exploded on Jian Shaocheng's forehead. Jian Shaocheng suddenly shot backwards and rolled on the grass for more than 10 circles before stopping. Then, a sharp pain was transmitted from Jian Shaocheng's forehead to his nerves. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! You bastard Senluo Wangxiang, how can a qualified sword spirit attack without even saying hello? It was the master who was rude first, this is the necessary punishment. Senluo Wangxiang, standing on Jian Shaocheng's forehead, said with a ruddy face. What rude things did I do? It was you who knocked me down for no reason and made me roll on the grass for more than 10 times. As he spoke, Jian Shaocheng's eyes became a little dull, and he looked up at the forest of things standing on his forehead, surrounded by green. Chapter 14, Master Zhang. Despicable, shameless, and hateful master, accept the punishment from heaven. The next moment, accompanied by a sharp and shy voice echoing in the grassland, a series of continuous explosions sounded. Boom boom boom. At this moment, countless green grass turned into towering trees and soared into the sky, madly strangling the tiny Jian Shaocheng. In this spiritual space, Jian Shaocheng could only control the small saplings originally planted on the grass and the towering tree. However, although the small sapling and the towering tree can be extended and manipulated freely under the infusion of Senju Makoto's spiritual power, the scale of the two sides is completely not on the same level. In just a moment, the sapling that Senju Makoto manipulated to resist instinctively was directly crushed, and only the towering tree could barely provide assistance to Senju Makoto. Gurgle. Although Senju Makoto has experienced such scenes hundreds of times in the past year, every time he saw the countless trees that were like giant dragons covering the sky and strangling him, Senju Makoto couldn't help but be shocked. Under such an exaggerated power, there is no meaning at all for Baita, Kendo, or the Ghost Way that can be taught by the Mu Spiritual Academy. Only instant step, only escape. In this case, only instant step can play a certain role, allowing Senju Makoto to survive for a while under this exaggerated covering attack. Bang, bang, bang. The giant trees slammed into the ground, brushing past Jian Shaocheng's side like a giant dragon biting at him. The aftermath of the soil that was ejected was like a bullet that flew in all directions. The splashing caused some scratches on Jian Shaocheng's handsome face. However, Jian Shaocheng didn't have the slightest chance to catch his breath. The fury of Senluo Wangxiang came suddenly, and it was rare that he started to act seriously right from the beginning. One by one, giant trees with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell down almost without any gaps. Jian Shaocheng's pupils shrank, and he manipulated the remaining towering giant tree that was barely supporting to break through a gap and escape, and shouted loudly. Hey, 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 Senluo Wangxiang, don't do it yet, I have something to say. Hee. There's nothing to hear anymore. However, the voice that responded to Jian Shaocheng seemed to be broken. This despicable, shameless, hateful, and lecherous master should be destroyed. As the voice of Senluo Wangxiang fell, countless giant trees suddenly squeezed in with Jian Shaocheng as the center, leaving no room for Jian Shaocheng to escape. Crack! First, the towering tree that could still hold on was instantly shattered, and then Jian Shaocheng, who had no room to dodge, turned directly into a ball, sauce. The next moment, the sauce that Jian Shaocheng turned into disappeared as if it was absorbed, but a Jian Shaocheng who looked intact slowly condensed on the trunk of the towering tree. Master Zhang, this time, Lungia just used force, and you can't do it. You can't hold on for less than 5 breaths. However, as Senluo Wangxiang's voice with a little innocence and ridicule sounded, Jian Shaocheng's face turned green, his mouth twitched, and he said angrily, Senluo Wangxiang, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, do you really think I'm made of mud? As Jian Shaocheng's voice fell, a dark green spiritual pressure suddenly burst out from Jian Shaocheng's body, and the surrounding saplings suddenly extended and entangled the only towering tree. The towering tree, with the support of many saplings, seemed to have grown several times larger from a distance, and it seemed to pierce the sky as it soared into the sky. Wow, you despicable, shameless, hateful, perverted master, now you seem to be resisting and struggling a little bit. Come on, let me see if you can make me surrender. In response to Jian Shaocheng, the boundless sea of trees formed by giant dragon-like trees turned into a giant palm covering the sky, and then suddenly grasped the towering tree. The comparison between the two sizes is almost like a palm and a toothpick. The next day, as the morning sun slowly rose, a ray of sunlight fell on Jian Shaocheng's eyelids, and his long eyelashes trembled, and the eyes that opened revealed the fatigue that could not be concealed. Just like the sage time after the matter was done, Senju Makoto, who was killed more than 10 times by Senra Wangxiang in the spiritual space last night, deeply felt the beauty of life and the disgust of fighting. In addition, Senju Makoto felt that his instant step seemed to have improved again. For the god of death, the initial release of Zanpakuto only needs to listen to the voice of the Zanpakuto sword soul, and after knowing the name of the Zanpakuto, the initial release can be awakened. As for the further release of Zanpakuto's initial release, it is necessary to surrender the sword soul of the Zanpakuto, so as to understand and control the true power of the Zanpakuto. But, the power shown by Senra Wangxiang on the fighting side seems to be a little too terrible. So far, Senju Makoto has fought with Senra Wangxiang thousands of times. Not to mention seeing the hope of victory, how many breaths he can hold on often depends on Senra Wangxiang's mood. Although, Senju Makoto also understands that this is also a process for the god of death to get familiar with the power of Zanpakuto. But feeling the warm sunshine falling on his body, Senju Makoto couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his eyes flashing, thinking silently. It's great to be alive. From the dangerous situation of constantly hovering between life and death, Senju Makoto returned to reality again in a daze. Senju Makoto sincerely enjoyed the tranquility and peace at the moment, and was distracted for a while. Didn't you sleep last night? Did you practice? After an unknown amount of time, a gentle voice suddenly sounded behind him, which woke Senju Makoto up. Senju Makoto quickly turned his head and found that it was Unohana with a gentle smile on his face behind him. Teacher. Senju Makoto quickly stood up, and said shyly and embarrassedly like a young and gentle boy. I was too excited last night and couldn't sleep, so I thought about practicing hard and not disappointing the teacher's expectations. You really work hard, Makoto. Unohana nodded with some satisfaction. There is no way. I know that my talent is not good. The only way is to develop the ability of the all-seeing to feel the preciousness of life more deeply and strengthen the healing ability. When he said the last word, even with Senju Makoto's character, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. That abominable Senju Makoto, who called him master sweetly, never forgot to abuse him every time. Don't belittle yourself, Makoto. The ability of the healing system is very precious. Unohana encouraged gently. Chapter 15 The Terrible Unohana. Senju Makoto nodded seriously and answered firmly. Yes, teacher, I understand. There is no weak ability in the true sense, only a weak heart. Unohana heard this, and his eyes brightened slightly. He inexplicably felt that the boy standing in front of him exuded a warm and firm light. Such a gentle and tough heart. No wonder the ability of the Zanpakuto is a healing system. Unohana thought secretly, and his eyes looking at Senju Makoto couldn't help but become more gentle. Even though it was just a simple contact, the feeling that Senju Makoto gave to Unohana was completely different from the other Shinigami. He was not obsessed with power and fighting, nor would he be shaken by the strength of his Zanpakuto. He cherished life, was gentle and firm, and had no bad habits of a so-called genius. For a moment, Unohana became more and more satisfied with this new disciple, and asked with a move in his heart. Makoto, do you mind showing me your Zanpakuto ability? A wood-type Zanpakuto that belongs to the healing side is rare even in the history of Soul Society. Upon hearing this, Senju Makoto's heart tightened slightly, but on the surface he pretended to be calm and released his Zanpakuto. Endless vitality, everything in the universe. As the release words sounded, with Senju Makoto as the center, green grasses emerged around Senju Makoto, exuding tenacious vitality and greenness. Unohana gentle eyes, which were narrowed like crescents, opened a little, looking at every detail of Senju Makoto after he was released, and even bent his knees and stretched out his hand to pinch a grass and pulled it hard. Suddenly, Unohana uttered a nasal sound of doubt. Unlike the fragility that Unohana expected, Unohana was unable to pull out the grass in his hand with a little force. Very tough. Unohana commented. Senju Makoto's expression froze slightly. He never expected that Unohana, who should have a vision higher than the sky, would pay attention to the details of the toughness of the seemingly ordinary green grass. However, although Senju Makoto deliberately used the wrong liberation words to keep Morning Forest in a semi-liberated state, the essence of those green grasses is always a part of Morning Forest, and Senju Makoto cannot make those green grasses fragile. Facing Unohana inquiring eyes, Senju Makoto scratched his head as if he was a little embarrassed, and seemed to be reluctant to discuss it in depth. Teacher, after all, it is a grass, and the only thing worth praising is its vitality and toughness. Unohana replied somewhat noncommittally, and then asked. Makoto, is your Zanpakuto ability to manipulate these green grasses to heal others? Yes. Senju Makoto nodded, and naturally said the answer he had prepared long ago. To be precise, I can manipulate these green grasses to grow and extend by consuming spiritual power, and then these green grasses absorb the spirit particles in the air and deliver them to others for treatment, spiritual power, and vitality replenishment. After a pause, Senju Makoto said somewhat helplessly. For now, it seems that I am limited by my understanding of the way of healing, medical skills and the structure of souls and spirit bodies, so these spirit particles can only heal some minor injuries at present, and serious injuries can only be temporarily stabilized. Unohana heard this and stroked his smooth and white chin, as if he was lost in thought. After a moment, Unohana said while considering. Cheng, have you ever thought about letting the forest of all things go in the opposite direction and absorb the spirit particles and spiritual power from the enemy? The toughness of these green grasses is quite impressive. If they are entangled in large quantities, even a vice-captain level death god will be in a mess and unable to break free for a while. In this way, the forest of all things can fully exert a very strong control ability. Well, if it goes further. Unohana expression was stunned, and a trace of inexplicable light seemed to appear in his eyes. He looked at Senju Makoto steadily and muttered. If this ability can be further fully used by oneself, it is to absorb the spirit particles in the air indefinitely to fill the loss and injury of oneself in battle, so that you can enjoy fighting and fighting forever. At the end, Unohana seemed to trigger some instinct, and his gentle facial features became a little scary, and he even licked his rosy lips subconsciously. Gurgle. But the next moment, Unohana was interrupted by the sound of Senju Makoto swallowing saliva, and then saw Senju Makoto's slightly pale and shocked face. Unohana was stunned and said apologetically. I'm sorry, Makoto, I suddenly remembered something unpleasant. Didn't it scare you? It's okay, teacher. Senju Makoto shook his head, but his still pale face undoubtedly seemed a little unconvincing, which also made Unohanaretsu's face more guilty, and the original inference about Zanpakuto Senra Wangxiang in his mind also stopped. In fact, Senju Makoto was really scared. At that moment, Senju Makoto seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses on Unohanaretsu. Endless blood was constantly oozing out, and the terrifying murderous intent rushed straight into his heart. More importantly, the look in Unohanaretsu's eyes at that moment when he looked at Senju Makoto, was more like looking at some kind of indestructible toy? Or an indestructible sandbag. For a moment, Senju Makoto couldn't help but doubt his choice. It was obvious that joining the 4th Division, which was responsible for treatment, should be the best choice. Why, it seemed that the situation had become extremely dangerous inexplicably. Moreover, what shocked Senju Makoto was the inference made by Unohanaretsu in that short moment, which almost summarized most of the Shikai abilities of Senju Makoto's Zanpakuto Senra Manso. Too scary, this woman. She is worthy of being a god of death who has stood for 1,000 years, worthy of being the first-generation Kenpachi, and worthy of being a woman who stands at the top of the Soul Society in terms of Kaido and medical skills. As a god of death who is also a captain, Kenpachi Zaraki only envisioned himself as a nanny who can restore blood in a range. After observing closely, Unohanaretsu was able to infer the true ability of Senra Manso to a deeper extent. Then, he originally intended to give some pointers on the ability of Senju Makoto's Zanpakuto to add more confidence, and Unohanaretsu, who was very motivated, saw that Senju Makoto was in a bad state, and considerately stopped discussing the ability of all things in the world, and said something as if jokingly. Makoto, you have the potential to awaken the D-understanding. If you really awaken the D-understanding, the position of captain of the 4th Division in the future will be handed over to you, and I will teach you Kendo in person, how about it? Chapter 16 Department Selection. In response to this, Senju Makoto was shocked, and somewhat embarrassedly used the reason of I don't like fighting, and my goal is to always follow the footsteps of Unohana teacher to evade it. Then, Unohanaretsu, as if nothing had happened, took Senju Makoto to familiarize himself with the courtyard with gentleness and consideration like a teacher and sister, and had breakfast with Senju Makoto. It must be said that as a captain-level Shinigami standing at the top of the Soul Society, the power and status he holds are unimaginable for ordinary souls. This breakfast was the most exquisite and delicious food that Makoto Senju had eaten since he traveled through time. Not to mention the food in the Rukanga where supplies were scarce and order was chaotic, even the food in the Mu Spiritual Academy was far from comparable. However, during the whole meal, Makoto Senju seemed to be a little absent-minded. Unohanaretsu saw this and didn't think much about it. He just thought that the murderous intent he accidentally leaked made Makoto Senju, who had just graduated, not recover. However, what Makoto Senju was thinking about was constantly recalling the words that Unohanaretsu had said before. What future captain of the 4th Division? Makoto Senju had already eaten this kind of big cake in his previous life, so he naturally wouldn't naively take it as a vow of love. We are all 1,000-year-old foxes with layers of mask buffs, so let's not play any sincere and heartfelt stories from a strange stories studio. However, Unohanaretsu taught Kendo in person, which was very meaningful. As Makoto Senju tried to put himself in Unohanaretsu's shoes, he finally came to a conclusion with a high possibility: was I accidentally treated as a prey in a fight? Zhao, I finally found a place to stay, but you made me lose so thoroughly. This time, I really became a clown. After going around in circles, I just wanted to be a low-key and ruthless seed planter in the Seireitei, but I didn't expect to be targeted by Unohanaretsu, who was as dangerous as Aizen and Ichiro. For some reason, after breakfast, Unohanaretsu inexplicably saw a few traces of resentment in Makoto Senju's eyes that could not be concealed. It's okay to be constantly slaughtered by Senro Wangxiang in the spiritual space, but can't the real world escape this fate? Unohana Retsu, this terrifying sword teaching will definitely not be a warm and caring guidance, but it will most likely be a crazy and bloody fight. Now everyone is acting as if nothing happened, we break up peacefully. No, is it too late to break up the master-disciple relationship peacefully? Just as Chien Shao Makoto was wailing in his heart, he suddenly felt his chin being wrapped delicately. When he looked carefully, it was Unohana Retsu's white and slender fingers that gently lifted Chien Shao Makoto's chin. For a moment, in Chien Shao Makoto's field of vision, Unohana Retsu's delicate and beautiful facial features were almost within reach, and he could even clearly distinguish the tenderness and concern in Unohana Retsu's eyes. Chien Shao Makoto's pupils trembled, and his face was almost instantly covered with a burst of pink. Too close. Senju Makoto could even feel the gentle heat and faint fragrance exhaled by Unohana Retsu, and the mature and intellectual charm of the queen almost came to his face, making Senju Makoto dazed. Whether in the previous life or this life, this was the first time that Senju Makoto was so close to the opposite sex, so close that Senju Makoto's physiological instincts were a little messed up. Old teacher, too close. Haha. In response to Senju Makoto, there was a soft laugh, and Unohana Retsu's index finger pointed at Senju Makoto's forehead, directly pushing Senju Makoto away a little, and then smiled generously. Makoto, whether it is the intention to kill or the opposite sex approaching, it has such a serious reaction, which is very bad. Sorry, teacher. At this moment, what else can Senju Makoto say except retreat? And Unohana Retsu said with a smile. I was a little hesitant about which department to assign you to, but now it's decided. Ah? Department? Senju Makoto was a little surprised. The number of people in each of the 13th Godai squads varies greatly due to their different responsibilities. For example, the 4th squad, a treatment squad, has only 300 people due to the lack of new recruits. The 13th squad, which has the largest number of people in the 13th Godai squad, is responsible for purifying the real world. The team members need to stay in the cities of the real world to purify the hollows and prevent the real world from being destroyed by the hollows. Therefore, the number of people in the 13th squad can reach an astonishing number of thousands, but most of them need to stay in the cities of the real world for a long time, but there are not many in the Siraidai. Therefore, in addition to the fixed captain, vice captain and chief officer system in the 13th Godai squad, the management system in each squad is completely different. In the 4th squad, it is mainly divided into different departments, taking into account combat medical treatment and daily treatment of various diseases. However, Senju Makoto originally thought that he would need to follow Unohana Retsu and concentrate on learning the Dao and medical skills for a period of time. Unexpectedly, Unohana Retsu was willing to assign Senju Makoto to the department so quickly. Room to contact the patients. There is no doubt that this is exactly what Senju Makoto desires, and even the look in Senju Makoto's eyes when he looks at Unohana Retsu reveals a bit of eagerness. If nothing unexpected happens, from a purely rational point of view, the Zanpakuto ability shown by Senju Makoto is most suitable for the surgical department, facing the large number of injuries caused by the daily training or sparring of the Shinigami in the Siraidai. This is also the reason why Senju Makoto has been waiting for this opportunity, so he has never concealed that his Zanpakuto Senra Wangxiang has an unparalleled advantage in treating various minor injuries. The opportunity to succeed in a legitimate way is here. Just when Senju Makoto was happy in his heart, Unohana Retsu also smiled and spoke gently. First of all, Makoto, your Zanpakuto has the ability to treat a large area, and you also lack the experience of facing combat directly, so you need to be listed in the combat support department. If there is an emergency that requires the 4th Division to provide treatment support, you need to follow me or Sanashuk for rescue. Is that okay? Yes, I will follow the teacher's orders. Senju Makoto responded obediently, with a look of obedience, which did not surprise Senju Makoto, and it was undoubtedly in line with Senju Makoto's idea. And Unohana paused and continued. In addition, the department you usually see patients in, then, gynecology. Gynecology, gynecology. Senju Makoto was struck by lightning when he heard this, and his expression management was completely out of control. He looked at Unohana in front of him with disbelief, and only one thought flashed through his mind. How can this seed be sown? In gynecology, what chance of wounds bleeding? Chapter 17 How to Repay the Teacher. Unohana, who was always paying attention to Senju Makoto's reaction, looked at the seemingly innocent and gentle face with the corner of his eyes. He seemed to be a little aggrieved and dared not say a word, and inexplicably felt a kind of pleasure. Could it be that this is the reason why Yoryuki often teases the young master of the Kokaki family? It seems not bad. Thinking of this, Unohana smile seemed to be brighter, and he said, Makoto, you can also raise any objections. Senju Makoto's eyes twitched a little, and he clearly felt that Unohana seemingly gentle and intellectual tone had a kind of dark playfulness. Although, this is just an intuition, as a kind of person, Senju Makoto did feel it. This is definitely not to leave room for negotiation, but just to enjoy the bad taste of depriving the other party of the last bit of derived hope. However, the choice of department is too important to Senju Makoto. Even if he knows that this is a trap set by Unohana to play with prey, Senju Makoto can only jump in like this. Teacher. Senju Makoto gritted his teeth and threw away his dignity and moral integrity in front of the beautiful and intellectual woman in front of him. Then he bit his lower lip slightly, pinched the corner of his death suit with his fingers, and showed his uneasiness to the fullest. I am good at healing trauma. I don't teach gynecology at the Shin'o Spiritual Academy. At the end, Senju Makoto looked at Unohana timidly and ashamedly, and then, as if he was worried about Unohana scolding and disappointment, he half knelt on the tatami and said loudly, I am very sorry, teacher. I will work harder to make up for my shortcomings in the future. At this moment, Unohana conscience could not help but flash a trace of shame and hesitation. What a pure child, it seems that I shouldn't tease him like this. But the next moment, that trace of shame and hesitation disappeared completely without a trace. After all, Unohana, as a famous villain in Seoul society 1,000 years ago, and also the first-generation Kenpachi, has little conscience. Makoto, I know that there is no content about gynecology in the teaching of Kaido and medical arts at the Shin'o Academy of Spiritual Arts. This is not your fault. After all, when I was editing the textbooks of Kaido and medical arts at the Shin'o Academy of Spiritual Arts, I did not expect that there would be students who have pure enthusiasm and love for Kaido and medical arts. After a pause, Unohana changed his tone and said, It's just that this is also to enable you to grow faster. Whether it is Kaido or medical arts, it essentially needs to be based on the understanding of the structure of the soul body to carry out treatment, right? Yes, teacher. Although Makoto Senju knew that Unohana had something to say, he could not deny this basic common sense. Unohana nodded with satisfaction and continued. I have carefully read the records of your treatment in the Shin'o Academy. Your level of Hwideo and medical skills are already quite good, but if you want to continue to improve, you will inevitably need to conduct in-depth research and understanding of the soul structure. For general new team members, the best way is naturally to start learning from the dead souls in the funeral home, but with your level, you can skip this stage, so I plan to arrange you to the gynecology department. Why not arrange me to the surgery department where I am more proficient? Senju Makoto vaguely understood Unohana meaning, but he couldn't help but bite the bullet and argued. Unohana was not impatient at all, and patiently explained to Senju Makoto. Because the structure of male souls and female souls is very different, as a man, if you want to study the structure of male souls, you can do it by yourself, but if you want to be exposed to a large number of female soul structures, then the gynecology department is undoubtedly the best choice. At this moment, Senju Makoto couldn't help but feel a little numb. Although he felt that something was wrong, he didn't know why. Sexually, I feel that Unohana is completely right. Finished. I am not his opponent at all, I can't refute him. Makoto, don't have too many unnecessary burdens and shyness in your heart. You are already a member of the 4th Division. In treatment, members of the 4th Division only have patience in their eyes, and other distractions can be completely put aside. And you don't want to fail in emergency treatment one day because of your lack of understanding of the structure of the female soul, right? Unohana gently persuaded Senju Makoto, which made Senju Makoto have a little doubt in his heart. Could it be that Unohana teacher really has no other thoughts, just to train me? Unohana looked at the expression on Senju Makoto's face that gradually eased and calmed down, and then said, and even I have deeply understood the structure of the male soul countless times in the past. Hearing this, Senju Makoto's heart, which had just slowed down, suddenly became confused, and he subconsciously looked at Unohana. And Unohana smiled mysteriously at Senju Makoto, and said in a playful and mysterious way, "Don't look at me like this, I'm a real 1000-man killer." Senju Makoto. This, is he driving? Even after shifting the gear to the highest gear, he directly pulled out the gear lever, right? Subconsciously, Senju Makoto actually subconsciously felt a little envious in his heart. Being cut by the unique and beautiful sword of Unohana is also a death without a trace. Wait! Senju Makoto's consciousness cleared up and he reacted instantly. 1000-man killer. Others may be metaphorically saying something, but Unohana can really kill thousands of people. The so-called in-depth understanding of the male soul structure, can't it be directly disemboweled? When Senju Makoto thought of this, his eyes suddenly became clear, and then what came into his eyes was Unohana half-smile. Makoto, you weren't thinking about something rude just now, were you? Unohana asked with a smile. Senju Makoto answered rationally and seriously. I'm just wondering why the teacher is so kind to me. I don't know how to repay the teacher in the future. Unohana heard this and was about to take the opportunity to mention Senju Makoto's Zanpakuto ability, but Senju Makoto didn't give Unohana a chance to speak and continued. I can only work 10 times harder to learn Kaido and medical skills, so as not to disappoint the teacher's expectations and kindness. Good guy, since he can answer quickly, right? Unohana almost couldn't catch his breath, pursed his lips, and then smiled. Makoto has such a side, which makes it more interesting and not too boring. Then, Unohana said gently. Makoto, come with me, I will take you directly to the gynecology department. Chapter 18 Makoto-kun, is a woman. Then, under the leadership of Unohana Senju Makoto, wearing a Shinigami costume, followed him to the gynecology department in the 4th squad with a well-behaved look. Along the way, wherever Unohana passed by, he would almost always attract a large number of admiring eyes, and whether it was the members of the 4th Division or other Shinigami who came to the 4th Division for treatment, they all saluted respectfully. Although the captain-level Shinigami have a respected status in the Seireitei, the reactions of many Shinigami are enough to show Unohana popularity and reputation. In the face of many Shinigami's greetings, Unohana also nodded and responded with a gentle smile. In addition, Senju Makoto could also feel some of the eyes on him from time to time, either puzzled or envious. Thinking of this, Senju Makoto looked at Unohana profile. Under the sun, the intellectual and elegant temperament seemed to set off the gentle Unohana like a beautiful flower. However, even if it was only a moment, Unohana also noticed Senju Makoto's gaze and asked, Makoto, what's wrong? Senju Makoto quickly retracted his gaze and answered. As expected of a teacher, you are so popular. I envy you. Envy? Unohana was stunned for a moment when he heard this. In the entire Soul Society, there is almost an atmosphere of admiring the strong. This is not only because of the existence of power, but more because everyone's thinking has almost similar tendencies. However, pure envy is not a manifestation of admiring the strong, but a dangerous manifestation of thinking. Only when you treat people of the same level will you feel envy. Senju Makoto can have this kind of thinking, either because he regards himself as an equal existence, not an insurmountable strong, or, Senju Makoto's thinking is more inclined to the source of chaos that the nobles who rule the Soul Society collectively fear, the kind of thinking that is not bound by class and rules. Thinking of this, Unohana couldn't help but look at Senju Makoto. He didn't say anything on the surface, but he subconsciously had a hint of doubt in his heart. Could it be, because I acted too equal to Makoto, and I just graduated and don't really understand what the so-called captain level is? If Makoto Senju knew that Unohana had deduced so many things from just 2 words, he would definitely put Unohana in the first place. Even if Makoto Senju noticed the confused look in Unohana eyes at the end, he had no idea that the word he said unintentionally would reveal some of his nature. Unlike normal souls in Soul Society, some of the rigid ideas, including kings, princes, generals, and ministers, are they of different species, are still engraved in Senju Makoto's soul. Therefore, admiring the strong has never been Senju Makoto's nature. If the throne is vacant, then you should compete and take its place. This is the most normal thinking in Senju Makoto's eyes. Finally, Unohana couldn't help but look at Senju Makoto again. The innocent boy smiled very gently, and seemed harmless. Is it an illusion? Have I been thinking too much recently? Unohana raised his hand and rubbed his temple. Seeing that he had arrived at the gynecology department, he didn't go into it further. Then, Unohana asked Senju Makoto to wait in the corridor, and Unohana was looking for the squad leader in charge of the gynecology department. After all, Unohana asked Senju Makoto to join the gynecology department only on a whim, so he naturally needed to make specific arrangements with the leader in charge of the gynecology department first. As Unohana left, Senju Makoto stood alone near the gate of the gynecology department, staring at the large number of female Shinigami coming and going and the strange looks that fell on him from time to time, and the whole person couldn't help but look a little uncomfortable. When he thought about staying in such an environment in the future, Senju Makoto's face turned green. Sure enough, he was definitely fooled by Unohana. Originally, Senju Makoto thought that there were also a large number of male team members in the gynecology department, otherwise Unohana wouldn't have said it so naturally and smoothly. But Senju Makoto stood in the corridor and observed back and forth for a while, and even the male cats wandering around the gynecology department had been sterilized. At this moment, Senju Makoto suddenly heard his name. Senju Makoto. Turning his head, he saw that the person who appeared next to him was Aoki Risa, who he had met at the funeral home yesterday. Makoto, what are you doing here? Aoki Risa asked puzzledly. Meeting an acquaintance, Senju Makoto felt no joy in his heart, but felt a sense of being caught, and explained somewhat helplessly. I was arranged to intern here. Aoki Risa heard this and subconsciously exclaimed. Internship? How could it be? This is the gynecology department. Instantly, Senju Makoto felt a wave of eyes from all around, which made Senju Makoto subconsciously grab Aoki Risa's wrist and quickly drag Aoki Risa to a corner with few people on the side. Let go, Makoto. Senju Makoto took a look and found that Aoki Risa, who looked like a girl next door, was completely different from the familiar social bull yesterday. She was forced to hand over the work, and now her whole face turned pink. Sorry. Senju Makoto quickly let go of Aoki Risa and apologized. This also made Aoki Risa breathe a sigh of relief. She looked to the side as if she didn't dare to look at her eyes, stretched out her little hand and fanned her face, and asked. Makoto, is there something wrong? There is no history of male Shinigami internships in the gynecology department. I hope it's a mistake. Senju Makoto sighed and said helplessly. It seems that this is almost certain that this is the evil taste of Unohana, black-hearted, flower, and split. Ah! Aoki Risa uttered a puzzled syllable and murmured. Come to think of it, Makoto didn't go to the funeral home to hand over the work yesterday, but was arranged to intern in the gynecology department. Could it be? At this point, Aoki Risa seemed to have thought of something, turned her head and stared at Senju Makoto, with a look of pupils shaking, and said. Is Makoto a woman? Or is he a noble, so he is being taken special care of? Senju Makoto. At this moment, Senju Makoto was numb. Unohana teacher, look. In the world of soul society, people would rather believe my gender than believe your outrageous operation of arranging me to the gynecology department. This is almost as outrageous as the fact that the vice-captain of the 2nd division of the secret mobile team has always been a fat man. It is completely unreasonable. For a moment, Senju Makoto had vaguely felt that he would be regarded as a spectacle in the gynecology department in the future, and this matter would be quickly spread throughout the entire jingling court as gossip. Chapter 19 Aoki Chiyoko. No. Senju Makoto opened his mouth weakly, and was about to explain something. Aoki Risa seemed to have made a completely self-consistent logic for his guess, and even stretched out his hand to gently pinch Senju Makoto's face, and said in admiration. Makoto, no wonder you look so delicate and beautiful, and your disguise looks so perfect, really like a beautiful boy. After a pause, Aoki Risa leaned slightly towards Senju Makoto, as if she had completely regarded Senju Makoto as a homosexual, and said. No wonder my heartbeat seemed to speed up when I saw you at the funeral home. I'm not interested in men, but when I realized this later, I was shocked. I didn't expect that Jinjun was actually a woman. This is very reasonable. At the end, Aoki Risa patted her bamboo shoots with one hand and pinched Senju Makoto's face with the other hand, saying admiringly. Makoto, your skin is really smooth and tender. Do you use milk for your skin care? Let's discuss it tonight. Senju Makoto. Is this reasonable? Senju Makoto faintly smelled the lily scent wafting from Aoki Risa's body and felt that this was not reasonable at all. No wonder this girl acted like a community bull yesterday, and no wonder her face turned red when she was pulled on the wrist just now. It turns out that this girl really has a problem. How can she drive a big car at such a young age? No. No, isn't the point that I was teased? I am a real man, and I look a little delicate, which is also to maintain a harmless temperament. And what does the last sentence mean? Lily. Don't even think about blooming in my green grassland. Just when Senju Makoto was a little angry and wanted to slap Aoki Risa away and scold Aoki Risa righteously, a familiar and gentle voice suddenly sounded behind him. But the gentleness that seemed to make people feel like spring breeze made Senju Makoto suddenly dream back to winter. Makoto. I didn't expect that. I just walked away for a while, and you have already gotten along so well with your colleagues. Well. In this way, I don't need to worry about you being rejected in the gynecology department. Unohana Retsu looked at Senju Makoto and Aoki Risa leaning against each other in an ambiguous posture in front of him, and his gentle smile did not change at all, but instead added a reminder. But this is the gynecology department after all, Cheng, you have to pay attention to the impact, otherwise if you stimulate some patients, they may even draw their knives. The doctor-patient relationship must be taken seriously. However, these gentle and heartfelt words, when heard by Senju Cheng, were almost the same as naked threats. When Unohana Retsu appeared, Aoki Risa was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted, and hurriedly distanced herself from Senju Cheng, bowing in embarrassment and respect. Unohana Retsu nodded gently and asked with a smile. You are the daughter of Aoki Goze, right? Your performance is quite good, please keep up the good work in the future. Yes. Aoki Risa was almost excited when she heard this, and her eyes were almost shining when she looked at Unohana. It was not only pure admiration, but also seemed to be mixed with a trace of lily light that she dared not hope for. It was not until this moment that Makoto Senju, who had been warned by Unohana, noticed a Shinigami standing next to Unohana, who had the temperament of a mature young woman. No, a more accurate description should be a royal sister who was mixed with charm, maturity, and seriousness, and she was wearing the armband of the 5th officer of the 4th division, and her face was somewhat similar to that of Risa Aoki. The 5th officer of Aoki also noticed the existence of Makoto Senju, but her serious expression did not change at all. After a glance, he spoke on behalf of Risa Aoki. "Captain, you are too kind. Risa is still immature and has just barely finished her studies at the funeral home. Chiyoko, don't be too harsh on children. Appropriate recognition will give them more motivation to move forward, and Risa's performance is also remarkable. Next, you can directly treat patients in the department, right?" Unohana asked. "Yes, Captain." Chiyoko Aoki answered meticulously. Unohana nodded and said, "Then let Makoto and Risa team up, and let Risa be assigned to the 5th rescue team directly under the gynecology department, how about that?" Aoki Chiyoko heard this, her eyes revealed a hint of surprise, and then she hurriedly said, "Captain, how can this be? Risa's ability has not yet reached the level of joining the rescue team. It doesn't matter, giving the younger generation more opportunities is the best virtue for a senior. Besides, Makoto's emergency responsibility is quite good, which is just right for Risa and Makoto to learn from each other." At the end, Unohana tone was a little heavier, which was considered to be the final word on the matter, and he didn't give Aoki Chiyoko a chance to refute it. "Then, I will thank the captain on behalf of Risa," Aoki Chiyoko said gratefully. "The Godai 13 is not a loose and disorderly organization. On the contrary, the internal system of the Godai 13 is strict, and the upper and lower levels are orderly. Except for some real monsters, or geniuses who can easily master the knowledge. It is not easy for ordinary Shinigami to be promoted to a high position in the Godai 13th division. The chief officer is often the biggest dream that ordinary Shinigami can reach. In the 4th division, which is different from other divisions, the chief officer is not appointed purely based on the strength of combat power, and because the specific Kaido and medical skills are difficult to accurately and comprehensively evaluate and divide the gap. Therefore, in addition to the need to be recognized and acknowledged by the captain, the chief officer of the 4th division is also selected from the members of the rescue team directly managed by the corresponding chief officer, to show that the Kaido and medical skills of the previous chief officer have been thoroughly passed on to the next chief officer. Similar to the system of the department, it is just the management system of the 4th division to maintain the medical mission of the Seiridai on a daily basis. The real elite members of the 4th division will be selected to join the rescue team of the corresponding department and serve as emergency medical assistants. Therefore, Unohana special permission for Aoki Risa to join the 5th rescue team is undoubtedly the greatest reward and encouragement to the Aoki family. In addition, this also reduced the pressure on Chiyoko Aoki, who had been the chief officer of the 4th division and led a rescue team to maintain her status as a middle-class noble. After her husband died decades ago, this was undoubtedly the best news Chiyoko Aoki had ever heard. I believe that after the fact that Risa Aoki was specially allowed by Captain Unohana to join the rescue team spread, the Aoki family's already shaky middle-class noble status will be completely stabilized. Thinking of this, Chiyoko Aoki, who had sent Unohana out of the department, had the image of Makoto Senju in her mind, and she subconsciously had a better impression of him. Chapter 20 Pig Brain Overload? However, just as Chiyoko Aoki was considering how to show appropriate goodwill to Makoto Senju, the captain's disciple, without causing dissatisfaction among the other members of the gynecology department, she opened the door of the office and saw Risa Aoki holding Makoto Senju's arms with both hands. He kept shaking, cheering with his face flushed with excitement. "Makoto, that's great, did you hear me just now? The captain allowed me to join the rescue team. Don't worry, Aoki Risa, will protect you from now on." As for Senju Makoto, he was perfunctory to Aoki Risa a little absent-mindedly. It must be said that the more scenery you see on the road, the more you become an old driver. Senju Makoto was originally a physiological novice who rarely had the opportunity to have close contact with women. This morning, he was a little out of control because of Unohana Retsu's intentional or unintentional teasing. Now, experiencing Aoki Risa's intimate caress from time to time, his mentality is somewhat calm. After all, after witnessing the abyss of the sea, how could he lose control because of it? More importantly, Senju Makoto still has the eyes of Unohana Retsu when he left, full of gentle eyes, repeatedly appearing in his mind. But Senju Makoto knew very well that if he didn't return to the courtyard early to punch in tonight, Unohana Retsu would mistakenly think that he and Aoki Risa were really studying the topic of milk skin care. And he might die ugly. Ahem. As Chiyoko Aoki saw that there was still a dazed and out-of-control Senju Makoto and Aoki Risa in the office, she couldn't help but cough loudly twice. Suddenly, Aoki Risa was almost like a mouse seeing a cat, and quickly quieted down and said fearfully, "Mother." Senju Makoto also greeted with respect. "Aoki Wuxi." Chiyoko Aoki first nodded to Senju Makoto in response, and then looked at Aoki Risa with a sharp and serious look and scolded. "Risa, how rude is this? Why don't you apologize to Makoto-kun?" Senju Makoto scratched his hair seemingly innocently, and hurriedly helped Aoki Risa quibble as if embarrassed, and secretly said with a little anger. "Aoki Wuxi, Risa has not been rude at all. On the contrary, I envy Risa's liveliness and innocence. I guess Risa Aoki's childhood must have been very carefree and happy." Instantly, Chiyoko Aoki's face almost completely darkened. Lively and innocent, this is undoubtedly a compliment that should not appear on a qualified heir of the nobility. Perhaps I am too busy with work and have indulged Risa too much. It's time for Risa to recall the cutting love of her childhood and understand the responsibilities and honors of the Aoki family that she now bears. Feeling Chiyoko Aoki's gloomy gaze, Risa Aoki's body almost subconsciously trembled, obviously recalling some kind of childhood warmth. However, due to the presence of Makoto Senju, Chiyoko Aoki did not get angry, but just said in a serious tone. "Since Makoto has spoken up for you, let's forget about it this time. Don't forget the responsibility and honor you shoulder. You must not do anything that will damage the Aoki family." "Yes, mother." Makoto Senju, who was standing on the side, bit her lip and answered while looking at Aoki Risa. Then, Chiyoko Aoki, who was serious but had an inexplicably mature and charming face, smiled with a bit of kindness and said, "I'm sorry, Makoto, I made you laugh." Makoto Senju replied with a bit of timidity. The family tradition of the Aoki 5 seats is very strict, and they can be called a model of nobility. This sentence also made Chiyoko Aoki's eyes light up slightly, and the kindness she showed to Makoto Senju became stronger, and there was a hint of intimacy. As the only disciple of Captain Unohana so far, although Makoto Senju was born in the lowest class of Rukanga, it is not impossible that he will be ranked at the captain level in the future. Being friends with Makoto Senju, who has great potential, and being affirmed by Makoto Senju are both good enough for the Aoki family. Mr. Makoto is too kind. My daughter will need more guidance from Mr. Makoto in the future. Listening to the exchange between Chiyoko Aoki and Makoto Senju, Risa Aoki was more and more sure that Makoto Senju was a real noble, otherwise Captain Unohana would not take special care of him, and her mother, who attached great importance to the honor of the nobles, would not show an attitude similar to that of a superior noble. Thinking of this, Risa Aoki could not help but remind her with some pride. "Mother, Makoto is a woman." Chiyoko Aoki was startled and scolded in a tone as cold as ice. What nonsense! Makoto is the new disciple of Captain Unohana. What? Risa Aoki was stunned, turned her head and looked at the seemingly innocent and handsome boy beside her in disbelief, and then almost the whole head turned red from the neck. Faintly, Makoto Senju seemed to see that the top of Risa Aoki's head was smoking. Pig! Pig brain overload? Makoto Senju blinked innocently, and couldn't help but silently commented in his heart that it was worth it that he had not clarified and explained after noticing Risa Aoki's fear of Chiyoko Aoki. This time, Risa Aoki will probably be able to enjoy the love from her mother after returning home at night. Afterwards, after Risa Aoki made such a mistake in front of Captain Unohana's disciples, Chiyoko Aoki arranged a new outpatient office for Makoto Senju and Risa Aoki in the gynecology department for study and consultation with a dark face. Although Chiyoko Aoki was worried about Makoto Senju's true level, Risa Aoki had already reached the ability to consult independently. It was only to avoid leaving a handle that Chiyoko Aoki forced Risa Aoki to transition to the funeral home like an ordinary new team member. Therefore, with Risa Aoki as a partner, Chiyoko Aoki did not have any concerns about the issue of receiving consultations. Instead of worrying, what really needs to be worried about are some rumors. As Chiyoko Aoki left, the new outpatient office fell into a dead silence. Risa Aoki seemed to have been acupunctured. Apart from digging the foundation with her toes, she did not dare to look in the direction of Makoto Senju, and did not even make a sound, as if she was afraid of attracting the attention of Makoto Senju, and thus dying in front of the person concerned. In response, Makoto Senju chose to be quiet and began to read the relevant Hwido and medical books about the gynecology department from Chiyoko Aoki. After all, Unohana Retsu is at the top of the entire Soul Society's Hwido and medical skills. Even if Makoto Senju is her disciple, many of the knowledge that is relatively advanced but still extremely basic compared to the Shino Spiritual Academy, even if Unohana Retsu does not mind teaching in person, Makoto Senju understands that this is not the right learning attitude. It's like, you can't take a simple quadratic function to ask the top mathematicians for the solution process, right? Chapter 21 Gift. In the following time, as expected, there were no patients to see, and the only sound in the office was the occasional rustling of pages being turned by Senju Makoto. Compared to humans in the present world, the lifespan of the Shinigami is much longer, and some, like Unohana Retsu, have served as captains for nearly 1,000 years. During this long life, the circle within the Seireitei is much smaller than expected. Which of the members of the 4th Division is more trustworthy in those medical fields is more likely to stand out and be known by other Shinigami and nobles. Therefore, most of the members who have just joined the department are more of a learning environment. In this regard, Senju Makoto is not impatient at all, and keeps a steady pace to learn the knowledge that will not be taught in the Shinyang Spiritual Academy. In addition, this is also a precious knowledge of the way of Kaido and medical skills that is difficult to obtain in other divisions except the 4th Division. This was entirely thanks to Senju Makoto's status as Unohana Retsu's disciple, otherwise Aoki Chiyoko would not have handed over the precious books on Hwido and medical skills to Senju Makoto without reservation. But this made Aoki Risa miserable. She sat motionless on a chair not far from Senju Makoto for a whole half-day, feeling awkward and tortured. Dong dong dong. As the bell rang to mark the end of the department's shift that day, Aoki Risa stood up almost swish and ran away as fast as she could. Risa. Just as Aoki Risa pushed open the door of the office and took the first step, Senju Makoto's gentle voice sounded from behind. Aoki Risa's body stiffened, and her face became rosy again in almost the blink of an eye. Shame, embarrassment, and helplessness. Just when Aoki Risa thought that Senju Makoto would say something excessive, or laugh at her for not being able to distinguish gender, or Senju Makoto would scold her for being rude to him. However, as Aoki Risa slowly turned her head with a stiff neck, what came into view was Senju Makoto, whose half-body was bathed in the sunset, and whose smile was bright and warm. Risa, thank you for your care today, see you tomorrow. Ah! Aoki Risa was startled, staring blankly at the innocent and gentle boy in front of her for a long time, and then she suddenly came back to her senses and bowed slightly. Yes, see you tomorrow, Makoto. Immediately, Aoki Risa ran out almost like a fugitive, and even the panicked dong 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 footsteps could be heard from afar. Until this time, Senju Makoto couldn't help but slightly bend his eyes, revealing his true joy. See you tomorrow, Risa, I hope you will have a very pleasant night. Perhaps Aoki Risa, who was immersed in her own embarrassment and social death, overlooked something. But Senju Makoto did not forget the gloomy expression of Aoki Chiyoko. If nothing unexpected happens, what will happen to Aoki Risa when she returns home later? Tomorrow. Risa probably won't limp back to the department, right? Humph, a mere lily dares to offend me? Thinking of this, Senju Makoto's mood can't help but be much happier. However, when Senju Makoto returned to the courtyard, the smile on his face almost froze instantly. Are you back so early? Appearing in front of Senju Makoto was Unohana, who was kneeling on the tatami and making tea in an elegant and gentle manner. Yes, teacher. Senju Makoto sat down obediently opposite Unohana and carefully sipped the tea that Unohana pushed over. Immediately, Senju Makoto's eyes brightened slightly. The tea was clear and slightly bitter at first, but then it turned into a sweet taste. With a slight breath, I could almost clearly feel the fragrance lingering on my lips and teeth. Good tea. Although Senju Makoto didn't know much about the tea ceremony in Seoul society, this was undoubtedly good tea, and it might even be good tea for captain-level Shinigami and high-ranking nobles. Unohana looked at Senju Makoto's reaction, picked up a small gift box beside him and put it in front of Senju Makoto, saying, "Since you like it, take these tea leaves and make some." "Thank you, teacher." Senju Makoto thanked him, then noticed the beautiful gift box that had been packaged in advance, and asked with some confusion, "Teacher, how do you know I like tea?" "This morning, I saw the teacup you put aside." After a pause, Unohana continued. "Although the tea prepared in the guest room is not bad, it still has some flaws, so I prepared a gift for you, which can also be regarded as your gift for becoming my disciple." It must be said that although in just 2 short days during the day, Makoto Senju was played by Unohana to the point of ecstasy, but at this moment, he couldn't help but feel touched. This kind of thought is quite precious. Suddenly, Makoto Senju paused while stroking the gift box, and when he moved his fingers away, he found that it was the flower of the 6th division. Almost in a flash, Makoto Senju realized that perhaps the preparation of this gift was not as light and indifferent as Unohana showed. Perhaps, this was the tea that Unohana had specially asked for from the 6th division, the leader of the nobles. However, at this moment, Unohana, holding the teacup in both hands, suddenly spoke. "Makoto, did you have a good time with Risa today?" "Well, still." Makoto Senju paused, and cold sweat almost overflowed from his forehead, and he held back the word punishment at the end. If he was not careful, this gift might become his tribute. Unohana, with curved eyebrows and gentle and intellectual demeanor, continued. "Risa is still a very good child. You should get along well with each other, but don't ignore the knowledge of Hwido and medical skills." Senju Makoto's mind turned rapidly, and he almost ignored the first half of Unohana words to cover up the real meaning without hesitation, knowing that the focus was undoubtedly in the second half. "Yes, teacher, I read the books left by Aoki Gose today, and I also had some questions." As Senju Makoto said this, he took out a small notebook from his arms and asked Unohana like a good student. Unohana took a sip of tea, and his gentle expression did not change at all from beginning to end. He did not interrupt Senju Makoto, and listened quietly to Senju Makoto's questions, and occasionally gave a suggestion and answer. After a long time, Senju Makoto returned to his room sweating profusely, and the whole person almost lay on the tatami in exhaustion as if he had been squeezed dry. After only being in the gynecology department for half a day, how many questions could Senju Makoto have accumulated? Chapter 22 If you like to eat, just eat more. After all, Senju Makoto didn't go to the gynecology department to kill hundreds of female death gods. Therefore, the questions that Senju Makoto used to pass the test this time were almost all the unclear points about the way of healing and medical skills that Senju Makoto had understood in recent years. Senju Makoto really couldn't imagine how Unohana could squeeze out the last drop so accurately without embarrassing Senju Makoto. Could it be? Unohana was really experienced in the way of healing and medical skills. Suddenly, Senju Makoto widened his eyes, and sat on it with a whoosh, muttering. I was fooled. There is no doubt that Senju Makoto was sent to the gynecology department by Unohana today, and then used the gift as an excuse, and he completely fell into the rhythm of Unohana. This also caused Senju Makoto to completely forget to make some reservations in secret, and let Unohana personally understand Senju Makoto's current level of Hwideo and medical skills. That is to say, if one day I slack off in the department, I will be completely exposed if I am questioned like this. Senju Makoto's eyes slowly lost their luster. At the same time, in the courtyard of the Aoki family, Aoki Risa knelt dejectedly on the ground covered with stones. The cold wind blew, and she subconsciously hugged herself tightly with both hands, trying to get a little warmth. This is a punishment, from Aoki Chioko's punishment for Aoki Risa's disrespect and misconduct today. It is undoubtedly a big deal to tease and slander Captain Unohana disciples as if they were women. If Senju Makoto is determined to get to the bottom of it, it is very likely that the entire Aoki family will be directly implicated. Therefore, when Aoki Risa returned home, she was almost immediately subjected to the most severe punishment from Aoki Chioko. Not only was she not allowed to eat dinner, she was even required to kneel on the ground and repent all night until dawn. Although Aoki Risa was tired, hungry, and cold, she still did not dare to resist Aoki Chioko's authority. Moreover, Aoki Risa also understood that her mother had a hard time. After her father died irresponsibly, she had to carry the Aoki family alone. However, it stands to reason that Aoki Risa should be angry at Senju Makoto, who could have explained and refuted it immediately. I just don't know why, Aoki Risa, who has been slightly repelling men since childhood, has the pure and gentle appearance of Senju Makoto in her mind, and she subconsciously found a reason for Senju Makoto. Maybe, he just wants to indulge me? Or is it too late to remind me? Or is he willing to quickly get familiar with me in a self-degrading way? Thank me for taking care of me today? Really, I didn't do anything. Even at this moment when I was tired and hungry, Aoki Risa, who was blowing in the cold wind in the night, felt that Senju Makoto's smile would be so warm for some reason. The next day, when Senju Makoto started his day of clocking in the gynecology department on time, he found that Aoki Risa actually appeared in the office earlier than himself, and even placed a delicious lunch on Senju Makoto's desk. This Aoki Risa is not going to poison me for such a small matter? For a moment, Senju Makoto looked at Aoki Risa with a strange look, otherwise Senju Makoto could not think of the reason why this girl did this. And Senju Makoto had learned from Aoki Risa that in the tiredness that was difficult to conceal, I noticed that Aoki Risa must have felt the motherly love from Aoki Chioko last night. Therefore, Senju Makoto could not guess the possibility other than the intention to poison her in revenge. As Senju Makoto looked at her, Aoki Risa turned her head to the side with an awkward expression, as if she didn't dare to look at Senju Makoto in the face, and said in a disapproving tone. I made a little more lunch this morning, and I prepared one for you in the principle of not wasting. As she spoke, Aoki Risa's tone gradually became a little tough, as if she was serious, and she even turned her head to look at Senju Makoto unwillingly. However, when Aoki Risa saw Senju Makoto's eyes that seemed to contain concern and full of inquiry, her heart was warmed, and her courage seemed to be completely taken away inexplicably, and her tone almost instantly weakened. "Is it okay?" Senju Makoto nodded. Although he was a little confused, he was almost sure that Aoki Risa didn't mean any harm. "Thank you very much. I will finish it with gratitude," Senju Makoto said seriously. Who asked you to finish it with gratitude? If you like it, eat more." Aoki Risa stuttered a little, and after a slight pause, she hurriedly lowered her head and walked out of the office, with a feeling of running away. Senju Makoto looked at Aoki Risa's back, thought for a while, and then simply cleaned the entire office, and then continued to read the Huideo and medical books in the gynecology department. In fact, this also made it impossible for Senju Makoto to not work hard. After all, it is very likely that Unohana will check his homework every day when he returns to the courtyard. If Senju Makoto can't squeeze out anything, it is hard to imagine how that Unohana breaking will react. For the long-lived death god, time is sometimes the most easily ignored thing. Senju Makoto calmed down and focused on learning the Deo and medical skills, and was not anxious to spread the forest seeds for a while. After all, not to mention that it would take more than 100 years for Ichigaku to become an adult, and now Senju Makoto was hugging Unohana's beautiful legs tightly, and he was not worried about any trouble falling on his head. Moreover, in the absence of other troubles, in Senju Makoto's view, Unohana was the biggest trouble. As for Aoki Risa's revenge and poisoning, it did not appear as expected. In addition to often preparing various bentos for Senju Makoto, Aoki Risa usually showed a contradictory feeling of deliberately alienating Senju Makoto, but inexplicably wanting to get close to him. In the end, Senju Makoto could only judge that perhaps all this was just Aoki Chioko's task. Although Senju Makoto, who joined the gynecology department, did not see any patients, he just absorbed a lot of Deo and medical skills like a sponge in the office every day. However, as Senju Makoto appeared in the gynecology department more and more often, the news that there was a male death god doctor in the gynecology department gradually spread, and caused waves in Jinglingting. In addition, what really detonated this news in Jinglingting was that Unohana accidentally admitted the existence of Senju Makoto as a disciple in a public gathering of captains, and stated that he had specially let him join the gynecology department based on his expertise. For a time, gynecology Senju Makoto became famous inside and outside Jinglingting. Chapter 23 Touched. Senju Makoto. When Senju Makoto listened to Unohana's seemingly annoyed retelling of the incident, his whole face was almost a big black question mark. "What do you mean by based on my expertise? Specially join the gynecology department? Hey, this is undoubtedly the most shameless misleading, hey. Obviously, I was best at surgery at that time, but you were so shameless and despicable that you forced me into the gynecology department where there were no extra male creatures." This sentence is absolutely nakedly misleading. Did you completely omit the paragraph in the middle that should be in order to make up for the relatively weak ability gap? However, although Senju Makoto scolded Unohana in his heart, he looked aggrieved and helpless on the surface. "Makoto!" Unohana shouted with some earnestness. "Teacher, I'm here. You won't blame the teacher for accidentally saying your name in front of outsiders, right?" Unohana asked gently, as if he would admit his mistake at any time. Senju Makoto straightened his waist, as if some kind of will was about to stand up completely, and answered without hesitation. "Of course not. No matter when, where, or under what circumstances, I will never question the teacher, and I will absolutely firmly support the teacher's will and decision. I will follow the path that the teacher has taken, I will go to the front that the teacher has looked at, the target of the teacher's sword must also be my enemy." In short, the meaning behind Senju Makoto's words is nothing more than that if you tell me to go east, I will never dare to go west. But this gorgeous and decisive speech not only stunned Unohana, but even Yamada Sanashuk, who was kneeling beside him, had a dull expression. At this moment, Yamada Sanashuk clearly felt that he had an insurmountable gap in level with Senju Makoto in some aspects. In addition to his poisonous subordinates, he would only follow Captain Unohana like a puppet and shout yes, 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 the captain is right, and yes, sir. How could he easily speak such an impassioned and simple speech like Senju Makoto? Even Yamada Sanashuk looked at Chien Makoto Xiao's innocent and resolute expression made him subconsciously believe what Makoto Senju said, but his speech was relatively more gorgeous. No wonder he had followed Captain Unohana for hundreds of years but still failed to gain his favor and become his disciple. The gap is too big. And Unohana also smiled and said, "Too exaggerated, Makoto." "No, teacher, this is what I say from the bottom of my heart. No matter what, please let me follow you for the rest of my life." Makoto Senju said in an extremely serious and earnest tone, and his eyes looking at Unohana seemed to shine with pure admiration. "No, Makoto, you will soon grow up and be able to stand on your own, so you can't follow me all the time." Unohana seemed to be a little unhappy and scolded, but his curved eyebrows revealed some tenderness and satisfaction that was difficult to conceal. Makoto Senju heard the words, and his expression on the surface did not waver at all, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. "What a joke, my respected teacher, Unohana. Fukuraku, Hana, Rei, you exposed me to the top leaders of the Seridii in advance, and put me at risk. How could I bear to let go of your beautiful legs? At least 100 years, no." Senju Makoto's mind was racing, and he was considering the Shinigami deputy Kurosaki Ichigo who might appear in more than 100 years. To be safe, Senju Makoto immediately supported himself on the tatami with both hands and said with an extremely firm attitude, "At least 200 years, please allow me to repay your kindness in at least 200 years. Unohana stared at Senju Makoto quietly for a few seconds and asked, "Makoto, are you serious? Do you understand what this means? In my personal judgment, you have the potential to awaken within 100 years, and it is not impossible for you to have the opportunity to succeed me as the captain of the 4th Division." "Captain?" However, Senju Makoto was calm and even wanted to laugh. An ordinary captain would be like a piece of paper in front of Aizen's eyes. He might even be fooled by Aizen without knowing it. Mirror flower and water moon, that is a truly unpredictable illusion ability. The higher the status in the Seridii, the more likely it is to be fooled by Aizen. Senju Makoto doesn't want to try the feeling of a sow turning into a dragon or a beauty turning into a sow, especially the latter. Therefore, Senju Makoto has no interest in becoming a captain at all. At least, before he is 99.99% sure that he can remain undefeated, Senju Makoto will not take on this hot potato. In contrast, it is undoubtedly the easiest and safest to hide behind Unohana. Although Senju Makoto once wanted to say no to Unohana, there is no doubt that the rice cooked a little softer and more glutinous will be more fragrant. "Of course, teacher, as long as I can follow you, it doesn't matter if I can't be the captain or the officer for my whole life." Senju Makoto answered without any hesitation or nostalgia. At this moment, Unohana was really moved from the bottom of his heart, and he looked at Senju Makoto in front of him seriously with his slightly opened eyes. Although, sometimes Unohana can't see through Senju Makoto's heart, but just the behavior shown now is enough to show that Senju Makoto's heart is undoubtedly pure and simple. 200 years, even in Unohana eyes, it is a very long time. For Senju Makoto, who has just joined the 4th Division for less than 2 months, it is undoubtedly even longer. For some relatively weak souls of the Shinigami, 200 years has almost occupied most of their lifespan. Inexplicably, Unohana actually felt an unprecedented touch. "I am a wicked man with deep sins, and there are actually people willing to give up the future of becoming a captain to follow me? Get out!" Unohana suddenly shouted, which made Senju Makoto and Yamada Sanashuk who were present stunned for a moment. They did not expect that Unohana behavior was abrupt and did not conform to his usual gentle style. However, before Senju Makoto and Yamada Sanashuk could react, some invisible pressure suddenly enveloped their heads, and Unohana voice, which seemed to have no emotion at all, sounded immediately. "Do you want me to repeat it a second time?" Suddenly, Senju Makoto and Yamada Sanashuk shuddered and quickly retreated out of the room. Chapter 24. Looking back suddenly. That person was. Finally, until Senju Makoto and Yamada Sanashuk retreated to the outside of the courtyard, they felt that the pressure that was vaguely shrouding them disappeared. "Captain, why did you suddenly become so scary?" Yamada Sanashuk wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and murmured in confusion. And Senju Makoto, who was also confused, felt a little more uneasy in his heart, frowning and thinking deeply. "Did I make things worse? Did I behave too much, so Unohana teacher hated me? It's just that although I have the idea of relying on Unohana teacher to avoid some troubles in my heart, my gratitude to Unohana teacher is not false. Even if my idea is seen through, Unohana teacher shouldn't react so much, right? Women, it's really hard to figure it out." Senju Makoto smacked his lips, his face full of helplessness, and turned to ask Yamada Sanashuk beside him. "Vice Captain Yamada, do you have any vacant rooms over there?" Yamada Sanashuk was stunned and didn't react. Senju Makoto couldn't help but say helplessly. "The teacher kicked me out, so I probably won't be able to stay in the courtyard tonight. So if you have any vacant rooms, can you let me stay for one night?" "Maybe." Senju Makoto raised his eyebrows and said with a bit of embarrassment on his face. "We can squeeze in." Yamada Sanashuk shrugged and said venomously as always. "It's not appropriate. Even if I am willing, my wife will not be willing." Senju Makoto. "No, why? A man like you who is venomous and mean actually has a wife, and I am still a single dog? This is unreasonable." "No? I am not going to do anything to you, why should I say that your wife will not be willing? Or, you can ask your wife, maybe she will agree?" Unfortunately, until the end, Senju Makoto, who watched Yamada Sanashuk leave, still did not say this suggestion. Of course, it is not because of whether Yamada Sanashuk can be defeated or not. It is purely because Senju Makoto has a hunch that once he says this, Yamada Sanashuk, a black-bellied man, will definitely report it to Unohana. But as Yamada Sanashuk left, the people standing on the floor in the large open space in front of the central courtyard of the squad barracks, Senju Makoto inexplicably felt a little more lonely and miserable. "Obviously. I am still a single dog, but I have already experienced the feeling of being kicked out of the house in advance. How about staying at Aoki Risa's house for a night? Their family is at least a middle-class noble." But soon Senju Makoto gave up this seemingly dangerous idea and turned to the direction of the gynecology department, planning to practice in the office tonight. However, just as Senju Makoto stepped into the door of the gynecology department, a rare warm male voice in jingling court sounded beside him. "Excuse me, are you Makoto-kun?" Senju Makoto's movements suddenly paused, and the gentle and kind expression on his face all the time froze slightly. His eyes turned slightly, and a male god of death appeared beside him. He looked ordinary, but gave people a very gentle and kind feeling, which made people subconsciously trust and get close to him. Brown hair, black-framed glasses, the 5th Division Vice-Captain armband. Senju Makoto's breathing was almost uncontrollably rapid for a moment, and a name popped up directly in his mind. Aizen Kaori. A scary man that Senju Makoto has tried his best to avoid since he entered the Mu Spiritual Academy. At the same time, he is a monster who has reached the limit of the God of Death's combat skill Zhanchuan Zugui and plays with the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo by himself. Although Senju Makoto has already said countless times I thought about facing Aizen, but I didn't expect this scene to come so suddenly, and so early. At this stage where Senju Makoto is not really ready. Almost subconsciously, Senju Makoto raised his right hand slightly to hold the Zanpakuto at his waist, but in the next moment, he forced himself to calm down and control himself to show vigilance but not hostility. It's inevitable to lose control. Stupid cover-up will only lead to greater suspicion. I can only follow the reaction just now. In a flash, Senju Makoto made a judgment on his current situation. And Aizen, Makoto, and Senju Makoto saw all the reactions of Senju Makoto and asked casually. Makoto, you seem nervous. Hehe. Senju Makoto sneered twice and said. Don't you think this statement is a bit too arrogant for an unidentified male Shinigami who appeared in the gynecology department in the middle of the night? Report your identity and purpose, otherwise don't blame me for treating you as a pervert who intends to do something disqualified. At this moment, even Aizen's cheeks twitched, and then he realized that his appearance was indeed very suspicious. Immediately, Aizen's hand waved repeatedly and explained in a gentle tone. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the vice captain of the 5th team, Aizen's, and I am not an unknown person. Senju Makoto showed a slight relaxation, but asked without relaxing his inner vigilance. Purpose. Aizen's 2 female members of the team, Takamoto Natsuki and Mikami Nozomi, have asked for leave from the team and been hospitalized these 2 days, so as the vice captain, I naturally have the obligation to come and care about their conditions. Takamoto Natsuki? Mikami Nozomi? Although Senju Makoto was not sure whether these 2 people existed, Aizen was still worried. Coincidence? Or a long-planned encounter? It was just that Senju Makoto's appearance in the gynecology department tonight was completely a coincidence, and it was completely inconsistent with his usual life trajectory. So, it was really a coincidence? If so, it was really too unlucky. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed at Aoki Risa's house overnight, which would have been much better than going back to the department. Senju Makoto's mind was turning quickly to judge, but on the surface he was completely relaxed, and said with a bit of apology. I'm sorry, Vice Captain Aizen, it's just that it's rare for a male Shinigami to appear in the gynecology department at night, so I was a little worried. Please forgive my rudeness. Aizen said with an appreciative tone. No problem. On the contrary, Makoto's reaction and behavior are quite excellent. Nowadays, the people in the Seiridai are too slack. The long-term peace has caused many colleagues' vigilance to be paralyzed. Hearing these words with a hint of meaning, Senju Makoto's heart almost subconsciously skipped a beat. Aizen Dakuo, you know you can talk, can't you say less? I don't quite understand if you are testing me. I am just a new Shinigami of the 4th division who has just joined the Seiridai for 2 months. I really can't do anything except heal people and hug thighs. Teacher Unohana, can you sleep? Your gentle and kind disciple is being tested. I need help online. It's urgent. Chapter 25 The so-called genius. Facing Aizen's temptation, Senju Makoto's heart almost subconsciously tensed up. The so-called test will only be used on valuable targets, or targets that have some speculations and doubts. Therefore, Aizen's palm was almost instantly letting Senju Makoto understand that he was completely noticed by Aizen. No matter whether this encounter was a coincidence or not, it is no longer important. Senju Makoto's thoughts turned rapidly, and his face revealed the youthfulness of a pure boy when facing praise, and he replied. Vice Captain Aizen is too kind, I am just a newcomer. Let alone, in the 2 months since joining the 4th division, pretending to be young and pure has almost become Senju Makoto's instinct. No matter how many thoughts he has in his heart, there is almost no flaw on the surface. After a pause, Senju Makoto changed his words. Implicitly regained the initiative, and asked back. Vice Captain Aizen, you seemed to call out my name just now, do you know me? This. Although for Senju Makoto, it is almost a meaningless question, and it seems that he should not delve into it, to avoid arousing more suspicion. Instead, he needs to consider how to quickly get rid of Aizen in front of him. Although this is the 4th Division's barracks, it is unlikely that Aizen will take action inside. But Senju Makoto knew that no one knew how many of the 5 senses of the Shinigami had been controlled by Aizen Kazuki, who possessed the strongest illusion-type Zanpakuto Mirror Flower Water Moon. Therefore, in Senju Makoto's opinion, it was better to face Aizen Kazuki alone. However, one thing, Senju Makoto needed to shift the focus of the topic to Aizen Kazuki to distract Aizen Kazuki from his thoughts. Second, Senju Makoto tried hard to put himself in the perspective of an ordinary Shinigami. Suddenly, a vice-captain-level Shinigami called out his name in the middle of the night to talk. This was undoubtedly a question that had to be asked. Facing Senju Makoto's questioning, Aizen Kazuki said in a daze. How could I not know the name of Makoto? He is the disciple of Captain Unohana, and is recognized by Captain Unohana as a genius whose medical skills are not inferior to hers, and he is also the first male Shinigami in the history of Seireidii to join the gynecology department. Senju Makoto. Unohana Retsu, does he usually brag like this? Senju Makoto believes that he is not a genius at all. He has been studying hard every day for the past 2 months, but he can only barely cope with Unohana Retsu's daily routine instructions. In fact, Senju Makoto has already used a lot of medical thinking that he knew in his previous life. It's just a pity that although Senju Makoto was a newly graduated medical student in his previous life, the medical system of Seoul society is completely different from that of his previous life, and more importantly, the physical body and the spirit body are also completely different. Therefore, Senju Makoto's medical thinking in his previous life often only added a few different thinking angles for Senju Makoto. Really, teacher, why did you bring me along when you were bragging outside? Senju Makoto couldn't help but complain in his heart, but he looked frightened and said helplessly. Vice Captain Aizen, this is probably a rumor. I have joined the 4th Division for 2 months, and now I can only be regarded as having learned the necessary medical skills and Kaido books for the gynecology department. Izome Kazuo raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. Mr. Makoto, don't you know that for ordinary 4th Division Shinigami, it generally takes 3 to 5 years to successfully master the corresponding departments required, partial Kaido and medical skills? Shinigami who lack talent can't even master it completely. What? At this moment, Senju Makoto was a little surprised. This common sense, no one told him. Makoto Senju did not enter the funeral home to experience the unified basic teaching of the 4th Division, but was directly arranged by Unohana Retsu to the gynecology department. Later, he found that Aoki Risa, who had just joined the gynecology department, had already perfectly mastered the gynecology department's Kaido and medical skills. Therefore, this also made Makoto Senju have a certain illusion that his talent was quite average among the average level of the 4th Division. No wonder. Unohana teacher directly allowed Aoki Risa to join the rescue class. I'm afraid Aoki Risa has been learning Kaido and medical skills since she was a child, and she herself is a talented person. Makoto Senju muttered softly, and instantly understood some small details that he had overlooked in the past. Makoto, what did you say? Aizen's doctor said. Makoto Senju scratched his head and said like an innocent boy who suddenly realized something. No, I just realized that I seemed to have misunderstood something in the past. Aizen put his hand on Makoto's shoulder and said warmly. Makoto, your talent is quite remarkable. Please take care of the 5th Division in the future. Senju Makoto perfectly showed a simple boy who was flattered, as if he had never seen the world and was only focused on studying Kaido and medical skills. He was a little overwhelmed by Aizen's trembling and catching. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two sides seemed quite harmonious and friendly, with a sense of brotherly respect and humility. Just when Senju Makoto felt that it was almost time and was ready to find an excuse to stay away from Aizen, who had been actively talking to Senju Makoto, casually mentioned it. Makoto, if you want to separate the Zanpakuto from the spirit, is there any way to do it? Senju Makoto was slightly startled, and then he looked at Aizen unexpectedly, with a hint of vigilance, and answered stupidly. Vice Captain Aizen, do you still need to ask? Of course, just reach out and pick up the Zanpakuto, and then put it on the ground beside you. No. Aizen asked slightly, making it difficult to see his eyes, but asked in a very gentle tone. It's not this separation, but a complete separation, which means to extract the power of the god of death from the normal spirit. Senju Makoto. At this moment, Senju Makoto was shocked. This kind of thing. Is it really appropriate to ask me so bluntly? If you don't know, I almost thought that I was in cahoots with you and planned to do something big secretly. Suddenly, Senju Makoto made a reaction that matched his image positioning, and he was a little panicked and reminded seriously. Vice Captain Aizen, this is a very dangerous idea, and the Siridi will never allow it. Chapter 26 The Technology of Stripping the Power of the God of Death. Alas! However, facing Senju Makoto's warning, Aizen said distressedly at this moment. I know this very well, but one of my subordinates witnessed his beloved friend being devoured by a hollow during a battle with a hollow. Since then, he deeply hated his own power of the god of death and had the idea of leaving the team. At this point, Aizen said with regret and bitterness, just like an old father who regards his subordinates as relatives. After sighing again, he continued. I have tried to comfort her many times, but it didn't work at all. She even wailed in pain just by seeing the god of death. Facing Aizen's words, Senju Makoto gritted his teeth and made suggestions. Then submit an application to the Central 46th Office and the 1st Division to leave the team. Since you are unable to bear the responsibilities and obligations of a Shinigami, I believe the adults in the Central 46th Office and the 1st Division will agree to your application to leave the team. Central 46th Office, on the surface, it is composed of 40 sages and 6 judges gathered from all over Seoul society. It is the highest judicial body in Seoul society. In fact, it is a collective council composed entirely of nobles and elders. It nominally has the right to make decisions on all matters in the entire Seoul society. I am also very clear about this, but she is still so young. She has made such a great sacrifice for the safety of Seoul society and the Siridi. But once the Central 46th Office agrees to leave the team, her lock will be broken and she will be forced to disperse and deprive herself of the power of a Shinigami. At this point, Aizen looked at Makoto Senju obscurely, wanting to observe how Makoto Senju would react when he heard this unfair and cruel decision made by the top leaders. If he was a normal hot-blooded young genius, he would have gone to the Central 46th room to question or even cause trouble in a fit of rage. However, Senju Makoto blinked his seemingly innocent eyes, clapped his hands, and said, "Isn't this a double blessing? This way, you can leave the team smoothly and avoid missing your Zanpakuto in the future." Aizen? At this moment, even Aizen was stunned by Senju Makoto's unconventional reaction. This guy, is he really too innocent? Or is there a dark heart hidden under that innocence? Aizen continued. Mr. Makoto, how can things be so simple? You should also know that once the spiritual body's bond is broken, the continuous dissipation of spiritual power will not only cause her to lose the power of the god of death, but even her lifespan will inevitably be greatly shortened. So when I was listening to the captain's party today, I heard Captain Unohana mention that Mr. Makoto has a completely different perspective on the way of healing and medical skills from others. I was thinking about when I could meet Mr. Makoto. I hope that Mr. Makoto can develop a technology that can completely separate the power of the god of death from the spiritual body. In this way, many god of death who have given everything for the Seoul society can avoid the pain of having their bonds broken when they plan to leave the team. Aizen said melancholy, looking at Senju Makoto with a sincere and gentle look, and the whole person seemed to be emitting a certain kind of brilliance. It must be said that the charm exuded by Aizen is not small. Obviously, he was just a vice-captain, and he could have ignored the situation of a mere team member, but Aizen was still considering her, and was willing to risk being punished by the Central 46th Office to do his best, and even as a vice-captain, he took the initiative to make a humble request to a member of the 4th Division. If Senju Makoto had not known very clearly in his heart that this was definitely not Aizen, he would probably have completely believed in Aizen, and was completely convinced by the humility, kindness, and gentleness of the man in front of him, and was willing to die for him. Of course, at this moment, Senju Makoto's heart was actually laughing to death, and he didn't believe in Aizen at all. Even if Senju Makoto believed that one day he could change the situation between him and Unohana teacher where the man was weak and the woman was strong, and completely turn the tables and become the master, he would never believe in Aizen. That can the pitiful 5th Division Shinigami. It is very likely true, but in Senju Makoto's opinion, it is not clear whether it was ruined by Aizen himself. So in the words of Aizen's words, the cause and effect relationship seems to be impeccable, and even if it is publicized, it will only make many Shinigami admire Aizen's words, and remove 90% of the invalid information. Aizen intends to strip the power of the Shinigami of the spirit for some purpose. While Senju Makoto was thinking about Aizen's purpose, his eyes were faintly red, and his eyes were faintly crystal clear. He nodded heavily and patted his chest and said, "Vice Captain Aizen, don't worry. I will tell Unohana-sensei about this matter and ask Unohana-sensei to develop the technology personally. If there is a result, Unohana-sensei will contact the captain of the 5th Division, Hirako Makoto, to ask for credit for you from the Central 46th Office," Aizen said. Finally, after Aizen said goodbye to Senju Makoto in a more dry tone, Aizen looked at Senju Makoto's back as he entered the office deep in the gynecology department. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be an incomprehensible meaning in his eyes. When Senju Makoto returned to the office at an almost consistent pace and slowly closed the door, he couldn't help but take a deep breath to relieve his tense nerves. Until the moment before returning to the office, Senju Makoto was really worried that Aizen would say a few heartfelt words to him. Or that he would mention Unohana Retsu and the captain of the 5th Division, Hirako Mako, or that he would hide the innocent boy image, or that Aizen's arrogance would not think that the information he voluntarily disclosed would cause any hidden dangers. In short, Senju Makoto felt that he was very lucky to be able to leave intact after knowing Aizen's intentions. As his mood gradually calmed down, Senju Makoto first made a bubble for himself. I made a cup of tea and watched the tea leaves expand in the boiling water. As my mood gradually calmed down, I couldn't help but subconsciously think about Aizen's purpose. Technique to strip the power of the god of death? For the god of death, spiritual pressure is undoubtedly the most basic and fundamental existence, so the way the Central 46th Room strips the power of the god of death is to destroy the lock, so that the spiritual power will irreversibly dissipate, and the spiritual pressure will naturally continue to decline. Chapter 27 Zanpakuto Categories. The shape and ability of Zanpakuto are based on the soul of the god of death. This is the most basic definition of Zanpakuto recorded in the textbook of the Muo Academy of Spiritual Arts. It is only after Senju Makoto became a true god of death and gained a deeper understanding of the spirit of the god of death through Kaido and medical skills that he summarized more rules about Zanpakuto. Regarding the system of Zanpakuto itself, Soul Society shows that it is mainly divided into two categories based on the ability of Zanpakuto: Kido system and direct attack system. There are three subcategories in the Kido system: Heido system, Fudo system, and special creature system. There are two subcategories in the direct attack system: direct/system and flying tool system. Among them, the strange one-eyed giant ray summoned on the surface of Unohana Retsu's Zanpakuto Nanaku, N.A. Shat, belongs to the special creature system. As for Senju Makoto's Senra Wangxiang, although it does not show any aggressiveness now, it was still classified as a special creature system when he was in the Muo Academy of Spiritual Arts. It is divided into a special wood type in the Heido system. The Zanpakuto of the Bindo system is Aizen, Ichiro, the captain of the 3rd Division, Yukatake Jushiro, and Ayasegawa Yumichika, whose abilities are more inclined to rules, strong control, and interference. Among the direct attack systems, the direct slash system, which is completely exclusive to reckless men, is the most straightforward, and the flying prop system is similar to the ability of Senbonzakura and Grey Cat to disperse the Zanpakuto into various flying props. However, when Senju Makoto summarized the ability categories of Zanpakuto, combined with the memory of Zanpakuto in his previous life, he suddenly discovered that in addition to the horizontal division of these two categories of Zanpakuto in terms of ability, there seems to be some vertical division, that is, the vertical division between Shikai and Gai. Strengthening or mutation. For most Zanpakuto abilities, the Shikai and Gai are related to strengthening. For example, the Ryujinjaka of the 13th division of the Godai, the essence and nature of Shikai and Gai are almost exactly the same, but the intensity has been terribly strengthened. But there are also a small number of Zanpakuto whose Shikai and Gai seem to be completely unrelated. For example, the future captain of the 2nd division, Swafong, whose Zanpakuto Spiny Fong Shikai clearly belongs to the Kido system, with the terrifying ability called 2-hit kill, but after the Gai, Spiny Fong Thunder Whip surprisingly crosses the system and becomes a flying prop system in the direct attack system. While Makoto Senju was quietly reading a lot of information about Zanpakuto, almost all the texts did not explain the reason for this situation. If the ability of Zanpakuto is constructed by its own soul at birth, then this kind of crooked situation should not occur. This situation seems a little unreasonable. If this situation has not been noticed in the thousands of years of history of the Siraidii, it is obviously more suspicious. The only explanation is that the Siraidii deliberately ignored this part of common sense for some reason, and planned to hide something. Wait. Makoto Senju frowned, suddenly noticed a small detail in the conversation between him and Aizen. The question Aizen asked was, what is the way to separate the Zanpakuto from the spirit? The second time he asked the question, it became, complete separation, extracting the power of the god of death from the normal spirit. So, the existence of the power of the god of death in the sense of Aizen is Zanpakuto. However, despite this, it is enough to prove Senju Makoto's judgment on the ability of Zanpakuto, confirming that the ability of Zanpakuto is not completely fixed at the beginning. It is very likely that in the process of awakening the ability of Zanpakuto, the wishes and will of the god of death itself will affect the Zanpakuto, thus forming the real power of the god of death. But Senju Makoto frowned more and more, muttering in a low voice. Information leaked unintentionally. Or did you tell me this conclusion intentionally? Or do you want to use this to guide me to do something, or do you plan to test me? Aizen, Akari, what do you plan to do after completely separating the power of the god of death from the spirit? Senju Makoto thought of this and couldn't help rubbing his temples again, only to feel his head swollen. It was too uncomfortable to be in contact with Aizen, Akari, and the man who played with the entire Soul Society in his hands. Any little detail hides information that may be overlooked. At this moment, Senju Makoto inexplicably hoped that his brain would be simply filled with muscles like Madarame Ikeku, so that he would have fewer troubles and worries. I'm envious, Ikeku. Thinking of this, Senju Makoto looked at the night sky outside the office window. Made me miss my life in the Mu Spiritual Academy. At that time, everyone was still simple, and I would relax and lower my IQ and thinking to the same level as Madarame Ikeku, and then I would be happy every day. At this time, Ikeku is probably thinking about who to fight tomorrow. At the same time, in the 11th Division's dormitory, Madarame Ikeku listened to the news brought back by Ayasegawa Yumichika, and the whole person was stunned and said in disbelief. What did you say? Senju, in the gynecology department. Ayasegawa Yumichika nodded and said. Well, I was also very surprised when I heard the news, and later I contacted the 4th Division members to confirm it. The news is true, and Senju has not treated a single patient in the past 2 months. The corners of Madarame Ikeko's mouth twitched a few times, and then he slapped the table and laughed. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, almost half of the 11th Division's barracks were filled with Madarame Ikeko's exaggerated laughter. Ayasekawa Yumichika looked at Madarame Ikeko rolling around with laughter in front of him and couldn't help but become speechless. He said, "Ikeku, after experiencing such an unglamorous thing, I'm sure Senju is feeling very uncomfortable now. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to laugh at him like this?" Madarame Ikeko's face flushed, and his mouth twitched as he tried to hold it back, but he failed in the end. "Yes. I'm sorry, but ha 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 ha. I really can't help it." Ayasekawa Yumichika saw this and held his forehead helplessly, not knowing what to say at all. However, as Ayasekawa Yumichika thought about Senju Makoto's delicate features that usually looked gentle and indifferent, and that he might have to be surrounded by a group of troublesome women in the future and show a bitter expression, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin. No. How could I be the kind of unscrupulous person who laughed at my friends? Ikeku must have been infected. Thinking of this, Ayasekawa Yumichika kicked Madarame Ikeko hard and said, "That's enough, let's think of a way to help Senju." "Okay." Madarame Ikeko finally sat up again, nodded seriously with a serious expression, and said, "This time, it seems that I have to take people to the gynecology department to help out." Chapter 28 Two Similar People. Ayasekawa Yumichika heard this and held his forehead again and said, "Be serious, that's the gynecology department, and our team, including those who clean and cook, can't get enough women. Who says that we male Shinigami can't go to the gynecology department for treatment?" Madarame Ikeko said confidently. "Is it not possible to change sex?" Okay. Ayasekawa Yumichika responded weakly, feeling that he could not refute Madarame Ikeko's logic at all, and even vaguely felt that this guy just wanted to see Senju Makoto make a fool of himself. But Madarame Ikeko didn't care what Ayasekawa Yumichika thought, and dragged Ayasekawa Yumichika towards the training ground not far away, and put on their officer armbands. Madarame Ikeku, the 19th seat of the 11th Division. Ayasekawa Yumichika, the 20th seat of the 11th Division. Different from the appointment standards of officers of other divisions, Kenpachi Zaraki in the 11th Division has only one standard: fighting. As long as the strength is strong enough, let alone the position of officer, even the position of captain can be given up. So, after Madarame Ikeko and Ayasekawa Yumichika joined the 11th Division, they almost immediately took the 19th and 20th seats. Assemble. After Madarame Ikeko and Ayasekawa Yumichika arrived at the training ground, they immediately opened their voices to shout at their subordinates who were still training late at night. Suddenly, nearly 50 strong men with strong auras, many of whom were even naked with large muscles, appeared in front of Madarame Ikeko and Ayasekawa Yumichika. "Everyone, listen to me, the 4th team member Senju Makoto is my Madarame Ikeko's brother, beloved relative." Ahem. Ayasekawa Yumichika coughed softly to remind Madarame one corner has the wrong wording. "What love? This can be easily misunderstood." Madarame glanced at Yumichika Ayasekawa, a little confused, then patted his chest and continued. "Now, Kyunju is assigned to the gynecology department. How is this allowed?" "So." When he said this, Madarame's voice rose significantly and he said, "Tomorrow we will all go out to control the situation for Kyunju. We will take turns letting Kyunju see the doctor. Do you understand?" "Yes." Many big men were a little confused, but they almost agreed without hesitation to something that sounded very loyal at first sight. Their sweaty muscles seemed to be filled with a different kind of youth and charm under the night. Looking at Madarame Ikeko and many of his subordinates, who were gradually becoming more emotional, Ayasekawa Yumichika only felt a pain in his head, and felt that this kind of thing was somewhat unreliable. However, maybe this is a good opportunity, but I don't know for sure. Why would Senju like to stay in the gynecology department? After making such a fuss, let the captain come forward to transfer Senju from the 4th division to the 11th division. Yasukawa Yumishika's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed towards Zaraki Kenpachi's courtyard in the 11th division. The night passed. In the 4th team's department, Senju Makoto, who had separated from his mental space and was fighting with all things, saw a glimmer of light on the sky. After getting up and moving his numb body, he hurried back towards the courtyard. As Senju Makoto carefully returned to the courtyard, he was surprised to find Unohana, who was eating breakfast as elegantly as ever, and had another meal prepared opposite Unohana. Senju Makoto breathed a sigh of relief, and after saluting, sat down opposite Unohana. Uajawali asked softly as if he couldn't notice any difference from usual. "Cheng, you're a little later than usual. Where were you last night?" Immediately, Senju Makoto ignored some of his mental activities and talked about what happened last night when he had sex with Aizen and practiced in the gynecology department all night. However, regarding this matter, Unohana said as if there was no surprise at all. "The technology to separate the power of the god of death? Vice Captain Aizen actually asked you to do it." "Yes, teacher, I'm also very confused about this. I obviously don't understand anything." Senju Makoto answered with a bit of doubt in his tone. Although he had expected this and understood that a man who was a man of Aizen would not reveal his flaws easily, but seeing Unohana reaction, Senju Makoto clearly understood that Aizen was a man Siemo's preparations were meticulous, and he was conducting research almost openly, but no one doubted his true purpose. "It's terrible." Senju Makoto sighed secretly in his heart again. And Uajawali pondered for a moment, looked at Senju Cheng and said, "Makoto, Vice Captain Aizen's evaluation is not wrong. You are a talented person, and your talents in healing and medical skills are quite good, so you don't need to belittle yourself at all. On the contrary, what you lack most now is confidence. Understand?" "Yes, teacher." Kyunju Cheng replied calmly. Unohana continued. "So, I specially publicized my reputation for you, and I prepared it to make it easier for you to contact patients. I believe that from today on, patients will try to find you for treatment one after another, and you can truly verify your own I'm capable, do you understand?" Senju Makoto was startled for a moment, looked up at Uajikaretsu's gentle eyes, and felt an inexplicable heat in his chest. It turns out, the teacher's bragging at the captain-level party was not really about saving face, but was it to prepare for this moment? "Yes, teacher." Senju Makoto nodded solemnly. In the end, Uajawali hesitated for a moment and spoke. "By the way, Makoto, if possible, try to keep a certain distance from Vice Captain Aizen." When Senshao Cheng heard this, his heart suddenly trembled. His eyes looked at Uajawari with some doubts, and he tried tentatively. "Why? Teacher, Vice Captain Aizen seems to have a pretty good character." "Well, Vice Captain Aizen's character is indeed quite good. He is gentle and reliable, considerate of his subordinates, practical and decisive, and his strength and abilities are quite outstanding." Unohana first affirmed Aizen's Ka Yi Ming, then changed his voice and said, "However, he sometimes gives me a dangerous feeling, and I can't see through him, so Cheng, you'd better keep a certain distance from him." "Yes, I understand." Senju Cheng said seriously. "Teacher, this is the only thing I will absolutely strictly implement, please don't worry." Senju Makoto couldn't help but complain to himself. However, at this moment, Unohana looked at Senju Makoto with doubt in his eyes, his crooked eyes opened a little, and he murmured. "Suddenly I discovered that the feeling Cheng gave me was somewhat similar to that of Vice Captain Aizen. In addition to not having the danger that once passed by my intuition, I also felt that sometimes I couldn't see through Cheng, and Cheng was also so gentle." Senju Makoto. At this moment, Senju Cheng couldn't help but panic. Chapter 29 Captain's Meeting. Teacher Uajawa, do you want to listen to what you are saying? How could I have sex with Aizen? Senju Makoto took the lead and sent himself a dozen good guy cards in a row, with the smile of a pure good guy on his face, and said with some embarrassment. Teacher, how can I be as good as Vice Captain Aizen? Even if you want me to build up my confidence heart, this is too exaggerated. Unohanaretsu's beautiful eyes stared at Senju Makoto, and he was quite sure of his judgment and said. No, there are indeed some similarities, but you and Vice Captain Aizen have a very obvious difference. Senju Makoto asked unexpectedly. What is it? Unohanaretsu opened his lips slightly and said. Loneliness, sometimes loneliness that seems incompatible with the world. Senju Makoto was a little stunned. Loneliness. Senju Makoto, who was poked in some places in his heart, almost forced his smile, and a strong sense of loneliness suddenly emanated. And a bit of pity flashed in Unohanaretsu's eyes, but he did not continue to ask questions. Instead, he got up and left the courtyard to participate in the monthly captain meeting. For individuals, loneliness is the most inescapable curse. Arriving in the world alone, and will eventually leave the world alone. Between these two loneliness, everyone is a lonely soul wandering in confusion. Especially for the long-lived death god, that loneliness will be pulled by time. Countless times longer, a lot of differences or similarities are needed to fill or soothe that loneliness. Once, Unohanaretsu chose to fight against that loneliness by killing, feeling the true self in the endless killing, and completely obsessed with that killing to replace loneliness. Now, in Unohanaretsu's opinion, Senju Makoto has not really found his own way to integrate into this world and soothe loneliness. Although Senju Makoto's loneliness sometimes seems too strong, as a teacher's gentleness, Unohanaretsu did not disturb Senju Makoto. After Unohanaretsu left for a while, Senju Makoto breathed a sigh of relief and slowly adjusted his state back. Loneliness. I didn't expect that Unohana's observation skills were so detailed, or did he say that he was? Did I reveal it unintentionally? Senju Makoto thought silently, unconsciously pursing his lips. However, Senju Makoto also understood where his loneliness came from, that is, the loneliness of having no one like him, the loneliness of the same kind in the true sense. The memories retained from the previous life made Senju Makoto understand that he was an alien in this world in a sense. However, in fact, Senju Makoto did not care too much about such things. Time will smooth everything out. Senju Makoto is not sentimental. On the contrary, Senju Makoto's mouth curled up, and he looked forward to the future in the gynecology department. With the praise of the authority Unohanaretsu, patients who will come to see him will gradually appear. In other words, after more than 2 months of silence, he can finally find an opportunity to start sowing seeds again. As for how to make the patient have some bleeding wounds, Senju Cheng also had a plan in mind, that is, acupuncture. Of course, Senju Cheng meant acupuncture, whether there is a disease or not, a free acupuncture. Thinking that his seeds of the forest will soon be able to take root and sprout in large quantities in the jingling court, Senju Cheng was in a good mood, and the loneliness in his heart immediately dissipated a lot. Sure enough, I have been lonely and depressed for the past few months. Maybe it is related to the inability to sow seeds. The speed of spiritual power accumulation has not been improved for a long time. A needle. Sowing seeds, where is there any loneliness? Except happiness, there is no emotion. Senju Cheng murmured, and after quickly solving the breakfast problem, he hurried to the gynecology department, ready to start a new day. On the other side, as the monthly captain meeting day of the jingling court, the captains of the squads in the entire jingling court and the vice captains almost all gathered towards the first squad early. As the first team slowly closed the door, it also meant that the meeting in the Siritii, which was second only to the central 46th chamber in authority and would affect the direction of the entire Soul Society, was about to begin. In the large and majestic conference room, Captain-level Shinigami wearing different captain's feathers stood in 2 rows facing each other, with completely different team numbers written on the captain's feathers behind them. A total of 12 different figures stood in this conference room, and almost every figure faintly exuded a terrifying spiritual pressure that ordinary Shinigami could not bear. Finally, as the ancient conference bell rang outside the conference room, the beginning of this meeting was announced. Standing at the top was a man with a hideous cross-shaped scar on the right side of his head, a waist-length silver-white beard tied with a purple band on his chest, and A1 written on the pure white captain's feather simply draped on his body. The majestic old man opened his slightly squinting eyes and scanned the 11 captains in front of him. Except for the captain of the 10th division, which was still vacant, the other captains had already arrived and slowly spoke. "Captains, the meeting officially begins." In the adjutant waiting room near the captain's meeting room, as the terrifying spiritual pressure faintly transmitted from the next meeting room subsided, a large number of vice-captains who followed the captain to attend the meeting gradually relaxed. "It's really scary. I can only say that they are worthy of being the captains. I am in awe of the spiritual pressure that is inadvertently leaked in just one word and action." Ju Nanbei, the vice-captain of the 9th division with green wavy short hair and a red scarf, who looks quite lively, patted his chest, couldn't help but let out a long sigh, and muttered. The tall and burly vice-captain of the 3rd division, Shoten Chitetsu, female, who showed some extreme style, nodded and said in awe. "Of course, that's the captain general, who is completely different from ordinary death gods. I'm afraid that even if we want to attend the meeting, we can't keep in front of the captain general's door. Stand up." However, Kyuzaka Yachiru, who was participating in the meeting for the first time as an adjutant, couldn't help but smack his lips and shouted, well, it's just boring, how long should I stay here?" And the deputy captain of the first team, Suzuki Kojiro, who had a conspicuous short white hair combed back and a black mustache, said in a serious manner. "Please be quiet, deputy captain of the 11th team, the meeting time is determined by the content of the matters to be discussed. As adjutants, we only need to wait patiently for the captain's instructions to provide corresponding assistance." However, as Suzuki Kojiro finished speaking subconsciously, looking at the pink little loli with short legs in front of him with big eyes blinking in confusion, his serious expression was a little bit unbearable. Chapter 30 from Senju Makoto's Warning? What kind of effective assistance can Kyuzaka Yachiru provide? I'm afraid it's good enough that he doesn't cause trouble. Suzu Kojiro felt powerless in his heart, and always felt that if he spoke a little harshly to Kyuzaka Yachiru, he would be committing a crime. Why did Captain Zaraki choose Kyuzaka Yachiru as the vice-captain? This is completely nonsense. Suzu Kojiro subconsciously doubted the intelligence and thinking of this Kenpachi, and seriously doubted that Kyuzaka Yachiru was completely unable to bear the responsibility of being the vice-captain. However, in order to facilitate the captains to manage the squad more reasonably and effectively, and to ensure the captain's status and power in the squad, the power to appoint the lieutenants of each squad is almost reserved in the hands of the captains. Therefore, although Kojiro Suzuki nominally has the power to restrain and govern the lieutenants of each squad, he cannot forcibly interfere with the specific appointment of lieutenants. In the end, after staring at Yachiru Kyuzaka for several seconds, Kojiro Suzuki was completely defeated and said something in a serious manner. There is not much content in this meeting, and it should be over soon. Suddenly, most of the vice-captains gathered in the lieutenant waiting room had a little more joy on their faces. After all, unlike the captains who are truly senior and have the right to propose, discuss, and make decisions, the reason why these lieutenants must stay here is just the rule. In fact, they have nothing to do and are strictly required not to leave the lieutenant waiting room without permission. Okay, thank you, uncle with white hair. Yachiru Kyuzaka thanked him with a sweet smile, but that address made Kojiro Suzuki's expression completely tense. White-haired monster, weird uncle. At this moment, Kojiro Suzuki seemed to have suffered some kind of critical attack, and his originally solemn and dignified eyes became more autistic and gloomy. Sitting in a corner of the adjutant's waiting room, Aizen Kazuki, who was watching everything with a gentle expression, looked at the vice-captains in front of him one by one with an unusually kind and obscure look. Anyone who saw him would think he was a typical good person. "Vice-Captain Aizen, what are you looking at?" Suddenly, a somewhat harsh voice came to Aizen Kazuki. In front of Aizen Kazuki was the vice-captain of the 4th Division, Sanosuke Yamada, who he didn't have much contact with. "No, it's just great to see that everyone is as energetic as always," Aizen Yamada said. "I'm so happy, I understand." Yamada Sanosuke looked at Aizen with his somewhat harsh and cold eyes, and some doubts flashed through his mind. "I haven't finished telling Captain Unohana what he wanted, which means that the 4th Division rejected Vice-Captain Aizen's request to Makoto Senju, and Aizen understands?" However, Yamada Sanosuke thought about it and recalled the news about Aizen during this period. He realized that he might have been rejected too many times, so he had expected it, right? At this point, Yamada Sanosuke didn't say much and simply walked to the other side. In short, when Yamada Sanosuke faces those men with gentle expressions now, he always thinks of Makoto Senju, and feels uncomfortable inexplicably. But what Yamada Sanosuke didn't notice was that in the face of Aizen's strong desire to steal, there was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Senju Makoto. Did he see anything? So he is warning me through Yamada Sanosuke? A perfect existence that ordinary people can't pretend to be. It's really interesting, Makoto, I received your warning. I didn't expect that in addition to your talents in Kaido and medical skills that ordinary Shinigami can't reach, your observation skills are also quite sharp, probably not inferior to the level of Hirako Makoto. Thinking of this, Aizen recalled every reaction of Senju Makoto last night clearly in his heart, and many of the doubts were completely explained, especially the invisible sense of alienation and vigilance. Although I don't think you can really perceive my plan, it's better to pinch the ant that accidentally intends to jump up to death. Aizen looked at them tenderly, thinking secretly in his heart. Just as Kojiro Suzuki said, the captain's meeting did not last long. As the ancient bell rang, the door was slowly opened, and the captains came out of the meeting room one after another. Among them, the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, looked unhappy. He waved to Yachiro Kyuzaka and left the 1st Division with big strides. After Aizen found his captain, Mako Hirako, he unexpectedly found that Mako Hirako was walking side by side with Retsu Unohana and Yoriyuki Shihaoran, the captain of the 2nd Division, and they were still talking and laughing. Aizen's chief medical officer, Kaisuke, and the 2nd Division vice-captain, Omida Nozomi, followed their respective captains, and the conversation between Unohana Retsu and the other two captains also reached Aizen's head. "Ha ha ha, senior, you just refused too straightforwardly." Captain Zaraki's face didn't look good. Hirako Makoto said casually. "I can't help it, Senju Makoto is my beloved disciple, how could I give him to the 11th Division?" Unohana Retsu smiled and replied. "Senju Makoto? It seems that I have heard this name somewhere these 2 days. To be praised by Captain Unohana so much, he must be a very interesting god of death, right?" Shifunji and Yoriyuki asked. In response, Unohana Retsu, who walked out of the 1st squad dormitory, smiled without saying anything. After saying goodbye to Hirako Mako and Shihaoran and Yoriyuki with impeccable etiquette, he seemingly glanced at Aizen and led Yamada Sanosuke towards the 4th squad dormitory. And Hirako Mako, who was wearing the 5th squad captain's haori and had long yellow bangs, looked quite carefree, looking at Unohana Retsu's back and said with emotion. "Senior, you are such a gentle person, you actually love your disciples so much." This sentence, heard in Aizen's heart, it seemed to have a different meaning. Chapter 31 The Dimension That No One Has Touched. Under the sun, Aizen, who stood behind Hirako Mako, reflected the light through his glasses. "Hey, Captain Shifunji, see you later." Hirako Mako turned around and said hello to Shifunji and Yoryuaki, and then took Aizen to the 5th Division's barracks in another direction. However, just when Hirako Mako walked to a relatively secluded road, he paused, turned his head and looked at Aizen behind him. His expression seemed to reveal amusement and inquiry, and asked, "Vice Captain Aizen, where did you go last night?" Aizen Mako went to visit team members Takamoto Nazuki and Mikami Nozomi. "Oh, really?" Hirako Mako replied without comment, tilted his head, and then stared at Aizen without saying a word. Facing the threat of a captain-level Shinigami, Aizen Mako still stared at Hirako Mako quietly, as if he had no guilt about his answer. After a moment, Hirako Mako grinned, revealing his white teeth that made people feel a little cold, and said, "Aizen, don't try to do anything unnecessary, my eyes will be on you all the time." "How is it possible?" "Captain Hirako, I'm just fulfilling my duties as a vice captain." Aizen Mako said, "Humph, put away your tricks, Aizen, I can't hide your dangerousness from me. As long as I'm here, I will never allow you to act recklessly." Hirako Mako sneered, not hiding his vigilance and disgust towards Aizen, and continued to walk towards the 5th Division's barracks with a seemingly sloppy pace. Aizen continued to keep up with Hirako Makoto's pace, but his eyes revealed a moment of contempt and arrogance. "Captain Hirako, you are still so arrogant. Can your eyes really see anything? This is the so-called common problem of smart people. They always think they have seen everything. Different dimensions, how can what you see be real?" Hirako Makoto and Senju Makoto are the same. They deliberately revealed a little flaw to guide you to see something. You always thought that the judgment was completely based on your own ability, and then the reaction you made completely revealed your heart and thinking. It's ridiculous. Senju Makoto, it's a pity. I wanted to keep a chess piece next to Captain Unohana and use your talents. It's really a boring world. No one can touch my dimension." Aizen had a gentle and calm smile on his face as always, but he followed behind Hirako Mako as diligently as an impeccable vice captain. On the other side, after Unohana Retsu and Hirako Mako left one after another, Shifunji and Yoryuaki, the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile team, did not leave directly, but stayed where he was, as if thinking about something. Is this the disciple that the senior cares so much about? It's really interesting. When he thought of this, Shifunji and Yoryuaki almost instantly developed a strong curiosity, and the whole person seemed to be scratched by a cat. While shaking his purple short hair gracefully, his slender fingers repeatedly tapped his brown face, and he could hardly suppress the urge to explore this curiosity immediately. Go secretly. Senior shouldn't find out, right? No, if Senior finds out, it will be a terrible thing. Suddenly, Yoryuaki Shihaoran seemed to recall something not so good, and her eyes instantly became clear. However, simply sending someone to investigate is also my duty as the secret mobile commander, for the safety of Siritii. Thinking of this, Yoryuaki Shihaoran's face immediately broke into a smile, and then turned his head to look behind him. A fat mountain of flesh was looking at Yoryuaki Shihaoran with a seductive expression. As the vice-captain of the 2nd Division, Omida Kiyoshin had no pride and dignity like the vice-captains of other divisions. He flattered Yoryuaki Shihaoran almost undisguisedly. Although he looked like a mountain of flesh, he deliberately spoke in a low voice. "Master Yoryuaki, please give me your orders." Facing Omida Nozomi, whose weight and body shape were almost 5 times his own, Shifunji and Yoryuaki couldn't help but twitch his mouth and commented. "Too disgusting, Omida Nozomi, your body shape severely limits the upper limit of instant step." "I'm sorry, it's just that this is a family inheritance, and such a body shape can more calmly withstand attacks for Master Yoryuaki. This is the innate duty and mission of the Omida family." Omida Nozomi spoke in an excited tone, and that expression seemed to be blooming with a kind of light called glory. "Humph!" Shifunji and Yoryuaki snorted coldly, turned his head back again, put his hands together in the wide sleeves of the captain's haori, and walked forward while speaking. "How is your son Omida Kicho? It's about time for him to enter the Sing Army training camp to temper him, at least he should limit his body shape from an early age." Although Shihaoran Yoryuki's tone seemed full of disgust, Omida Nozomi's face was full of excitement when he heard it. He knelt down to Shihaoran Yoryuki without hesitation and said loudly, "Thank you very much, Master Yoryuki." Yoryuki said without any intention of stopping. "Don't embarrass me here, get out of my sight, just don't forget to continue to serve the Shihaoran family for generations in the future." "Yes, Master Yoryuki." Immediately, Omida Nozomi's plump body rolled on the ground, and disappeared quickly in front of Shihaoran Yoryuki with an extremely smooth and round posture, which made Shihaoran Yoryuki a little stunned, and couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. "Rolling, can also use instant step? Tisk, these idiots in the Omida family are not tempering some unique way of escaping? So that they can dodge and escape in an emergency when they are knocked down?" As Yoryuki Shihaoran walked to a relatively secluded place, he nodded slightly. The next moment, 9 shadows appeared around Yoryuki Shihaoran, all wearing black clothes with only a pair of eyes exposed, and their slightly withdrawn Zanpakuto were fully prepared for battle. Yoryuki Shihaoran's eyes swept around and fell on a petite figure half kneeling on the right, and said, "Feng, you stay." Chapter 32 Be Stalked Aya. As Yoryuki Shihaoran's voice fell, the other black shadows disappeared again, leaving only the petite figure still half kneeling in the same place, slightly lowering her head, waiting for orders. Yoryuki Shihaoran directly stretched out his hand to lift the chin of the petite figure, forcing her to look at him, and directly tore off her mask. What appeared in front of Yoryuki Shihaoran was a delicate face the size of a palm, with slightly immature and fair skin, but a look of panic in the eyes. Yoryuki Shihaoran looked at the look that seemed to urge him to bully her, and couldn't help but asked jokingly, "Why doesn't my little bee dare to look at me?" As Aya Hoshino looked around in a panic, her chest was obviously rising and falling, and she spoke in a stuttering tone. "Yeah, Yaika, here, no. No." Yaika's eyes lit up, and she moved closer to Aya Hoshino's flushed face, blowing hot air and asked, "Not here? Where else?" I. Suddenly, looking at Yoryuki Shihaoran's equally delicate and beautiful face, which seemed to be getting closer and closer, Aya Hoshino was almost steaming all over, and her misty eyes were about to close slowly and uncontrollably. However, the next moment, Yoryuki let go of Aya Hoshino as if she had stolen the fish, and laughed with her hands on her hips without any noble attitude. "Ha ha ha, B, you are really funny." Aya Hoshino lowered her head quickly, not daring to look at Yoryuki Shihaoran again, and said weakly, "Yeah, Yaika, please stop teasing your subordinates. That won't do, Feng, you will be teased by me for the rest of your life." Listening to Shifunjayu and Yoryuki's seemingly cheating words, Feng Xiaoling's ears were almost as red as jade, and her heartbeat accelerated. After Shifunjayu and Yoryuki laughed, he smacked his lips, as if he was savoring the fishy smell he had just stolen, and spoke. "Feng, I'll give you a task. Go to the 4th squad to investigate a guy named Senju Makoto. Do you understand?" "Yes." Feng Xiaoling took a long breath, forcing herself to get out of the panic and loss of composure just now, and said in a deep voice. "Ahem, Feng, don't be so serious, and that person is the disciple of Captain Unohana. In order to avoid misunderstandings, don't investigate secretly in the way of seeing June." After a pause, Shifunjayu and Yoryuki continued. "You can approach Senju Makoto as a patient. I need to know as much information about him as possible." "To understand, Master Yoryuki." Aya Hoshino nodded, and her figure quickly disappeared from Yoryuki Shihaoran as if she was escaping. Yuichi Shihaoran stared at the direction where Aya Hoshino left, and walked forward again in a good mood, but the direction was not the 2nd squad barracks, but went straight to the 6th Squad barracks. "Byakuya, your sister Yoryuki is here." Yuichi Shihaoran licked her lips, and her steps became much lighter unconsciously. She had been suppressing her curiosity about Makoto Senju, and it seemed as if she had found a way to vent. In the gynecology department of the 4th Squad, Makoto Senju just felt that he had a myocardial infarction and needed Captain Unohana to rescue him personally. When Makoto Senju opened the door of the office with a good mood for the future, he saw that the originally not so large office was filled with dozens of strong men, and the originally calm body was full of seeing almost subconsciously took a step back. In a cramped space, dozens of strong men crowded together, sweat soaking their clothes, dozens of eyes full of some kind of enthusiasm and expectation. At this moment, Senju Makoto's pupils trembled, and he almost instinctively doubted whether he had come to the wrong place. Mirror flowers and water moons. Yes, it must be mirror flowers and water moons. Fake, all fake. When did the Damizan and Akari have hallucinations? There can't be so many strong men hiding in my office. It should only be the delicate and lovely Aoki Risa. Just when Senju Makoto was trying hard to convince himself, above the heads of dozens of strong men, a figure suddenly slid out with an extremely smooth posture, then half knelt on the ground, posing a middle school posture that made Senju Makoto's teeth ache. "Long time no see, my friend. Finally, the day has come for us to meet again. This is fate, destiny." However, before Madarame Ikeko finished speaking, Senju Makoto suddenly closed the door again. "Wait." Seeing this, Madarame Ikeko instinctively wanted to stop Senju Makoto, and his round and smooth forehead also protruded a little from the office. Bang! Ah! The next moment, Ikeko Madarame's head was completely caught by the door, and he let out a scream that echoed endlessly in the gynecology department. Too tight, Senju. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Stop it, let it go. For a moment, Senju Makoto, who was standing in the aisle, felt the strange looks from all around him. She is dead. A lifetime of fame, no, the image that took more than 2 months to build in the department, is ruined. Even with the language of female death gods, it is likely that it will spread throughout the entire Jinglingting in a few days. Senju Makoto's eyes gradually became empty, and his hand holding the door slowly loosened. "Senju, you bastard, I brought so many people to take care of your business." Then, without waiting for Ikeko Madarame to finish speaking, Senju Makoto covered Ikeko Madarame's bald head with his palm and pushed it into the office, and then he followed him in. Bang! Finally, with the rough sound of the door being pulled shut, the office door was temporarily blocked out, temporarily covering up the confused and shocked eyes. Inside the office, Senju Makoto twitched and smiled, and asked in a gentle tone. "Ikeko, have you figured out where you are buried?" "What?" Madarame Ikeko rubbed his head with 2 red marks from being pinched, and said as a matter of course, not realizing the seriousness of the problem at all. "I'm not the kind of man who will die in battle easily." "Really?" "Yes, sometimes death can be a luxury." From the seemingly gentle face of Senju Makoto, a sinister word came out, and all the big men in the office felt a little chilly, and they subconsciously clamped their legs. No. Why do we instinctively clamp our legs under Senju Makoto's aura? Just when these big men from the 11th Squadron had a flash of doubt in their minds. "Since you trust me so much, I must not let you down, right?" Senju Makoto took out a pair of white gloves from his pocket and put them on, and asked. "Let me give you some small treatments that are in line with the gynecology department." Chapter 33, Swafong and Ayahoshino. A small treatment. For a moment, under the invisible aura of Senju Makoto, the big men of the 11th Division present were inexplicably panicked. This posture. This tone. It doesn't look like a small treatment at all. More importantly, this Senju Makoto obviously didn't burst out any terrifying spiritual pressure, why did he feel inexplicably scary? Ah, this. Ikeku Madarame finally realized that something seemed to be wrong. He realized that the Senju Makoto in front of him seemed to be a little different from usual. He smiled dryly and said, "Senju, how about I come to visit you another day?" However, Senju Makoto took a step and stood in front of the door, saying, "No need, since we are here." At the same time, at the entrance of the gynecology department, the petite Aya Hashiko, who had changed into a normal Shinigami outfit, looked around and followed the sign to Senju Makoto's office, which was located in a relatively remote corner. This is the first time Aya Hashiko has come here. In the past, even if Aya Hashiko had some physical discomfort, she would mostly go to the pediatric department of the 4th squad for treatment. Now, when Aya Hashiko stepped into the gynecology department, it was barely not out of place, but her petite girl figure still attracted the attention of the passing Shinigami from time to time. Finally, just as Aya Hoshino followed the sign and found the office of Makoto Senju and Risa Aoki, she was about to raise her hand to knock on the door when she suddenly heard a series of suppressed male groans. "Ah! Aya Hoshino!" For a moment, Aya Hoshino stopped moving, and several crazy images flashed through her mind. After hesitating for a while, Aya Hoshino first confirmed the nameplate hanging on the office again. Makoto Senju and Risa Aoki. Could it be, not, maybe, should be? Aya Hoshino slowly put down her hand and carefully put her ear close to it. Oh! In an instant, the groans in the office became clearer, and Aya Hoshino could even vaguely distinguish the mixed feelings of pain and comfort in the groans. Aya Hoshino's eyes couldn't help but widen a little. Is this really the gynecology department? I want to go back to the pediatric department. Subconsciously, a haze sprouted in the young heart of Feng Xiaoling. However, just as Feng Xiaoling, with a somewhat uncertain face, was hesitating about what to do, she suddenly heard another male wailing and groaning in the office again. Ahem. The same, both with a bit of depression and mixed with pain and comfort. At this moment, Feng Xiaoling only felt a confusion in her head, and she could no longer imagine how chaotic the scene in the office would be. However, more wailing and groaning sounds continued to sound, and Feng Xiaoling's worldview suffered an incomparable huge impact. How many people are there, in there? Feng Xiaoling tried to close her eyes with a dull look to sense the spiritual veins naturally emitted by the death god in the office. Normally, the spiritual veins emitted by the spirits with the power of the god of death are different from those of ordinary spirits, but are a unique red color. However, the next moment, in Feng Xiaoling's eyes, she saw a dense wave of red spiritual veins rushing towards her in the office in front of her. So many. It's hard to understand. For a moment, the young Feng Xiaoling's mind was completely stuck. Just then, bang! In front of Feng Xiaoling, the door of the office was suddenly opened, and one after another, the big men with sweat on their foreheads, pale faces and awkward steps came out in a line. 1. 5. 20. 50. It was as if she had seen more than 20 big men walking down from a Wuling Hongguang for the first time. Feng Xiaoling could not understand how more than 50 male god of death could be hidden in a small office. Can they fit in? Feng Xiaoling suddenly felt that what she had learned in the past in the Xing army, how to hide in a small space as much as possible, seemed to have room for improvement. Finally, as a seemingly gentle boy stood at the door of the office, smiling and waving goodbye to the male death gods who left, the wave of big men that kept coming out finally stopped. Suddenly, Senju Makoto noticed the cute and dazed Aya Hashiko standing beside him. The cute and well-behaved Aya Hashiko with long bangs, a slightly childish face, and a petite and slender figure. Senju Makoto looked at the dazed Aya Hashiko and asked, "Hello, is there anything?" "No, nothing." At this moment, Aya Hashiko almost instinctively wanted to turn around and run away. However, just as Aya Hashiko took a step, she recalled the order that Master Yoichi had given her. No. No. Master Yoichi's mission is absolute, and we must get the information from Senju Makoto. For Master Yoichi, all this is Master Yoichi's order. Almost in an instant, Aya Hashiko's expression became firm, and she asked softly with gritted teeth. Hello, is this Makoto Senju? Yes. Makoto Senju nodded, thinking that the petite and slender girl in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember her for a moment. Excuse me, I'm Aya Hashiko of the 2nd Division. Is it convenient for you to treat me? Aya Hashiko asked. Aya Hashiko? Makoto Senju's eyes moved slightly. And he reacted almost instantly. This name was naturally quite unfamiliar to Makoto Senju, but in the 2 months since he joined the Seireidii, Makoto Senju has also gained a basic understanding of various divisions and organizations. Among them, the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile force have almost been concurrently held by the Shihoin family, one of the 4 great nobles of the Seireidii, for generations. The current captain of the 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile force is undoubtedly Shihoin Yoriyuki, who is known as the Shun God in Makoto Senju's impression. And because the 2nd Division and the secret mobile force generation are controlled by the Shihoin family, there are a large number of nobles in the 2nd Division who have served the Shihoin family for generations. The B family is a lower-class noble family in the 2nd Division who are proud to serve the Shihoin family for generations. The head of the B family will inherit the name of Sufeng to show his willingness to die for the Shihoin family. So, the woman in front of me is the one who will inherit the name of Sufeng in the future, and is also the captain of the 2nd Division after Shihoin Yoriyuki betrayed Soul Society. For a moment, Senju Makoto looked at Aya Hachiko with a bit more burning eyes, and Aya Hachiko subconsciously took a step back. At this moment, Senju Makoto's smile was quite gentle. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person, Elbow, come in with me first. Chapter 34 Is Cao the thief legal? However, although Senju Makoto's smile looked quite harmless and gentle, in Aya Hachiko's in his eyes, he looked like a bear trying to lick honey secretly, which was quite unbelievable. And Senju Makoto also realized that his eyes seemed a little too anxious, and accidentally exposed some of his inner thoughts. Well, it seems that I need to wear a pair of glasses. At this moment, Senju Makoto suddenly felt the importance of glasses, which can not only modify the face to be more gentle and harmless, but also cover up the slight fluctuations in his eyes. However, when Senju Makoto realized that the B Katsura in front of him was the future captain of the 2nd team, he couldn't help but feel happy. After all, if the seed of forest can be left in the body of a captain-level Shinigami in advance, the benefits are undoubtedly huge, far better than the benefits of leaving seeds in the body of an ordinary Shinigami. What's more, it is also 100 benefits to establish a good relationship with the future captain of the 2nd team in advance. Although Senju Makoto has now firmly embraced the beautiful legs of Unohana Retsu, as an adult, how could Senju Makoto hang himself on a crooked tree? It just so happened that the seeds accumulated for more than 2 months had just been left on the more than 50 men of the 11th Division. Now there was still some stock, so it was not in the embarrassing situation of facing the delicate Aya Hashiko without any seeds. However, at this time, Senju Makoto also understood that he could not be too radical, otherwise he might scare away Aya Hashiko, who was still in her teenage years. Then, Senju Makoto just nodded slightly to Aya Hashiko, and did not continue to urge or force Aya Hashiko, and calmly turned around and walked back to the office. And Aya Hashiko stood there and hesitated for a few seconds. And then walked into the office with a look of fearless death. However, after Aya Hashiko entered the office, she did not forget to open the door as wide as possible, so that she could easily see the situation in the office from outside the corridor. This scene also made Senju Makoto's mouth twitch obscurely. Aya Hashiko, did she really think she was some weird uncle? After all, the age of me and Aya Hashiko is pretty close. We are all the same age. Are you afraid that I will eat you? At most. I just want to borrow some fertile land to plant some seeds. Alas! The current doctor-patient relationship really lacks basic trust. Senju Makoto secretly sighed that the doctor-patient relationship in Jinglingting was also quite bad, and asked Aya Hashiko, who was already sitting in front of him, calmly and gently. Name: Aya Hashiko. Gender: female. The squad you belong to is the second squad, right? Yes. Age: 46. Hearing this, Senju Makoto paused subconsciously, and couldn't help but look up at Aya Hashiko, who looked tender and moist. Is there any problem? Aya Hashiko asked nervously. No. Senju Makoto answered with a somewhat weird tone, but he still couldn't get used to this kind of disharmony in his heart. According to normal human standards, Aya Hachiko looks no more than 16 years old, but Aya Hachiko, who was born in Seoul society, is actually 46 years old. But even so, Aya Hachiko's body is still not completely mature. In other words, only Caoze is truly legal in Seoul society. Then, Senju Makoto calmed down and asked. Excuse me, where do you feel uncomfortable? However, Senju Makoto's question made Aya Hachiko confused. Yes, I'm not sick, right? For a while, Aya Hachiko hesitated for a long time and didn't know what to say. After all, Aya Hachiko knew that if she told a lie, Makoto Senju, the disciple of Captain Unohana, would definitely be able to see through it easily, which would undoubtedly be detrimental to Aya Hachiko's intelligence collection. Makoto Senju narrowed his eyes and almost instantly noticed something wrong. Even if she was very reluctant to see a doctor, she shouldn't be unable to say anything. Besides, Aya Hoshino. Second Division, Secret Maneuver. Makoto Senju didn't forget that the Second Division not only had the responsibility of monitoring the present world, but also monitoring the interior of the Siritii. Is it an investigation? Or a test? Makoto Senju's fingers hidden under the table tapped unconsciously. While thinking constantly, his expression did not reveal any flaws. Finally, under Makoto Senju's patient gaze, Aya Hoshino casually pointed to several parts of her body and described them vaguely. Anyway, I just feel pain here occasionally, and sometimes I feel uncomfortable there. Really? How often does the pain happen? Makoto Senju asked. About once every 1 or 2 days. Well, let me do a simple check for you first. Please lie on the bed over there, okay? Makoto Senju asked gently. Feng Xiaoling turned her head to look at the simple bed, but there were still a lot of wet spots on the edge that looked like sweat stains, but they might not be. Finally, Feng Xiaoling looked back at the still open door, and then she answered calmly. Yes, yes. Qian Xiaocheng gestured to Feng Xiaoling while putting on a new pair of white gloves for herself. However, just as Qian Xiaocheng touched the abdomen where Feng Xiaoling said, she felt that Feng Xiaoling's entire body was completely tense, and even the 10 petite toes exposed were stretched straight. Relax. Qian Xiaocheng said softly, looking at Feng Xiaoling with clear and gentle eyes, and asked. Is it here? Rubbing like this, does it hurt? Feng Xiaoling bit her lower lip tightly, feeling the strange feeling in her lower abdomen, and inexplicably remembered the scene of Yoichi playing tricks. She almost felt her mind go blank, and answered instinctively. No. No. No pain? No feeling at all? Senju Makoto asked with a frown. Yes, yes, no. No, no. Aya Hashiko answered with a trembling voice. A hint of doubt flashed in Senju Makoto's eyes, and then he simply checked the rest of the body according to what Aya Hashiko said. Finally, Senju Makoto looked at Aya Hashiko lying on the bed with her back facing her, showing her petite and slender figure, and he was almost certain of one thing in his heart. That is, Aya Hashiko was definitely pretending to be sick. According to the medical system inherited by the Soul Society, she was undoubtedly very healthy, her spirit was stable, and she did not notice any abnormality or lack of her spirit. Her spiritual power flowed normally, her spiritual pressure was stable, and there was no damage to the veins in her body. Except for a certain degree of fatigue, wear and tear on a few joints and muscles, the only minor problem seemed to be a slight retardation in development. Chapter 35 Developmental Delay. So, Aya Hashiko was really sent by the 2nd Division to investigate me? Senju Makoto rubbed his chin, almost certain of this conclusion, otherwise he would never have thought of the reason why Aya Hashiko suddenly appeared here. Looking at the entire Seridii, I am just a member of the 4th Division with no outstanding ability, but as a disciple of the sensitive Captain Unohana, it seems reasonable that it will attract the attention of the Seridii high level to a certain extent. But the 2nd Division is not secretly monitoring and investigating, and should not think that I have any danger, so it should be a routine investigation. It seems necessary to cooperate with Aya Hashiko, otherwise if Aya Hashiko can't investigate anything, it will be a small hidden danger, which may attract the other secret mobile members to investigate secretly. Just when Senju Makoto fell into deep thought, Aya Hashiko, who was ordered by Senju Makoto to lie on the bed in what Aya Hashiko considered to be a shameful posture on the grounds of inspection, was a little distracted. Her eyes revealed full of despair and grief. "Master Yoichi, I'm not clean anymore." At this moment, Aya Hoshino bit her lips tightly, trying not to let herself make a cowardly sound. "After the mission is over, I must kill this bastard. At this time, I must be patient. I must be patient. This is all for Master Yoichi. In order to complete Master Yoichi's mission, I will contact Senju Makoto as a patient and obtain as much information as possible." Aya Hoshino's chest, which was almost completely close to the bedboard without a single gap, rose and fell gently, and the back of Master Yoichi kept appearing in her mind, strengthening her belief. And Senju Makoto, who gradually had an idea in his heart, glanced at the girl in front of him again, and finally fell on Aya Hoshino's slender and small jade feet. The 10 toes were compact and white, and it seemed that due to nervousness, the jade feet were maintaining a slightly arched state. The cutest thing was that I didn't know whether it was because of nervousness or because it was stretched too long, the jade feet seemed to be covered with a layer of pink color. It must be said that this is the most beautiful jade foot that Makoto Senju has ever seen in the entire Soul Society, comparable to a work of art. Even the respected Captain Unohana is slightly inferior in this respect. If it were some foot control pervert, I'm afraid they would have the crazy idea that being trampled to death by this jade foot would be a kind of happiness, right? However, Makoto Senju is not the kind of death god who is addicted to low-level interests. Moreover, Makoto Senju also understands that as a disciple of teacher Unohana, he must have moral integrity and bottom line, otherwise, he will die. "Well, it's okay, please get up," Makoto Senju said in a gentle and peaceful tone, as if the inspection just now was just a normal routine. Then, Makoto Senju sat back at his desk, drank a sip of the tea that cleared the liver, brightened the eyes, reduced fire, and calmed the mind, and spoke to Aya Hashiko who sat in front of him with a blank face. "I just checked you briefly. There is no problem. In addition to some hidden injuries caused by overtraining, there are also some problems with developmental delay. When it comes to real medical problems, Makoto Senju has no intention of faking it. This is also the most basic respect for the Hwideo and medical skills that Makoto Senju has learned. Although, if you falsify the symptoms, it is often easy to achieve what Makoto Senju wants." After a pause, Makoto Senju looked at Aya Hashiko and continued. "As for the pain problem you mentioned, I can't confirm it for the time being. You can try to find Aokigashi for diagnosis. Maybe you can come back to see me for a follow-up visit when it recurs later." Aya Hashiko answered almost without hesitation. "No, I'll see you for a follow-up visit next time. I still trust Captain Unohana's disciple." Makoto Senju agreed without a change of expression. In the end, after indirectly confirming Ayahashiko's purpose, he lowered his head to record the medical records for Ayahashiko. Unlike the group of guys that Madarame had brought to cause trouble, Ayahashiko was apparently doing a serious consultation, so according to the rules of the 4th Division, she needed to keep medical records of the patients. This was not only to facilitate follow-up visits and treatments for the patients, but also to keep the relevant information of the Shinigami in the Seireitei for a long time. However, Ayahashiko watched Makoto Senju write down the 4 words developmental delay in the medical record, and Ayahashiko, who had no expression on the surface, almost gnashed her teeth secretly. Damn bastard, and, number, percent at number asterisk. At this moment, Ayahashiko, who had received strict Xingjun and aristocratic education since childhood, rarely spoke a lot of impolite words in her heart. As Makoto Senju finished writing and looked up at Ayahashiko, Ayahashiko showed a somewhat stiff smile and said, "Thank you so much, Dr. Senju. You're welcome. It is the responsibility of our 4th Division to provide the most appropriate treatment for patients." Makoto Senju answered gently and kindly, and then continued. "In addition, the few hidden injuries on your body are very easy to solve. I can relieve them for you later through acupuncture and Huido. However, the root cause is still overtraining or overfighting, so my suggestion to you is to take a break for a while." Listening to the gentle and caring tone, Ayahashiko, who was originally full of grief and anger towards Makoto Senju, couldn't help but warm up her heart, and was a little stunned for a while. As a member of the Sing Army since childhood and a member of the Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki Guard at a young age, it all shows that Ayahashiko has made much more efforts than ordinary Sing Army in the past. And in the past that was full of harshness and scolding, except for Master Yoryuaki, this was the first time that Ayahashiko heard such warm words. Are you listening? Miss B, if you are worried about the pressure in the squad, I can issue you a diagnosis in the name of the 4th squad, indicating that you need to rest for a while." After coming to her senses, Ayabe looked at Makoto Senju's eyes, which seemed full of concern and tenderness, and almost subconsciously lowered her head, then quickly refused. "No need. Really?" Makoto Senju's tone was a little more helpless and regretful, and he turned to say, "No matter what, Miss B, you still need to pay attention to your body, especially since your body is still in the development stage. Excessive fighting and exercise will also have adverse effects, which is why your development is slightly delayed." At this moment, Ayabe seemed to be touched by this unexpected concern, and answered with some true feelings. "You can't stop. If you stop, even if you slack off or delay for a moment, you won't be able to catch up with Master Yoryuaki, and you won't be able to protect Master Yoryuaki." Chapter 36 Invitation. Is that so? Such moving will and belief. Captain Shifunji Yuan is really enviable for having a subordinate like you. Senju Makoto said with some sighs and admiration. The words that indirectly affirmed Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki's charm also made Ayahashiko smile unconsciously. Maybe, praising Ayahashiko directly is not so effective, but as long as you praise Shifunji Yuan Yoryuaki, then Ayahashiko is your good friend. Senju Makoto took in Ayahashiko's reaction with his gentle eyes, and couldn't help but sigh that Ayahashiko at this stage is far from being as cold and arrogant as she was in the later period when she served as captain. Ayahashiko now is really tender and simple. "Let's do this," Senju Makoto said with a thought. "I have a set of special medical massage techniques passed down from my ancestors, which can alleviate the problem of developmental delay to a certain extent. If you don't mind, you can come to me for treatment regularly, how about it?" At this moment, under Senju Makoto's gentle concern and harmless eyes, Ayahashiko's hostility towards Senju Makoto was almost alleviated by half, and she even had a little more trust. And Ayahashiko looked down at her slender and petite figure, and realized that her development was indeed a little too slow. "If I grow up a little more, will Master Yoichi like it? Aya Hashiko hesitated for a long time, and then slowly nodded, which was considered an agreement. Seeing this, Makoto Senju couldn't help but smile. In this way, he could treat Aya Hashiko's developmental problems while trying to get along with her as much as possible, and when he had regular face-to-face contact with Aya Hashiko, he could also effectively avoid the surveillance from the second team. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. In that case, let's start today's treatment right now. Senju Makoto asked. Okay. Aya Hoshino nodded. Then, Aya Hoshino lay back on the bed again, but her mood was relatively calm, and she had the leisure to look at Senju Makoto. Black hair and black eyes, beautiful appearance, eyes always seemed to reveal tenderness, and after the treatment began, her eyes were extremely focused. Gradually, Aya Hoshino, who had entered the state, instinctively began to record Senju Makoto's information as a professional Seing-jun, including the estimated height and weight, the appearance of the Zanpakuto, the length of the fingers. Suddenly, Aya Hoshino suddenly felt something piercing into her body, and instinctively shouted a somewhat cute moan. Ah! The next moment, Aya Hoshino's head almost completely flushed, and even her pair of jade feet seemed to be painted with a layer of pink again. Senju Makoto glanced at the jade foot that seemed to reflect the real inner thoughts of Aya Hashiko with some surprise. While continuing to give Aya Hashiko acupuncture, he started chatting with Aya Hashiko to distract her attention. Ms. Hashiko, is this your first time in the gynecology department? Yes. You are so brave to be alone, Ms. Hashiko. Actually, not really. No, Ms. Hashiko, you are really outstanding among your peers. I just tried to catch up with Master Yoichi. What kind of person is Captain Shifen Jiyuan? He must be very powerful with the name of Shunshin, right? Hearing this question, Aya Hashiko's eyes lit up, as if her G-spot was touched. For a moment, Aya Hashiko, who was being guided invisibly, became completely excited. She changed her previous cold appearance and kept talking excitedly, even completely forgetting that her body was being manipulated. And Senju Makoto, while responding to Aya Hashiko in a gentle tone, he continued to treat Aya Hashiko without stopping. The seed was naturally planted silently, and firmly took root and sprouted in Aya Hashiko's body. For a moment, Senju Makoto clearly felt that his spiritual power accumulation speed had increased slightly. Compared with Kenpachi Zaraki, it was naturally far inferior, but it was also far more than the nutrients provided by Ikeku Madarame. Suddenly, Senju Makoto looked at Aya Hashiko with a little more real kindness, and sincerely wished Aya Hashiko to become a captain-level Shinigami as soon as possible. After a long time, Aya Hashiko, who had been talking about the strength, beauty and dignity of Yoryuki Shihoran, felt a little dry in the mouth and had to pause for a while. Only then did she feel that her whole body seemed to be a little hot and warm. Ms. B, the treatment is over. It's best to postpone high-intensity training or fighting in the next few days. Senju Makoto said with a smile. Is it over? Aya Hashiko asked blankly, trying to recall, but she only remembered that Makoto Senju's gentle hands touched her body from time to time, but she didn't pay attention to what happened. Then, Aya Hashiko stood up and tried to move her body, feeling that she was in an unprecedented good state. Thank you, Dr. Senju. At this moment, Aya Hashiko thanked Makoto Senju sincerely. This kind of young doctor who looks both innocent and gentle doesn't look like a weird guy, right? Those weird moans and wails heard outside before, maybe they were the problems of the 11th team members themselves? Almost, I misunderstood. At least, in Aya Hashiko's heart, Makoto Senju's image has changed from a weird pervert to a gentle and good doctor like Yoryuki. You're welcome, Miss B. If you want to thank me, then you should pay more attention to your health. Otherwise, even Captain Shifen Jiyuan will feel sorry for such an excellent subordinate, right? Hearing Senju Makoto's gentle and caring tone, Ayabe's recognition of Senju Makoto increased by 1 point. Just as Ayabe was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly remembered something. Oh no! I was just talking about Yayi-sama and completely forgot to test the information about Dr. Senju. After hesitating for a while, Ayabe turned around and looked at Senju Makoto with some hesitation. What's wrong? Senju Makoto asked gently. Ayabe gritted her teeth and asked. To express my gratitude, can I treat you to a meal? Dinner. Senju Makoto met Ayabe's nervous and shy eyes. Just a meal. Generally speaking, Senju Makoto usually refuses invitations for just a meal, but Senju Makoto also understands that Ayabe's real purpose is probably to collect information, right? So, let's cooperate. It just so happens that today, Risa seems to have followed the rescue team to carry out the mission early, so there is no need to worry about being discovered slacking off. Makoto Senju thought silently, then looked up at the sky outside the window and said. Well, it's okay, it's almost time to change shifts. After that, Makoto Senju packed up his office things and headed towards the commercial street inside the Seirai with Ayahasho while chatting and laughing. Chapter 37 Glasses. The Seirai is the political, military, and even commercial center of the entire Seoul society. In addition to the 13th Godai Squad's barracks, all important institutions such as the residences of nobles at all levels, the barracks of the Ghost Path, the central 46th room, the Great Spirit Book Corridor, the Maggot Nest, etc. are almost all concentrated in the Seirai. As for the Rukanga outside the Seirai, it is just a place where ordinary souls live. In addition to the simple divisions such as East 1st District and North 2nd District, the death gods will only go out to eliminate the hollows when hollows attack souls. In addition, the management of the entire Rukanga by the Seirai is quite rough, and it is almost a laissez-faire state, which leads to the chaos, dirtiness, and disorder of most of the Rukanga areas. The extremely poor environment of Rukanga, coupled with the fact that souls without spiritual power will not feel hungry, leads to a slightly insufficient commercial soil in Rukanga. Therefore, in order to satisfy the food and entertainment needs of the Shinigami and nobles of all levels, a commercial street for the daily relaxation of the Shinigami and nobles was naturally formed inside the Seirai. Senju Makoto has always heard of this commercial street, but since joining the 4th Division, Senju Makoto has never had the opportunity to go out and play. Different from the serious and dull atmosphere of the Seirai on weekdays, as you enter the commercial street, you can see the unrestrained Shinigami almost everywhere. In addition to the entertainment and catering industry, the shops on both sides also sell a variety of goods, which looks quite lively and prosperous. Wait! Senju Makoto suddenly called out to Feng Shaoling, who was leading the way in front, and looked at an eyewear store and said. Ms. Feng, can you wait for me for a moment? I plan to buy a pair of glasses. Glasses. Feng Shaoling followed Senju Makoto into the eyewear store, and subconsciously looked at Senju Makoto's bright and gentle eyes and asked. Is there any problem with Dr. Senju's eyesight? A little bit, maybe I've been practicing acupuncture too often recently, and I've overused my eyes, so sometimes I see things a little blurry. Senju while Makoto casually found an excuse to deal with Ayahashino, his eyes swept through the different styles of glasses in the store. Among them, Makoto Senju first noticed the low-key black-framed glasses of Aizen's Kaiki, which is undoubtedly the best choice to modify temperament, cover up handsomeness, and hide eyes. However, Makoto Senju recalled that Unohana teacher once commented on his relationship with Aizen's Kaiki as if by accident, so he decisively gave up the idea of following Aizen's Kaiki. Later, Makoto Senju tried several pairs of glasses in a row under the recommendation of the boss, and found that the whole person seemed to be more gentle and handsome, and he couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. After all, the main purpose of Makoto Senju buying glasses is to conceal himself. He doesn't want to be like Superman, who can't tell the difference when he puts on glasses and takes off his underwear, but at least he can't continue to significantly improve his appearance, and effectively conceal his eyes and improve his harmlessness. At this time, Feng Xiaoling handed over a pair of silver-grey glasses and said, Dr. Qian Xiao, how about trying this pair? Qian Xiaocheng turned his head and looked at Feng Xiaoling in surprise. Feng Xiaoling turned his head and looked at the street outside with a wandering look. No. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want to waste time. I definitely don't think you will be more suitable in this pair of glasses. Just then, a gust of evening wind blew in from the street outside, rolling up Feng Xiaoling's black hair that was scattered on her shoulders, completely exposing her rosy ears. Qian Xiaocheng blinked his eyes, took the glasses from Feng Xiaoling's hand, and then tried to wear them in front of the mirror. Hey! As Qian Xiaocheng took the glasses, Feng Xiaoling couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and she began to regret her impulsive behavior in her heart. However, since she was old enough to understand, Aya Hoshino, who had been trained by the Sing army for most of her life, also had a rare opportunity to go shopping. This led to Aya Hoshino, who couldn't help but recommend a pair of glasses to Makoto Senju when she saw one that she liked. How is it? Suddenly, Makoto Senju's voice, as gentle as the evening breeze, sounded. Aya Hoshino instinctively turned her head to look at Makoto Senju, and saw that Makoto Senju's originally pretty face, under the background of the dark grey narrow-framed glasses, looked a little more mature and a little more noble. At this moment, Aya Hoshino's mind inexplicably emerged the appearance of the young master of the Kukaki family, Byakuya Kukaki, and compared him with Makoto Senju in front of her. In addition to the almost comparable appearance, the boy in front of her inexplicably made Aya Hoshino feel like a spring breeze and a sense of closeness, unlike Byakuya Kukaki's pretending to be cold and arrogant. For some reason, listening to the voice of Senju Makoto that seemed to blow into her heart, Feng Xiaoling suddenly felt a little flustered, as if her hidden thoughts were seen through, and she said with an unnatural and nervous tone, "Why are you asking me?" Facing Feng Xiaoling's tone that seemed to be cold and distant, Senju Makoto answered as gently as always. "These are the glasses recommended by Miss B, and Miss B's opinion is naturally very important." "No, not very good, just okay." Feng Xiaoling answered with a somewhat unnatural voice. "Okay." Senju Makoto responded, took off the glasses and put them aside under Feng Xiaoling's slightly disappointed eyes, and continued to choose other glasses. For a moment, Feng Xiaoling suddenly felt a little empty in her heart, as if the precious first gift in her life was rejected. Damn, didn't I say it was okay? Is it? I didn't express it clearly enough? But, what else can I say? No, why should I care so much? This has absolutely nothing to do with me. Absolutely. Just as Aya Hoshino was gritting her teeth, Makoto Senju handed the two pairs of glasses she had chosen to the boss, motioning for him to pack them. Then, while Aya Hoshino was a little dazed, Makoto Senju put the dark grey narrow-framed glasses on his nose and asked, "Boss, how much are these 3 pairs of glasses in total?" 2,000 rings. P.S. I only found out that the currency of Soul Society is divided into small rings, and the specific purchasing power is unknown, so it is convenient to understand it by referring to reality. Makoto Senju was slightly stunned and asked, "Is it so expensive?" Although Makoto Senju is a disciple of Unohana Retsu, he is just an ordinary soldier in the 4th division, and his monthly salary and allowance add up to only 6,000 rings. Of course, the reason why it is so little is that Makoto Senju has not seen any patients in the past 2 months, so he can only receive the lowest salary in the department. Chapter 38. Who is she? This is already a very favorable price. The 2 pairs of glasses are 500 rings, especially the pair of glasses you are wearing is 1,000 rings, which is also worth the money. The material of the silver spirit steel alone is worth 700 rings. After a pause, the owner of the glasses shop seemed to notice Qian Xiaochen's embarrassment and said, "How about changing to a pair with a higher cost performance?" I can give you an extra discount. No need. Qian Shaocheng glanced at Feng Shaoling beside him and said. I like this pair of glasses very much, so let's do it. Then, Qian Shaocheng counted 2,000 rings from his arms and handed them to the owner of the glasses shop, took the other 2 pairs of glasses and left directly. At this moment, feeling that half of his salary was missing in his arms, Qian Shaocheng couldn't help but sigh for the evil Jinglingting nobles. It's really Jinglingting making money and Jinglingting spending money. 1 cent don't even think about taking them home. Fortunately, Senju Makoto now lives in the captain's courtyard of Unohana Retsu with food, lodging, and no extra expenses. Otherwise, it would probably take only a few days for all the salary to be handed back to the nobles. Just when Senju Makoto once again deeply felt the importance of Captain Unohana to him, the somewhat embarrassed voice of Ayahashio sounded beside him. Actually, you don't have to buy that pair of glasses. I haven't bought much before, so maybe my vision is not good. Senju Makoto pushed the glasses that he was not used to and said. No, Miss B has a good vision. I like this pair of glasses very much. Thank you, Miss B. In fact, Senju Makoto didn't care about Ayahashio when he was choosing glasses. He just compared them again and chose 3 pairs of glasses that were relatively in line with his plan. But Ayahashio heard this, and her face flashed a hint of ruddy, and her steps unconsciously quickened a few points and walked in front of Senju Makoto, but she was a little flustered in her heart. This bastard, no, don't talk like it's a gift from me. And Makoto Senju, who was walking behind Ayahashiko, unconsciously looked at Ayahashiko's back. It must be said that Ayahashiko's figure is really too girly now. Makoto Senju, who is also still in the growth stage, is nearly 1.8 meters tall and has room to grow, but Ayahashiko's current height is probably only at Makoto Senju's chest. And as Ayahashiko walked to the front, Makoto Senju's attention was attracted by the veritable wasp waist. Slender and graceful, with moving curves, and a slender waist. Can this extremely slender waist really burst out with lethal force when practicing white fighting? Although Makoto Senju knew that Ayahashiko would achieve the level of captain in the future, this doubt still subconsciously emerged in his heart at this moment. We're here. Master Yoryuaki brought me to this barbecue restaurant before. It was delicious. Is that okay? Just as Ayahashino turned around, Makoto Senju's eyes were still as gentle and calm as ever, and she answered. No problem, Miss B decides. Yet. Then, Ayahashino, who was a little immature in her behavior and words, pretended to be mature and started to communicate with the store owner in front of Makoto Senju, and then chose a seat near the window and sat down. Ayahashino looked at the innocent boy in front of her who seemed to be curiously looking at the surrounding environment, and couldn't help but secretly cheer herself up in her heart. Okay, everything went well, and now we can really start to think of ways to get information. Wine, by the way, even the Honorable Master Yoryuaki will relax his guard after drinking, and I will also find a way to get Dr. Senju to drink later. Yes, I will definitely be able to perfectly complete the task assigned by Master Yoryuaki. Soon, as the barbecue and sake were served one after another, under the somewhat clumsy initiative of Ayahashiko, Makoto Senju was like a pure and innocent boy who had just entered the Seirai and was ignorant of the world. Especially at Ayahashiko's invitation, Makoto Senju took 2 sips of sake and took the initiative, completely losing his calm appearance in the department before. For a while, the atmosphere between Makoto Senju and Ayahashiko became more harmonious and loving. And they recounted interesting stories about their past one after another. Ms. Hashiko, do you know? When I was in Rukanga, I watched patients die helplessly one by one, and I swore that I must become a. Before Makoto Senju finished speaking, Ayahashiko, who was constantly sipping sake, interrupted with a hazy look in her eyes. Dr. Qian Xiao, don't be so polite, just call me Xiaoling. Qian Xiaocheng's voice paused, and his eyes, which seemed to be equally hazy, secretly looked at Feng's Haolang. Isn't she really drunk? For a moment, Qian Shaocheng's interest in continuing to fool around was mostly dissipated, and he realized that there was no point in continuing to talk. That pure wink was just for the blind. How much information could a drunk Feng's Haolang remember? It would be better to save time to do something more meaningful, such as practicing. Feng, Miss Feng, you are drunk. Qian Shaocheng seemed to have a big tongue and reminded her obscurely. I'm not drunk, hee. Feng's Haolang smacked her lips and asked with a dazed look. You are the only one who is so gentle to me besides Master Yi, Dr. Qian Shao. I am very happy today, are you, my friend? Friend? Qian Shaocheng heard this, but he couldn't help but feel sorry for his salary. The sting of a wasp's tail is the most poisonous woman's heart. If you get drunk, my salary will suffer. Senju Makoto had an inexplicable illusion that he was invited out by a wine and food shill and then forced to spend money. But in public, Senju Makoto couldn't take the initiative to reach into the arms of the drunk Aya Hashiko to grope her wallet, right? So after Senju Makoto reluctantly paid the bill, he directly supported Aya Hashiko and prepared to send her back to the second team. After all, Senju Makoto now has no independent residence, and he can't take Aya Hashiko directly back to Unohana courtyard to rest. That's really a little inappropriate and inconvenient. Although Senju Makoto is a gentleman who is not afraid of his own shadow, he is also worried that some unnecessary Shura fields will be created, and he will be stabbed unintentionally. However, Senju Makoto, who had just supported Aya Hashiko to the door of the barbecue restaurant, froze and stared blankly at the groups of Aoki Chiyoko, Aoki Risa, the members of the 5th rescue team, and Unohana standing in the front with a gentle expression. Senju Makoto. Aoki Risa looked at Senju Makoto in astonishment, then half of her body fell and leaned against Senju Makoto. Asked Ayabisho on the stage. Makoto. Makoto-kun, why are you here? Who is she? Chiyoko Aoki looked up at the sky and asked in a somewhat puzzled tone. Makoto-kun, it seems that it is just the time for the shift change, right? As for Unohana, she still seemed to be smiling and gentle, without any surprise or anger at all. Chapter 39, Not enough in the bowl, there is more in the pot. Cold sweat almost instantly appeared on Senju Makoto's forehead. Facing those eyes, Senju Makoto inexplicably felt like he was secretly playing with a tablet outside during work hours, and was caught by his family, teachers, and colleagues at work. Flustered. Instinctively, Senju Makoto panicked. No. Why am I panicking? Senju Makoto's eyes cleared and he quickly reacted. He was a pure and innocent boy, and he didn't really do anything. He just wanted to secretly cooperate with the investigation of the second team and get along well with the future captain of the second team. In this situation, all he had to do was to pretend that he didn't know Ayabe's purpose, and let her colleagues know that Ayabe, who pretended not to know, had other purposes. The final result was that he was an innocent person who didn't know what was going on. Although it was a bit confusing, Makoto Senju found the breakthrough point almost instantly, and it was not difficult to implement. After all, before this, Makoto Senju's image had always been a pure and gentle innocent boy. If he hadn't been caught on the spot, I'm afraid no one would believe that Makoto Senju was an LSP scumbag, not to mention that he wasn't. Teacher, Aoki Goze, Risa, it's great to see you. Makoto Senju's glasses on his nose just covered up the emotional fluctuations that just flashed by, and his face showed a relieved expression, saying, Miss B from the second team specially invited me to dinner to celebrate my first successful consultation today. I didn't expect her to get drunk. I didn't know how to send her back. Second team? The words that flashed through Senju Makoto's mouth made Unohana open his slightly bent eyes a little, and he looked at Aya Hashiko carefully. Soon, Unohana recognized Aya Hashiko's identity, the captain of the 2nd Division and the guard of Shihao and Yoryuaki, the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile. Suddenly, Unohana understood a lot of things. As the guard of Shihao and Yoryuaki, Aya Hashiko rashly appeared in the 4th Division and made friends with Senju Makoto, and even took the initiative to invite Senju Makoto to dinner. This is undoubtedly quite suspicious. Among them, there is a great possibility that Shihao and Yoryuaki is guiding her. Almost in an instant, Unohana confirmed this guess. As for why this Aya Hashiko was so drunk that she needed Senju Makoto's support to walk, which surprised Unohana. Thinking of this, Unohana turned his eyes and looked at Senju Makoto again and asked gently, "Cheng, where are you going to send her back next? It's okay to lend the courtyard to you for tonight." However, facing the gentle eyes of Unohana Senju Cheng only felt a chill on his back, and his hair stood up all over his body, as if he was stared at by some ferocious beast that slowly opened its eyes. Senju Cheng scratched his head, pretending that he didn't understand Unohana obscure meaning at all, and said innocently, "That. Teacher, I'm not very good at taking care of drunk people. I'm worried about the location of the B family's house, so I want to send her home." "Really?" Unohana looked at Senju Cheng with a smile, and turned to a female member of the 4th Division behind him. "Please take Miss B back to the 4th Division temporarily to arrange for her to recuperate, and then contact Captain Shifunjiyuan to come and pick her up." "Yes, Captain." The female member nodded, stepped forward to take Aya from Senju Cheng's hand, and went directly to the direction of the 4th Division's barracks with Aya on her back. As for Senju Makoto, after handing over Aya, his back was almost wet with cold sweat. Unohana teacher, is really scary. This seemingly proper and reasonable arrangement is undoubtedly showing a certain attitude towards Shifunjiyuan and Yoryuaki. In the future, unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not bump into Unohana teacher. While Senju Makoto secretly reminded himself, he looked like he was helping a lot and was ready to run away immediately. "Wait a minute, Makoto, I guess you and Miss B were not full just now, so it's a good opportunity to have a meal together," Unohana said. "Teacher, I'm full," Senju Makoto, who sensed something was wrong, politely refused. "No, you are not full yet," Unohana reminded him with a little more seriousness in his tone. Senju Makoto's body stiffened, and he touched his stomach and said from the heart, "Teacher still understands me. I can eat a little more." "Yet." Unohana nodded with satisfaction, and then led the members of the 5th Rescue Team behind him into the barbecue restaurant. During the whole process, Senju Makoto didn't dare to say a word, and sat next to Unohana obediently according to Unohana instructions, with an eye on the nose and nose on the heart, and completely ignored the occasional glances from Aoki Risa, who was sitting on the other side. As the first batch of barbecue was cooked, Unohana almost completely pushed the 3 servings of barbecue in front of Senju Makoto, and spoke with a gentle and caring look. "Come on, eat more, there's not enough in the bowl, there's still some in the roasting pot." Senju Makoto had the urge to cry without tears. "Unohana teacher, shouldn't he be hinting at me something?" Senju Makoto, who felt a little guilty, looked up at Unohana beside him, but what he saw was Unohana eyes that seemed to reveal some kind of gloom and terror. Immediately, Senju Makoto, who was frightened, hurriedly tried to bury his head in his food and responded, "Enough, enough, teacher, the bowl is enough. If it's not enough, please say it," Unohana reminded gently. "Enough, absolutely enough," Senju Makoto responded quickly. In response, Unohana gave Senju Makoto a look and didn't knock his stupid disciple again. Since he has become my Unohana disciple, the 11th Division actually wants to pry him away from him? It's fine that Kenpachi Zaraki's simple brain circuit would have such a fantasy, but Yoryuaki Shihaoran actually sent Aya Hashiko from his own guards to contact Makoto Senju, and even mixed with them and drank and got drunk. This made Unohana wonder if Makoto Senju would send Iyahashiko back to the second squad, and then Yoriyuki Shihaoran would be able to contact Makoto Senju? Makoto is so popular? In addition to his talents in Kaido and medical skills, have I overlooked any talents of his? Does he also have extraordinary talents in instant step? Unohana once again looked at the innocent boy next to him who was frightened and buried his head in eating, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Chapter 40, No Martial Ethics. All Things in the Universe. Then, Unohana ignored Makoto Senju and turned to ask the 5th rescue team about today's mission. At first, Senju Makoto, who was busy eating, didn't take it seriously, but when he heard the specific details of the mission, his eyes couldn't help but focus. In Rukanga, residents have been experiencing strange situations of missing souls. This time, the deputy captain of the 10th Division, Ishin Shiba, who was responsible for patrolling and guarding, requested that the 4th Division dispatch the 5th Rescue Team to Rukanga to assist in the investigation and confirm the cause of the missing souls. Unohana, who was in charge of the 4th Division, became interested after hearing about it. He took the opportunity to treat the 5th Rescue Team, who had been busy all day, and personally understand the specific details of the missing souls. In response to Unohana question, Chiyoko Aoki also described the whole incident in detail. The place where the missing souls occurred was located in a remote and extremely poor area of Rukanga, so the 10th Division, which was responsible for patrolling and guarding Rukanga, was slow to notice the occurrence of this situation, and preliminary statistics showed that more than 100 residents had lost some of their souls, not including a considerable number of missing people. Unohana frowned and asked. It shouldn't be the so-called disease, right? Aoki Chiyoko shook her head and answered seriously. No, I led the 5th rescue team to carefully check all the residents who were missing souls. Although the residents who were missing souls showed irreversible loss of spirit particles, a significant decrease in lifespan, and lost some emotions, the missing souls were inconsistent, and it should not be caused by some unknown disease. Unohana nodded and said. In this way, there are many possibilities. It was done by a hollow with high intelligence and can hide spiritual pressure, some strange unknown creatures in the Soul Society, or some Zanpakuto's ability. Hearing Unohana last guess, the 5th rescue team present could not help but feel a little cold. No. No way, Captain, is there a Zanpakuto ability that needs to devour souls? And how could a god of death do such an evil thing? Aoki Risa said in disbelief. Who knows? Unohana said without comment, and then said. Everyone has worked hard today, please have a good rest later. Thank you, Captain. As the banquet ended, Unohana also left with the completely full Senju Makoto and headed towards the courtyard. Makoto, your expression seems a little strange about the soul loss incident. Do you have any thoughts? Suddenly, Unohana asked Senju Makoto. Senju Makoto shook his head and replied. No, this is the first time I have heard of this situation, so I am a little shocked. Well. Unohana nodded and said. Regarding the inspection of those soul loss residents, there is still one place that Aoki 5 seats missed. I plan to confirm it in person tomorrow. You can go with me. Senju Makoto was slightly startled, and then nodded in agreement. Or in other words, Senju Makoto had no position to refuse, and Unohana was just notifying him. Have a good rest, we will set off tomorrow morning after getting up. Amid Unohana gentle farewell, Senju Makoto returned to the room, his eyes revealing a bit of heaviness and gloom. A small range of souls, missing. Senju Makoto is no longer a god of death who knows nothing. His mastery of medical skills makes him understand that this matter is not that simple. I'm afraid Unohana is also aware of the problem, so he decided to go to Rukanga in person tomorrow. Normally, I have never heard of any disease that can directly lead to a small range of soul loss, but if it is caused by a hollow, the hollow will often not only devour a part, which is completely illogical. In addition, the only two remaining guesses are some unknown creatures, or the ability of the Zanpakuto. The former, this creature is undoubtedly a great hidden danger to the Soul Society, the latter, this shows that it is an extremely evil event. But at this moment, Senju Makoto's mind but he couldn't help but think of a person, Aizen, and the technique of stripping the power of the Shinigami he mentioned not long ago. Did Aizen conduct experiments in Rukanga? It is very easy for the Seireitei to detect the Shinigami directly as experimental subjects, so he set the target in Rukanga? Or, did Aizen start to manufacture the Hogyaku? For a moment, Senju Makoto couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis and urgency, and realized that facing the big event that was about to come, his strength was far from enough to cope with it. Although, after Senju Makoto had a fight with Aizen not long ago, he chose to let Unohana Retsu reject Aizen's contact in the name of the 4th Division, which should not cause Aizen to be angry. But, it is hard to say that Aizen has included himself as an innocent test subject. If he is not careful, it will be completely wrong. After thinking for a while, Senju Makoto, who looked a little gloomy, put aside all the speculations in his mind for the time being, and planned to follow Unohana teacher to Rukanga to confirm the situation tomorrow. Then, Senju Makoto placed his Zanpakuto between his legs and began today's training. His eyes darkened. The next moment, Senju Makoto came to the familiar blue sky grassland again, and subconsciously prepared to deal with the attack. With Senju Makoto's initiative to propose solution to Senra Wangxiang half a year ago, Senra Wangxiang became less and less martial. At the beginning, Senluo Wangxiang was a little reluctant to hurt Qian Shaocheng, and then after confirming the start, Senluo Wangxiang would happily torture Qian Shaocheng in various ways. Now it has developed to the point where it directly began to torture Qian Shaocheng with various unfounded names. For example, what a despicable, shameless, hateful, and lecherous master, all slander. Therefore, this almost caused Qian Shaocheng to enter the spiritual space and was about to have a stress reaction, for fear that Senluo Wangxiang would say something like the last time they met. Master Jiang's expression today is also so lecherous, accept the punishment from heaven. However, to Qian Shaocheng's surprise, today's Senluo Wangxiang rarely appeared in front of him, and his expression inexplicably seemed a little sad and silent. Qian Shaocheng was tense and asked vigilantly. Senluo Wangxiang? What's wrong with you? Master Zhang. Senluo Wangxiang floated directly in front of Qian Shaocheng, and asked with concern in his eyes. This question should be asked by the Lun family to the Master Zhang. Chapter 41 The Real Power. Me. Qian Shaocheng looked at Senluo Wangxiang in confusion, hesitation and worry. Senluo Wangxiang touched Qian Shaocheng's face with one hand and said, "What is the Master Zhang worried about?" Qian Shaocheng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that such words could come from the mouth of Senluo Wangxiang, who was always making trouble. However, despite this, Qian Shaocheng still instinctively did not relax his vigilance against Senluo Wangxiang, as if it was a replica of his own personality in some aspects, and Senluo Wangxiang also completely inherited the characteristics of being inconsistent inside and outside. Nothing, just a little thing in the outside world. Qian Shaocheng replied. Really? But the whole world has fallen into autumn with the hesitation and worry of the Master Zhang, which really makes the Lun family embarrassed. Senluo Wangxiang said. Qian Shaocheng heard this and glanced around in the spiritual space, and suddenly found that he occasionally saw a yellow tip on the originally green grass. Senju Makoto thought for a moment, raised his eyebrows, and unconsciously revealed the expression of a goldfish man who was about to fish for goldfish. Since Senluo Wangxiang wants to share the worries of my master, it's not impossible. Senluo Wangxiang, who was only the size of a palm, said with a finger in his mouth. Master Zhang, taboos are not allowed. Lungia can be regarded as another you in a sense. Senju Makoto. What is a taboo? Please make it clear. What's more, wouldn't the other self seem to have no sense of guilt? You still need to worry about whether you should be responsible for other creatures, but for yourself, you don't need to consider it at all. No, I'm not a pervert, how could I do anything to Senluo Wangxiang? When Senju Makoto thought of this, his expression darkened slightly, but he still spoke as gently as possible. It's the name. Senluo Wangxiang, how about telling the master your deciphered name? All the master's hesitation and worries are due to the lack of firepower and strength. As long as you know the deciphered name, then the troubles will naturally be reduced a lot. At the end, Qian Shaocheng inexplicably had a strange feeling, as if he was coaxing some innocent little loli to do something that shouldn't be done. People can't, at least they shouldn't. Oh? I've been dead for a long time, and now I'm the god of death, so it shouldn't be a big problem, not to mention that I'm deceiving myself. Deceiving yourself isn't something immoral and taboo, right? Thinking of this, Qian Shaocheng looked at Senluo Wangxiang with more sincerity, staring at Senluo Wangxiang's little mouth, hoping that she could spit out something useful. Senluo Wangxiang's expression first showed hesitation, and then under Senju Makoto's gaze, he became entangled and hesitant. Could it be that it is really possible to attack Zanpakuto in this way, so that it surrenders and the conditions for release are met? Although Senju Makoto always felt that his way of opening was a little bit wrong, the more he looked at Senluo Wangxiang, the more I was looking forward to it. However, the next moment, Senluo Wangxiang crossed his hands in an X in front of his chest and answered sweetly. "Demi Master Zhang, the Lun family is not the kind of innocent who will fall directly without a real strategy. If you want to know everything about the Lun family, you must rely on your strength to make the Lun family surrender completely." The corners of Senju Makoto's mouth couldn't help twitching. Obviously, he could directly refuse and refute, but he gave a little hope and hesitated for a long time. In the end, even the refusal was said very beautifully. This bad behavior and reaction tasted quite good. That's right, Senluo Wangxiang is full of my taste. It is definitely a Zanpakuto separated from my soul. For the first time, Senju Makoto felt that it was better for him to be a little more pure, so as not to teach his Zanpakuto bad things. Is there no room for negotiation? For example, tell me part of your name first. Don't worry, you know me well, I'll keep my promise. Qian Shaocheng said solemnly. I'm definitely just rubbing a little outside the DG and borrowing a little power. I won't dream of getting the power of the DG all at once. I will definitely conquer you slowly until you surrender. Senluo Wangxiang blinked her big eyes like Kazilan, then smiled and answered sweetly. No, Master Zhang, if you do this, Master Zhang will definitely get the wrong DG and will never be able to turn back completely. Wrong, DG? Qian Shaocheng looked at Senluo Wangxiang with some surprise. I feel that it is quite wrong to look at your image of Shijin now. It shouldn't be. However, Senluo Wangxiang's expression gradually became serious and he spoke. Master Zhang, before you realize the real power, you will never be able to successfully DG, and the Lun family will never surrender to you. Qian Shaocheng's heart moved and asked. What is real power? Senru Wangxiang smiled lightly, opened his mouth slightly and spoke. Actually, the Lun family has told Master Zhang countless times, but Master Zhang has always ignored the Lun family's hints, or Master Zhang has always pretended not to hear it. However, the last voice that reached Senju Makoto's ears became softer and softer, until Senju Makoto seemed to be a little unclear. For a moment, Senju Makoto's face was full of confusion, and he didn't understand what effective information Senru Wangxiang had told him. Since Senju Makoto heard the name of Zanpakuto's Shikai about 2 years ago and successfully Shikai Senra Wangxiang has not taught him any specific moves or power. He can only understand and use similar forms of power in his previous life. Even the development of Seed of Forest was completely developed by Senju Makoto himself, who spent a year trying to make up for his own shortcomings of insufficient spiritual power and spiritual pressure. In addition, the usual communication between Senluo Wangxiang and Senju Makoto seems to have no practical significance. They just call each other Master Zhang Zhang and then tease or torture Senju Makoto in battle. At this moment, Senluo Wangxiang, the drama queen, made a crazy and aggrieved sound again. Ha ha ha, the despicable and vulgar Master Zhang Zhang must be thinking about something bad again. The next moment, countless giant trees broke out of the ground in the endless grassland and turned into a monstrous sea of trees and rolled towards Senju Makoto, with the momentum to crush Senju Makoto into a sauce. Again. Senluo Wangxiang, you! Senju Makoto gritted his teeth and shouted, and then he was instantly crushed by the sea of trees composed of countless trees like giant dragons. Zhang. Chapter 42 The Origin of Zanpakuto. The next morning, as Senju Makoto slowly opened his eyes revealed a yearning for life and peace, and a few traces of fatigue. Really? I can't move anymore, my spirit is completely exhausted. 9 times in one night. It seemed that Senra Wangxiang was completely crazy last night, and it made Senju Makoto into a mess 9 times in just one night. If this trend continues, Senra Wangxiang will probably become a terrifying and pure squeeze princess. It's just that Senju Makoto usually needs to hide his strength, so he can only accumulate combat experience and familiarize himself with Senra Wangxiang's abilities in this way, and try to slowly conquer Senra Wangxiang to make him surrender, and further master the release of his Zanpakuto. Although Senju Makoto also understands that for most captain-level Shinigami, it often takes decades or even hundreds of years for them to master the release ability of their Zanpakuto, so as to slowly make their Zanpakuto surrender completely. Except for a very small number of geniuses or hangers-on, under normal circumstances, there are few Shinigami who can master the release in a very short time within a few years. But, Senra Wangxiang's amazing frequency and combat ability, is it really reasonable? And it seems that there is no possibility of using hard power to make Senluo Wangxiang surrender for the time being. A trace of doubt flashed through Senju Makoto's mind, and the real power mentioned by Senluo Wangxiang also made Senju Makoto a little concerned. Sounding like this, Senju Makoto always felt that he seemed to have some fundamental misunderstanding of Senluo Wangxiang. Could it be that the interpretation of the name Senluo Wangxiang was wrong? Senluo Wangxiang? It can't be Shen, Luo, Wan, Xiang, right? I hate this kind of guy who speaks half-heartedly, just like I hate novel authors who like to break the chapters. They should all be pulled out and buried directly in the ground. Senju Makoto couldn't help but mutter, and then slapped the Zanpakuto Senluo Wangxiang a few times, as if it was like venting out the powerlessness and frustration of having sex 9 times in one night. Then, Senju Makoto got up and stretched his body, opened the door and walked towards the place where he usually had breakfast. Just as he walked out of a corner, he saw Unohana and Shifunji and Yoryuaki talking to each other from a distance, and Ayahasho was also following Shifunji and Yoryuaki with her head down. Although, the atmosphere between Unohana and Shifunji and Yoryuaki seemed to be quite harmonious and friendly, both of them had smiling expressions, and from time to time there was a hearty laughter floating into Senju Makoto's ears. However, Senju Makoto inexplicably felt that it would be a good choice for him not to get close to her at this moment. Shifunji and Yoryuaki, this woman is not comparable to Ayahasho, who is still at the peak of the half-lost period. Stay away. Senju Makoto shrank his head from the corner, and simply stuck to the wall without showing his head until the sound of the conversation between the two sides completely disappeared, and then Senju Makoto pretended to be nothing and walked out. Unohana looked at Senju Makoto who appeared, and seemed to have no intention of telling him the content of the conversation, and said directly. "Are you up? Then let's go." "Yes, teacher." Senju Makoto responded, and saw Unohana pull out a section of the Zanpakuto in his hand, and then the Zanpakuto blade directly turned into a huge green one-eyed ray floating in the air. Meet. No release words, directly perform the Shikai release. Senju Makoto, who was able to squeeze the sauce girl Senra Wangxiang to death last night, saw this scene, and a look of envy flashed in his eyes. After all, only the god of death who has mastered the Zanpakuto's release can directly omit the release words and let the Zanpakuto perform the Shikai. Wait until the day you completely surrender, Senra Wangxiang, you will know you are wrong. Senju Makoto said secretly, and then followed Unohana and jumped directly onto the back of Rokuro. Rokuro also flew towards the direction of the White Gate, the west gate of the Seiridai, according to Unohana order. Although the captain-level Shinigami can enter and exit the Seiridai at will without restrictions, since the entire Seiridai is covered with a protective shield called soul-blocking membrane, normal entry and exit of the Seiridai can only be through the 4 gates in the southeast, northwest, and must be confirmed and recorded by the gate guards. This is also the first time that Senju Makoto has left the Seiridai after joining the Godei 13th Division. Witnessing the entire passage process, Senju Makoto feels that it is still quite rigorous. At least to a certain extent, it can prevent the Shinigami who hold power from entering Rukanga at will, so that the Shinigami can maliciously kill the residents of Rukanga without any worries. As they leave the Seiridai area, large areas of Rukanga appear in the eyes of Senju Makoto, who is sitting on the Rokuro flying in the air. Ruined, chaotic, lifeless. The first few Rukanga areas near the Seiridai were not bad, but as you get further away from the Seiridai, the scene of Rukanga becomes more and more unbearable, as if it is completely different from the Seiridai standing in the center of Seoul society. Although Senju Makoto was born in Rukanga, he couldn't help but feel shocked when he looked down at the Rukanga from midair. At this moment, a beautiful lunch box was handed to Senju Makoto, which contained a rice ball that looked quite exquisite. Then, Unohana gentle voice sounded beside Senju Makoto. "Makoto, haven't you had breakfast yet? Eat something, you may be busy all day today." "Thank you, teacher." Senju Makoto came to his senses and suppressed the strangeness in his heart, and quickly took the rice ball and ate it. It must be said that although Senju Makoto felt quite relaxed with innocent girls like Aya Hoshino and Risa Aoki, and didn't need to worry about any calculations, the meticulous care from the perfect and gentle sister Unohana was also. "It smells so good." Senju Makoto, biting a rice ball, sighed sincerely and asked. "Teacher, did the Aoki 5 seats miss something yesterday? Do you need to confirm it yourself?" Unohana, kneeling gracefully on the back of the meat, said softly. "The Aoki 5 seats' judgment is that the degree of soul loss of those residents is inconsistent, but there is probably a common point hidden in it, that is, the missing soul part contains strong emotions, which leads to a considerable lack of emotions in those residents." "Emotion, lack?" Senju Makoto asked. Unohana turned his head to look at Senju Makoto and asked softly. "Makoto, where do you think the power, thoughts and personality of the Zanpakuto itself come from?" Senju Makoto narrowed his eyes and answered. "The god of death, itself." Chapter 43 The connection between the god of death and Zanpakuto. "Right." Unohana nodded, then elegantly stretched out his hand to stroke his hair and stated. "Zanpakuto, a rather complex yet quite simple thing, was born in the souls of the gods of death. It is the embodiment and conceptualization of the power of the gods of death in the true sense. Generally speaking, the power representing the Zanpakuto is born accordingly when each god of death is born. So similar to a considerable number of great nobles in the Seiridai, the blood-related members will have similar Zanpakuto abilities. This is due to the characteristics of their own spirits. However, even between the closest relatives, there will never be absolutely identical Zanpakuto between father and son or brother and brother. Do you know why? Senju Makoto shook his head, looked at Unohana with pure and curious eyes, waiting for Unohana next words. Being a disciple requires being a disciple. Pretending to be cool and making random guesses at this time will only affect Unohana-sama's performance. As a disciple who respects his teacher, Senju Makoto only needs to secretly shout 666, and encourage Unohana-sama with the most full-fledged attitude of curiosity, so that Unohana-sama can say as much as possible. Unohana seemed to be completely unconcerned about these secret knowledge in the Seireitei, and continued to state softly. Because, in addition to the characteristics and power of the spirit itself that will affect the formation of the Zanpakuto, the will, thinking, emotions, etc. of the god of death itself will also cause various subtle changes in the Zanpakuto, and even this change includes the ability of the Zanpakuto's initial release and final release. Senju Makoto nodded repeatedly. In a sense, this statement coincides with Senju Makoto's previous guess. For example, Aya-Hachiko's Sparrow Bee Thunder Whip should be a cross-class ability final release formed by the wrong development route after being ruthlessly abandoned by Yoryuki Shihaoran. In the Shikai stage, Aya-Hachiko was just a blade hidden in the dark by Yoryuki Shihaoran, so she had a two-hit kill ability similar to that passed down from generation to generation in the Bee family. But after being ruthlessly abandoned, Aya-Hachiko then had emotional distortion. In addition, Aya-Hachiko needed to become the captain of the 2nd Division and stand in the open, so that guy became Sparrow Bee Thunder Whip, an alternative one-hit kill Zanpakuto with some inconsistent ability systems. In addition, the most obvious one is Unohana beside him, right? Shikai is a purely harmless flying biological device plus a healing pack, and the guy seems to have completely mutated into some kind of pure killing ability, which is completely different from the relationship between the Shikai and guy of other normal Zanpakutos. So, what's the matter with my Zanpakuto that is full of thoughts about killing its owner? The corners of Senju Makoto's mouth twitched, and he inexplicably had some not-so-good guesses. What kind of wrong interpretation? I'm standing on a fork in the road. Senra Mangxiang is full of killing, while I am full of healing and innocence, so there is a conflict, right? That's not right. My real inner thoughts don't seem to be that healing and innocence, so, it's the other way around? Senju Makoto blinked his eyes, always feeling that this kind of thing is indeed a bit complicated. But Senra Mangxiang seems to be much simpler than Kurosaki Ichiko's Zanpakuto, which was hybridized in a triangular racial relationship and is extremely complicated. After all, I should still be quite pure. It's just that my soul has traveled through time and space. There are no miscellaneous things that have penetrated into my body and made into a strange existence. Different races are, what? No, no. Senju Makoto patted his head, always feeling that he had been with Senra Mangxiang for a long time and had learned some strange words inexplicably. And Unohana looked at Senju Makoto's actions and couldn't help asking. Are there any doubts? Senju Makoto asked as if he had thought of something. Teacher, what if there are two identical Zanpakuto? Unohana pondered for a moment, and did not subconsciously reject Senju Makoto's wild idea. He seemed to be thinking about something and said. I know that this situation has not yet occurred in the history of Soul Society. The reason for the existence of the only two double-bladed Zanpakuto is also very special. But if you want to express that two identical Zanpakuto appear in the hands of different Shinigami. After a pause, Unohana looked at Senju Makoto and said. Either one party stole or copied the power of the Zanpakuto of the other Shinigami, or, it is possible that this situation occurs through the copying of the Shinigami itself through some taboo experiment. Therefore, this is also the reason why Soul Society does not allow two identical Zanpakuto to appear. I see. As a disciple, Senju Makoto showed a look of sudden enlightenment, which made Unohana unconsciously feel a sense of accomplishment in the successful cultivation. Then, Senju Makoto seemed to have thought of something and asked. Teacher. So you suspect that the missing souls of those residents contain the power of Zanpakuto? Unohana Retsu narrowed his eyes slightly and answered. It is possible. Shallow fighting is not a necessary condition for awakening Zanpakuto, so it is not absolutely true that the residents of Rukonga do not have Zanpakuto representing the power of the god of death. If all the residents who have lost their souls have lost a lot of emotions, then it is very likely that someone is secretly trying to deprive a lot of the power of the god of death. This will be a vicious incident that cannot be ignored. Senju Makoto blinked his eyes, listening to Unohana Retsu's doubts and speculations, and his determination to hug the beautiful legs became more and more firm in his heart. Just from some trivial information, Unohana Retsu has inferred so much information. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the only strong man in the entire Seireidii who has seen through the mirror flower and water moon completely with details and wisdom. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than her husband is rich in wealth. Unohana-sama is already thousands of years older. Isn't that a great treasure that can be developed endlessly? Verb. Just then, after eating the rice ball, Senju Makoto burped inadvertently. Full. Yes, thank you, teacher. This rice ball is very soft and fragrant. Senju Makoto praised sincerely. Unohana Retsu smiled gently, took the lunchbox from Senju Makoto, and threw it into Ro's mouth. Ro also swallowed the lunchbox naturally. In an instant, Senju Makoto's expression changed. Before, wouldn't Unohana Heihanari also take out the lunchbox directly from the stomach of the meatball in this way when I wasn't paying attention? Right? Insulation effect plus 11,111. Appetite effect minus 99,999. For a moment, Senju Makoto felt that Unohana Heihanari's rice ball was indeed not so easy to swallow. Chapter 44 Let's Fight. Then, in the midst of the earthquake of Senju Makoto's pupils, the meatball who swallowed the lunchbox also spit out 2 small bottles to Unohana Retsu, and then was taken by Unohana Retsu. Finished. Finished. Unohana teacher actually developed such a weird use for his Zanpakuto. Is this completely treating the meatball as some kind of portable storage device for the flesh? Abbreviation, meat feces, beep. In the future, will Unohana teacher secretly develop some weird things on me? Makoto Senju swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and felt that the gentle and kind Unohana Retsu was emitting some dark energy. He quietly moved his knees a little bit, and instinctively kept himself away from Unohana Retsu. As expected. Compared with the mature and caring mature sister, it is more comfortable to get along with the simple and cute Aya Hashiko and Risa Aoki. Even if they are a little bit arrogant, it is not intolerable. Makoto, are you staying away from me, or are you disgusted with meat? At this moment, Unohana Retsu's seemingly gentle and calm voice suddenly sounded, making Makoto Senju's liver tremble inexplicably. Makoto Senju said with a stiff smile. No. No, how could it be? I like Unohana teacher the most, but the wind was strong just now, and I was a little off my original position. Unohana Retsu looked at him and said. Really? Your smile is also a little stiff. It's also the strong wind. It's a bit uncomfortable to follow the teacher to the sky for the first time. Makoto Senju said with a stiff face. I see. Unohana Retsu said with a smile, then stretched out his hand and pulled Senju Makoto behind him, letting himself stand in front of him, and said. But it doesn't matter, the teacher can still block the wind for you a little bit now. Thank you, teacher. Senju Makoto responded with twitching eyes. I can't help it, who told you that you are already my disciple? I can't just watch you fall off the meat and die directly, right? Unohana Retsu's voice seemed to sound a little erratic, making Senju Makoto's eyes widen a little. Is this a threat? This is definitely a threat to his own disciple, right? Dare to dislike and die directly. Senju Makoto hesitated for a moment, thought of something, and said with a stiff upper lip. "Thank you, teacher. Besides, Niuyi is very cute." "Really? I also think Niuyi is quite cute. I thought I was the only one who thought Niuyi was a perfect creature that conformed to aesthetics. I didn't expect that you, Makoto, also thought so." Teacher is very satisfied. As Senju Makoto heard Unohana voice and regained his usual gentleness, he couldn't help but quietly let out a long sigh of relief. He almost bumped into Unohana's taboo that could not be violated. "Yes, I was really confused." In a sense, Zanpakuto can perfectly reflect the true inner existence of the god of death. Niuyi's posture is undoubtedly a subtle proof of Unohana's unique aesthetics. Niuyi, a flat, huge, green, single-eyed manta ray, is really ugly, but under the influence of the teacher, Senju Makoto will gradually find that it has a unique ugly and cute beauty after careful observation. No. After returning, he immediately made 2 large posters of Ro and hung them in the room, fully demonstrating his absolute support for the teacher's aesthetics as a disciple. Just as Qian Shaocheng was thinking about making the posters, a bottle that had just been spit out of Ro was placed in Qian Shaocheng's hands by Unohana. "Teacher, what is this?" Qian Shaocheng shook the bottle and looked at the white unknown viscous liquid in the bottle, a little confused. "I made this overnight last night. Time is limited, so there are only 2 bottles, 1 bottle is given to you to use." Unohana replied. "Teacher, how do you use it?" Although Jian Shaocheng felt that this unknown viscous white liquid was a bit strange, he still asked with a stiff face. "Well, in order to facilitate your quick understanding, just use it on me once." Unohana said, turned around, opened the bottle cap in Qian Shaocheng's hand, and then put a finger in. The next moment, as Unohana finger touched the white liquid, the viscous liquid quickly turned green, almost centered on Unohana finger. Moriya Senju blinked and answered truthfully like an innocent boy. "Teacher, this is green." And Unohana nodded and said without surprise. "This is a normal phenomenon. The liquid in the bottle can detect the richness of the spirit's emotions. Different colors represent different degrees. The darker the color, the stronger the spirit's emotions at the moment." After a pause, Unohana glanced at Senju Makoto and said, "In addition, your statement can be a little less weird." "Yes, teacher." Moriya Senju shrank his head. Just now. He just didn't expect that Unohana, who was proficient in Kaido and medical skills, could actually develop such a strange thing, so he blurted it out subconsciously. "So, I will use this liquid to examine the residents of Rukanga. Can I just ask them to stick out their fingers? If the color is not green, it means that their souls have been forcibly taken away and there are a lot of emotions in them. That's not the case. Some spirits usually maintain a relatively weak emotional state. It's better to stimulate them as much as possible, which will be more accurate." Unohana thought for a while and added. "How do you need to stimulate?" Senju Makoto asked. "Language stimulation, behavior stimulation, smell stimulation, etc., anything that can cause emotional fluctuations is fine." After a pause, Unohana seemed to have thought of something and said. "There is still time now, you can also try to stimulate me, so as to obtain a normal reference value for comparison." Senju Makoto heard this, hesitated for a moment, and said. "Teacher, you are so beautiful." However, as Senju Makoto's voice fell, the light green in the bottle hardly changed at all. Then, Senju Makoto changed his style and praised Unohana from all angles, but except for a slight change when praising the meat, there was almost no reaction. At this moment, Senju Makoto knew that as the 1,000-year-old god of death, Unohana teacher had no idea how many vice-captains he had. It seemed that these simple tricks could no longer cause Unohana teacher's reaction. Then, Senju Makoto hesitantly pushed his glasses, glanced at Unohana who still looked gentle and kind, and said softly, "Teacher, let's fight." In an instant, as the voice fell, Unohana gentle expression collapsed, and Senju Makoto felt that everything he saw was completely covered by the terrifying blood-colored spiritual pressure. The liquid in the bottle was even more black and shiny. Chapter 45 Offense. Killing Intent. The killing intent that was almost materialized and pure, the killing intent that was pure and just for killing rushed straight into Senju Makoto's mind, causing Senju Makoto's consciousness to almost fall into a momentary blank, and then, as if some instinct was stimulated and awakened, bloodshot began to appear around Senju Makoto's eyeballs. But in just a moment, that instinct was forcibly suppressed by Senju Makoto, and he spoke in a panic. "Old teacher, what's wrong with you?" After being interrupted by Senju Makoto, Unohana, who had a stress reaction, also came back to his senses. His expression that was close to collapse quickly recovered, and the blood-colored spiritual pressure that permeated also dissipated directly, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Makoto, I'm sorry, I remembered some not-so-nice past events." "Hey!" And Senju Makoto breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Teacher, I was scared to death. I just had the illusion that you cut me for a moment." "It's not completely an illusion," Unohana said with a smile, which made Senju Makoto's heart tighten. "Makoto, how could you think of fighting with me?" It was really beyond the teacher's expectation to stimulate the teacher like this. "Because..." Senju Makoto scratched his head, looking like a sunny boy, and said a little at a loss. "This is the most offensive thing I can think of. If I draw my sword against the teacher I admire the most, it is very likely that the teacher who has been so kind to me will be very disappointed, and thus produce a violent emotional fluctuation, right?" "I see." Unohana raised his hand and touched Senju Makoto's head, saying gently, "Makoto, don't worry, the teacher believes that you will become the best disciple, so even if you offend the teacher occasionally, the teacher will not blame you." "Offend? Teacher, do you understand the same meaning as me?" Senju Makoto hurriedly lowered his head. Although he understood that Unohana was probably referring to fighting, Senju Makoto felt that if this topic continued like this, the style of the painting would be a little wrong. He was afraid that he would become a traitor who was despised by everyone. Unohana continued to gently rub Senju Makoto's hair, and then turned around and turned his back to Senju Makoto again. Seeing this, Senju Makoto relaxed, and his eyes could not help but fall on the seemingly defenseless back of Unohana teacher in front of him, and he could even clearly see the white and delicate skin on Unohana teacher's neck. One cut, blood would probably spray for a long time, right? Then, Senju Makoto pushed his glasses, couldn't help licking his lips, and recalled the feeling of walking back and forth on the edge of life and death just now. Just now, that moment was really exciting. If I hesitated for a moment and didn't remind Unohana teacher, I'm afraid Unohana teacher would really instinctively attack me. Although in the spiritual space, Senju Makoto was slaughtered countless times by Senluo Wangxiang, and played Thomas turn crazily on the edge of life and death. But in reality, this feeling is undoubtedly much stronger than in the spiritual space, so strong that Senju Makoto almost couldn't restrain his body's instinctive impulse. Thinking of this, Senju Makoto couldn't help but speed up his heartbeat a little, and his whole body had some reactions. Hard. The palm holding the Zanpakuto hardened. No, not right. The next moment, Senju Makoto's eyes condensed, and he instantly realized that his state seemed a little wrong, and his desire for battle seemed to have increased a lot. Was he affected by the killing intent that Unohana teacher had just burst out? Or did he unconsciously form some instincts in the long-term trial with Senluo Wangxiang? Thinking of this, Senju Makoto took a deep breath and tried to put his finger into the viscous liquid in the bottle that had returned to white. A little red. Almost in the blink of an eye, it completely spread in the bottle, as if the bottle it was like the most viscous plasma. Sure enough, something is not right, my mental state. Senju Makoto quickly stretched out his finger, and then closed the bottle again, with a trace of thought in his eyes. Could it be that Unohana teacher drugged me? This time Unohana teacher brought me out not to investigate the loss of souls, but to bully me in the workplace? However, almost in a moment, Senju Makoto denied this outrageous guess and refocused his suspicion on Zanpakuto Senra Wangxiang. At this moment, Senju Makoto couldn't help but doubt the purpose of Senra Wangxiang's continuous battle with him every night. Zanpakuto will be born with the formation of the soul, and the subsequent will, emotions, and thoughts of the soul will have various effects on the final formation and power of Zanpakuto. So why did Senra Wangxiang mention wrong interpretation and real power? Senju Makoto narrowed his eyes, recalling the details of the communication and battle with Senra Wangxiang in the spiritual space last night, and combined with the information revealed by Unohana Retsu, he thought carefully. Zanpakuto has its own unique thinking and emotions, just like the Zanpakuto Zangetsu in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo in the future, which resisted teaching Kurosaki Ichigo the final Getsuga Tensho in its heart, because it conflicts with Zanjutsu's own desire to protect Kurosaki Ichigo. In other words, there must be something wrong with me now, so Senra Wangxiang thinks that the interpretation I formed in this state will be wrong, and thus has a rejection mentality. So, what is the real power? Senra Wangxiang said it mentioned it countless times, and asked if I was deliberately ignoring it, but it clearly never said it. And, even when Senra Wangxiang fought with me, it used the ability to drive countless trees. Is my understanding wrong? If there is anything strange about Senluo Wangxiang, it's nothing but crazy fighting and names that make people complain. Thinking of the last part, Senju Makoto just couldn't help but sneer, his expression paused slightly, and he muttered. Fighting? Sauce? Could it be, this is what Senluo Wangxiang has always wanted to tell me? At this moment, Unohana Retsu's voice sounded, and the flying altitude of the meat was also rapidly decreasing. Makoto, we're here. Senju Makoto came back to his senses and stretched his head slightly to look down. What he saw was a dilapidated house, and there were already 3 squad 10 Shinigami wearing Shinigami suits waiting below. And as Senju Makoto followed Unohana Retsu to the ground, a smell that seemed to be mixed with corruption and herbs drifted into Senju Makoto's nose. Chapter 46 Ichimaru Jin. Captain Unohana, thank you for coming here in person. Vice Captain Shiba has returned to Siridi for official business, so I can only introduce the situation to you. The Grim Reaper with the logo of the 3rd seat of the 10th Division on his armband hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully to Unohana Retsu. Thank you for your trouble. Unohana Retsu said as gently as always. Yes. The 3rd seat of the 10th Division responded respectfully, leading Unohana Retsu and Senju Makoto forward, pointing to the houses on both sides and said. After further investigation yesterday, the number of residents who have been confirmed to be missing souls is 168, and a small number of them are in a coma. Although the colleagues of the 5th Rescue Team treated those residents yesterday, the condition of those residents is still quite bad, and the spirit particles have been continuously lost. Unohana Retsu nodded and asked. Have you found any traces of hollow activity? Vice Captain Shiba personally led the team to search for 2 days, but did not find any hollows that might be lurking. Vice Captain Shiba speculated that the hollows might have escaped from this area. The 3rd seat of the 10th Division answered. Obviously, in order to avoid unnecessary panic, the Vice Captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Ishin, had some doubts and personally requested the 4th Division to support and confirm the conditions of the residents, but on the surface, the emergence of this phenomenon was still attributed to the attack of hollows. Have all the soulless residents been concentrated here? Unohana Retsu asked. Yes, according to Captain Shiba's order, we have concentrated all the soulless residents we found here, but the specific arrangements for the follow-up still need the final order from the Siridi. The 3rd seat of the 10th Division asked respectfully. Okay, then I will confirm the patient's condition first. Unohana nodded, then sent away the 3/10th Division Shinigami who led the way, and then said to Senju Makoto. Cheng, let's check the emotional deficiency of those residents separately. Senju Cheng nodded, and just as he was about to start the task quickly, Unohana voice sounded again. Cheng, the nature of the world is sometimes cruel. Don't waver in your heart. Just do what you can. That's enough. Senju Cheng was slightly startled, smiled gently and innocently, nodded and left. And as Senju Cheng pushed open the door of the first simple house, 6 residents were lying densely in the small space, both men and women, and all of them were pale and numb. And the spirit particles in their bodies are disappearing. Although Senju Cheng had expected this state, Senju Cheng couldn't help but feel a little distressed when he saw it with his own eyes, and understood why Unohana teacher had just reminded him once. In the Soul Society, souls are the basis of everything, and spirit particles are the basic substances that make up all things. The so-called body is the spirit particles that are naturally constructed according to the souls. Now, these residents are seriously lacking in souls, which is no different from, this means that part of the basis for their bodies has been lost, causing an irreversible loss of soul particles. This is just like a normal human losing some organs and limbs. If these residents do not lose a lot of souls, they can still live normally. But if the soul loss is too high, it is like a human losing 2 kidneys. Although they did not die on the spot, they can only wait for death. Hello, I am Senju Makoto, a member of the 4th Division, who is here to check your body. Senju Makoto spoke gently and politely, but the 6 residents in front of him almost did not react at all, and still looked at Senju Makoto with numb expressions. Senju Makoto took a deep breath and began to check the 6 residents in front of him. The basic emergency treatment was obviously carried out by the 5th Rescue Team yesterday. Then, Senju Makoto began to try to test the emotional activity of these residents, but almost all of them were orange close to white. So low? Senju Makoto was slightly shocked, and then tried to ruthlessly stimulate the 6 residents with words, telling them that they would not live long. The color fluctuated, but it was still orange. Finally, Senju Makoto took the initiative to use the return path to replenish a resident's lost spirit particles in a way that only treated the symptoms but not the root cause. After his physical condition recovered a lot, he tested him again. It was still orange. Afterwards, Senju Makoto kept going in and out of the houses where the residents were housed, testing the residents in the same way. Almost 90% of them were orange close to white, and a few residents reported that the color was slightly darker. It seems that there is really a problem. The soul that only lacks the emotional part does not conform to the normal habit of the hollow to devour the soul. In this way, it is really Aizen Kazuki Shun. Although Senju Makoto has no substantial evidence to point to Aizen Kazuki, Senju Makoto understands that if the pot of the Soul Society is 1 stone in total, Aizen Kazuki and the nobles will share 1 bucket, and the rest of the death gods will share 1 bucket except for the innocent and pure Senju Makoto. While Senju Cheng was thinking, he suddenly felt a petite body bumping into him, and Senju Cheng subconsciously reached out to hold the petite body. Senju Cheng looked down and saw a little girl with rare light purple hair that was close to white, wearing simple linen clothes but could not hide her snow-white skin. Where did the little loli come from? When Senju Cheng subconsciously had this thought, he felt that he could actually have the good luck to be bumped into by a little loli on the street. When the little girl raised her head, Senju Cheng's expression froze. Ichimaru-jin. A little Shota. Although he was still a little Shota who was light and soft and easy to push down, he had a pair of eyes that were slightly narrowed like a venomous snake, making it difficult to tell whether he was happy or angry. Although his face seemed to have a smile, it still gave people a sense of distance and danger. Just when Senju Makoto was slightly stunned, Ichimaru-jin suddenly pulled away from Senju Makoto's hand, and then hurriedly ran in one direction. Senju Makoto turned his head to look in the direction of Ichimaru-jin, and the thing that Ichimaru-jin had just held in his arms flashed in his mind. If Senju Makoto remembered correctly, it should be the dry food of the Godai 13th Division. And behind Senju Makoto, a member of the 10th Division ran over and shouted angrily in the direction of Ichimaru-jin. "Damn kid, you come to steal dry food again, do you really think that the god of death will not be angry? If I really let you catch me, I must hang you up and flick, beep, beep, 100 times. Senju Makoto. How can you say such cruel words? How much hatred and resentment is this?" Chapter 47 Soul Transplantation. Whose general is this, and he is so brave, aren't you afraid that Ichimaru-jin will hang you upside down and flick, beep, beep, after becoming the captain? Oh. Isshin Shiba. That's fine. In his previous life, Makoto Senju vaguely remembered that Isshin Shiba was a guy without much moral integrity, and it seemed reasonable that his subordinates inherited this style. Just like Makoto Senju, the gentle disciple of Master Unohana, he was also a very gentle boy. Fortunately, this colleague did not call out his name, and I'm afraid that Jin Ichimaru probably couldn't remember him. "Remember, kid, your god of death is Yoshigami Tame, the 19th seat of the 10th Division. If you dare to come again next time, I will never forgive you again." Under Makoto Senju's somewhat stunned eyes, Yoshigami Tame almost reported his division name, officer sequence, and name without hesitation, and almost said the epitaph on the tombstone directly. "Hey!" Yoshigami Tame's footsteps slowly stopped beside Makoto Senju, and he didn't mean to continue chasing. Instead, he looked at Makoto Senju and said, "You are, from the 4th Division." Senju Makoto gave Yoshigami Tame a thumbs up without hesitation, praising her. "Your Excellency was really heroic just now, I admire you." "Ahaha, you flatter me, you flatter me." Yoshigami Tame grinned and said. "Sorry, that kid didn't bump into you just now, did he? That kid is a habitual thief with spiritual power, probably because he was hungry, so he was running around." Hearing this sentence that seemed to be defending Ichimaru-jin, Senju Makoto's eyes flashed with surprise. This guy who seemed to have no moral integrity seemed to be far from chasing Ichimaru-jin, the thief, as he seemed to be chasing after himself to prevent himself from taking revenge on Ichimaru-jin. After all, although the Seireitei had clear regulations that the death god could not kill Soul Society residents at will, but for a powerful Shinigami, there are countless ways to take revenge on an ordinary Rukonga resident. So, when he just reported the squad name to Jin Ichimaru, he was also indirectly telling himself to protect Jin Ichimaru from revenge. Thinking of this, Senju Makoto deliberately said with a gloomy look on his face. "Indeed, that kid is really bad. He didn't even apologize after hitting someone." Yoshigami Tame put his arm around Senju Makoto's shoulders and said cheerfully. "Ahaha, don't worry too much. There are many such rude kids in Rukonga. You look like a new member who has just joined the Godai 13th Division. What's your name? I'll take you to play some new tricks." "I'm Senju Makoto." Senju Makoto responded. "Oh, it's Makoto, let me tell you." Just as Yoshikami Tame was subconsciously preparing to preach in the tone of a senior, she suddenly thought of something, her movements suddenly froze, and she looked at the smiling Senju Makoto with a dull look, and subconsciously said. "You are the disciple of Captain Unohana in the rumor, the Senju Makoto who joined the gynecology department that countless male Shinigami dream of entering." Senju Makoto. Why do you need to add the two words gynecology department? Ah! What else is, countless male Shinigami dream of, entering? My reputation in the Seireitei has been completely ruined. Senju Makoto's autism. Actually, I said that I was forced to join the gynecology department, do you believe it? Senju Makoto asked with a twitching expression, as if to treat his name. Yoshikami Tame said with an expression of looking at Versailles. Do you need to force a man to do this? If a man doesn't need to be forced, how can he be willing? Senju Makoto paused and decisively interrupted the topic to avoid being completely led astray by the shameless guy in front of him, and asked instead. When will your vice-captain Shiba come back? What does Makoto-kun want to do with the vice-captain? Yoshigami Tame stared at Senju Makoto with a look of "Are you going to complain about me?" and asked. Senju Makoto recalled the numb faces he had just seen. As a doctor, his professional instinct made him feel a little bit of pity. He sighed and asked. No, I just want to know how these residents will be arranged in the end. This is the jurisdiction of your 10th division, and the final arrangement must not bypass your vice-captain Shiba. Yoshigami Tame said in a tone that seemed to be somewhat disapproving. How else can it be arranged? After confirming that there are no hidden dangers that threaten Soul Society, they will probably be abandoned. Anyway, they are just guys who will not live long. Even though Yoshigami Tame's tone was very relaxed, Senju Makoto clearly heard a hint of unwillingness in it. However, let alone a mere 19th seat of the 10th division, even a captain-level Shinigami would find it difficult to make an effective protest against the decision of the Seireidii. What's more, the current vacancy of the captain of the 10th division has caused the 10th division's voice in the Godii 13 to be reduced to the bottom. Of course, the more important point is that the current Seireidii has no ability to treat this state of soul loss, and the value of a mere 100 or so residents of Rukanga is almost insignificant in the eyes of the central 46th chamber. After a moment of silence, Senju Makoto answered in a rather serious tone. As the 4th division, I will try my best to help every patient. As soon as these words came out, Yoshigami Tame looked at Senju Makoto with a little more surprise and intimacy. Immediately, while continuing his testing work, Senju Makoto also began to carry out a series of emergency treatments for some of the latest residents. However, Senju Makoto knew that this was only a temporary solution, and it could only alleviate some of their pain and bring a little warmth to their numb and desperate hearts. As Senju Makoto, who had been busy for most of the day, reported all the test results to Unohana frowned slightly and thought. Senju Makoto asked in a low voice. Teacher, this kind of soul-deficient disease, is there no treatment for the time being? Unohana came back to his senses, looked at the innocent boy in front of him who seemed to be a little entangled and reluctant, and said. Yes, but it is almost impossible to achieve. Why? Senju Makoto asked. Unohana pondered for a moment and said. Because it involves soul transplantation, which is to extract a part of the soul from the normal soul and transplant it to the place where the soul is missing. It's just that whether someone is willing to donate their soul to others, and even if it succeeds, it will cause the original normal soul to be permanently lost. Chapter 48, Applying What You Have Learned. After hearing this, Senju Makoto couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and understood Unohana meaning from the perspective of the spirit body. Unlike the flesh of humans in the real world, the human body in the Soul Society is essentially a spirit body composed of spirit particles attached to the soul. Spiritual power is the energy generated by the spirit particles in this spirit body, and spiritual pressure is a way to judge the density and quality of spiritual power. Therefore, in the case of soul loss, the spirit body will experience continuous loss of spirit particles. It is undoubtedly that the soul anchor point corresponding to this part of the spirit particles in the spirit body is lost, which leads to the collapse of the spirit body. And if you want to reverse the loss of spirit particles, you must find a way to recreate a corresponding soul anchor point to ensure that the spirit particles in the spirit body are stable. It sounds complicated. But it is different from the real world. Human organ transplantation does have some similarities, so even if there is a normal soul willing to be transplanted, it will cause a part of the normal soul to be missing. Although under the control of Hwideo and medical skills, normal souls are unlikely to have such a serious state of loss of spirit particles, the best result is that one soul is dead and the other is alive, but it is only two missing souls. To put it roughly, it is like a normal person cuts off a leg and transplants it to a person who is about to commit suicide because of depression because of the lack of legs. In the end, both of them can barely stand up with one leg. But, from the perspective of Jinglingting and the central 46th room, deliberately doing such a thing is completely redundant and meaningless, and even more worthless. Unohana Retsu looked at Senju Makoto, who was lost in thought and entanglement, with a gentle look, and did not mean to interrupt Senju Makoto. Or, this was the main reason why Unohana Retsu deliberately took Senju Makoto out this time. Some things must be experienced by yourself. When you witness some cruel and dilemmatic things, how will you choose your own path? Will your beliefs that you have insisted on in the past collapse, or will they become more firm? Unohana Retsu thought secretly. Cheng, didn't you mention many times that you hope to save lost lives from illness? Now the road is in front of you. Although it seems so meaningless, the teacher hopes that you can stick to it, because that can show that everything you have done in the past, even if it is concealed and exaggerated, is from the heart. And under the gaze of Unohana Retsu, after a moment, Senju Cheng raised his head, pushed his glasses and said, "Teacher, I want to learn how to transplant souls." Unohana Retsu heard this, his eyes seemed to soften a little, and asked, "Are you sure?" "Cheng, they are just residents of Rukanga. Even if you spend a lot of time to save them, the Siridii will not give any rewards, and even they themselves have nothing to thank you for." Senju Cheng smiled shyly and replied, "It doesn't matter, teacher, just put what you have learned into practice." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Unohana Retsu laughed out loud, which was rare, and said, "Cheng, I thought you would take the opportunity to say something profound. The phrase 'apply what you have learned' is really good." After a pause, Unohana Retsu sighed and reminded, "However, Cheng, there is one thing you need to understand. Most of the residents in Rukanga are from the real world for soul burial. So although their relatives in the real world may be sent to Rukanga later, the area they are in is completely random. Maybe they will never have the chance to meet again in their entire lives. And the souls that can really be produced through mating in the spirit body are very rare in Rukanga. Therefore, even if you have learned the way to transfer souls, there may not be normal souls who are willing to do this way." However, listening to Unohana Retsu's serious voice, Senju Cheng's attention was unconsciously attracted by the word mating. "Tender and intellectual Unohana teacher, you uttered these two words so calmly. It's really so inconsistent." Senju Makoto inexplicably felt that his rank was still far behind that of Unohana teacher. Unohana Retsu looked at Senju Makoto, who seemed to be in a daze, frowned, and asked, "Makoto?" "Yes, teacher." Senju Makoto quickly came back to his senses and answered seriously, "No matter what, I think it is the gentleness of a doctor to keep them hopeful." Unohana Retsu heard this and looked at Senju Makoto with eyes full of recognition and appreciation. This disciple is indeed as he expected at first, a little guy who is devoted to the way of Kaido and medical skills, and has a pure heart of a doctor that most of the other members of the 4th Division do not have, and hates fighting, is gentle and kind, and has unique talents in the way of Kaido and medical skills. Perhaps, Senju Makoto can indeed achieve his original expectations, perfectly inherit his medical skills, and take over as the captain of the 4th Division. Unohana Retsu thought silently, and did not care about the bad environment in Rukanga now. He taught Makoto Senju about the Kaido of soul transplantation seriously. Makoto Senju also absorbed the knowledge taught by Unohana Retsu with great concentration. Soon, Makoto Senju, whose overall Kaido and medical skills were already quite good, although the soul transplantation Kaido was considered one of the high-level Kaido, even Yamada Sanashuk might not have mastered it, but after spending half a day, Makoto Senju mastered it preliminarily under the admiring eyes of Unohana Retsu. Afterwards, Makoto Senju directly found Yoshigami Tame, the 19th seat of the 10th Division, and explained that he could treat these Rukanga residents through soul transplantation, hoping that Yoshigami Tame would assist in the screening. After all, this Rukanga is under the jurisdiction of the 10th Division, so Makoto Senju can't bypass the 10th Division to perform the soul transplantation kaido on those residents. More importantly, if it is just Senju Makoto alone, without the help of the 10th Division, it would take a lot of effort to screen suitable residents. So, as long as there are normal spirits who are willing to undergo soul transplantation, the continuous loss of spirit particles can be stopped. Yoshigami Teimei confirmed again in an excited tone. That's right. Senju Makoto nodded and said. However, there is one thing that needs to be specially stated, that is, normal spirits undergoing soul transplantation will also have a certain degree of soul loss. Although it will not affect life, the loss of soul will inevitably lead to many problems. This is inevitable, and we must talk to those who are willing to do so. I understand. At this moment, Yoshigami Teimei's expression became completely serious and asked, Mr. Cheng, how confident are you that this soul transplant will be successful? It won't be worse, right? After a pause, Senju Makoto continued. But at least 90% or more. Yoshigami Teimei nodded, remembering Senju Makoto's identity as the disciple of Unohana captain, and his confidence was strengthened, and he said solemnly. Mr. Cheng, I promise, I will screen the residents who are missing souls as soon as possible. Chapter 49 Treatment. Afterwards, under the arrangement of Yoshigami Teimei, Senju Makoto was arranged to prepare in a relatively good house, and then Yoshigami Teimei hurried down to prepare. After a long time, under the leadership of Yoshigami Teimei, an old lady with grey hair and an unusually shriveled spirit came in holding a little Lolita who was about 7 or 8 years old by the standards of real humans. Makoto. Can you see if they can perform the Huideo treatment? Yoshigami Teimei said in a carefree and relaxed tone, as if she was deliberately trying to ease the nervousness of the old lady behind her. After preparing for a long time in the house, Senju Makoto, who had completely entered the state, nodded and replied. Okay, leave it to me. Okay. Yoshigami Teimei turned and walked out with a relaxed pace, and did not forget to help Senju Makoto close the door. Don't be nervous. Senju Makoto guided the old lady holding the little loli in front of him to sit down, and his tone was gentle and warm, as if he was chatting in daily life, easing their emotions. What's your name? Sorry, it's been too long, I forgot. What is your relationship with this little girl? She is my adopted granddaughter. When I found her, she was only that tall, squatting under the eaves and crying non-stop. I don't know if it was Senju Makoto's gentleness and warmth that made the old lady open up. She almost kept talking, and her words were all about the little loli in her arms. There seemed to be a little more light in her eyes, as if the little loli had completely become all the sustenance and light of this old lady. From the information revealed by this old lady, Senju Makoto also knew that this little loli was a soul buried by the god of death from the soul of the living world, and was randomly sent to this remote, barren, and somewhat chaotic Rukanga area. Although, because the little loli herself has some spiritual power, she will feel hungry and need to eat occasionally, which makes the lives of the two people quite difficult, but the two equally lonely souls are still closely dependent on each other until the little loli suddenly faints. Then do you understand the possible consequences of the soul transplant on your spirit? Senju Makoto made the final confirmation. Yes, thank you, Lord Death. The old lady nodded, looked down at the little loli in her arms, whose eyes were numb and dull, and said. This child is all I have. If she can get better, I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Okay. Senju Makoto nodded solemnly, then carefully examined the pair of grandchildren, and then let them lie on a large bed together. Well, I'll start. Have a good sleep. When you wake up, your granddaughter will be able to laugh normally. Then, Makoto Senju drew out his Zanpakuto and released it, then controlled the two grasses to wrap around their spirits, and continued to repair their spirits, and then began to truly use the kaido of soul transplantation. Outside the house, Unohana stood on a roof, watching through the window the Kaido process of Makoto Senju using soul transplantation, carefully observing all the details of Makoto Senju, and was ready to show up at any time to remedy Makoto Senju. Although, Unohana also believed that treatment in this way would only spread the damage from one soul, it is meaningless to give two souls. Especially since the souls lost by these residents are mainly related to the emotional part, so even after the soul transplant, both spirits will inevitably still have a certain degree of emotional defects. From the perspective of Unohana, the benefit of this painstaking work is that in addition to allowing Senju Makoto to gain the favor of some Shinigami from Rokanga, it will also promote the growth of Senju Makoto himself. And as the soul transplant used by Senju Makoto has entered the right track without any mistakes, Unohana eyes could not help but flash with admiration. Sure enough, Makoto's talent is quite outstanding. Immediately, Unohana, relieved, no longer paid attention to the outside of the house, but began to think about the problem of this small-scale soul loss incident. Based on the information we know so far, it is quite suspicious. It cannot be treated as a normal incident. It is necessary to remind the captain to pay attention. Unohana muttered. And Senju Makoto naturally didn't know that Unohana was secretly watching him, and when he successfully used soul transplantation after Hideo used part of his soul as the anchor point of the spirit, stabilized the little Loli's spirit again, and added some missing emotions into the little Loli's soul, Senju Makoto, who was already sweating on his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Senju Makoto did not stop, but did his best to complete the final restoration of the little Loli's spirit. Fortunately, Senju Makoto's study in the 4th division during this period of time has given him a breakthrough understanding of the structure of the spirit itself, and the little Loli's spirit has not completely collapsed, and only needs to rely on Senro One Elephant ability to repair it. After a while, as the green light representing the way of return in Senju Makoto's hand dissipated, he did not forget to give the cute little Loli a final check. Very good, there is nothing extra in the body, and the repaired spirit body will be able to develop normally in the future. Senju Makoto looked at the little Loli lying in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction at the process of his first large-scale treatment of the way of return. As Senju Makoto opened the door, Yoshigami Teimei, who had been waiting outside for a long time, came up anxiously and asked hurriedly. "Chinjun, how is the treatment?" "Sorry." Senju Makoto said politely subconsciously, and Yoshigami Teimei's face turned pale in an instant, and her eyes were completely red, and the whole person looked shaky. Seeing this, Senju Makoto hurriedly finished. "Sorry to keep you waiting for a long time, the treatment was very successful, and they only need to rest for a while to wake up." Yoshigami Teimei's expression, which was about to collapse, froze, and said with a smile. "Chinjun, can you please stop breathing heavily when you speak? It's obviously you who are too impatient." Senju Makoto said innocently, not taking the opportunity to retaliate. After a pause, Senju Makoto looked at Yoshigami Teimei's reaction and asked curiously. "Do you have any relationship with them?" Yoshigami Teimei heard this, and her eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence, and she said nostalgically. "That was a story more than 10 years ago. If it weren't for her kindness, I'm afraid I would." But before Yoshigami Teimei finished speaking, Senju Makoto interrupted without hesitation. "Stop, stop, stop, let's call the next resident who can be treated with soul transplantation." Chapter 50 The Value of Ichimaru Silver. Suddenly, Yoshigami Teimei, who was interrupted, looked a little weird, as if a peacock that was slowly spreading its tail was suddenly hit by a 1,000-year killing, and everything was forced to shrink back in an instant. "Mr. Makoto, don't you need to take a break? I'll just tell you my story." Yoshigami Teimei smacked her lips and said with a hint of excitement. "Really, there's no need, because I already know it." Senju Makoto asked. Yoshigami Teimei was stunned and asked. "Makoto-kun, have you heard my story?" "No." Senju Makoto smiled gently and replied. But your face is full of stories, so I like to read them slowly by myself, rather than listening to you say them out loud. Yoshigami Tame felt a current rushing from the top of her head to her heart, and her whole body was shocked. That shock, I met a confidant. This is the first man who is willing to take the initiative to deeply understand her inner self since Yoshigami Tame became the god of death. Who said, there can't be pure friendship and pure confidence between the same sex? Makoto-kun, thank you. Yoshigami Tame said with tears in her eyes. Thank me? Why thank me? Senju Makoto looked at Yoshigami Tame with a confused face, and felt that he seemed to be unable to understand the man in front of him. However, Senju Makoto always felt that the atmosphere suddenly seemed to be developing in a strange direction, and hurriedly said. Next, thank you. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Yoshigami Tame wiped away her tears and quickly made arrangements. After the success of the first case, the next resident who had a relative who was willing to provide soul transplant arrived quickly. After a short rest, Senju Makoto also got back into the state and treated the resident without stopping. For a while, as the news about Senju Makoto spread thoroughly, among the residents who were missing souls, it was like a little vitality slowly spreading in the sad and dead autumn, giving those residents who were almost numb a glimmer of hope in their eyes. As the 19th seat, Yoshigami Tame also organized his subordinates to run among the residents, one by one to confirm whether there were people who were willing to provide soul transplant relatives or friends. But as Unohana said, this is an act of little significance. Very few residents in Rukanga have the opportunity to reunite with their relatives in their lifetime, and apart from relatives, there are very few friends in Rukanga who are truly willing to sacrifice their souls for each other. Even though Yoshigami Tame ran back and forth to confirm, in the end there were less than 5 fingers, and the proportion was even less than 5%. Damn! As his subordinates reported the results one by one, Yoshigami Tame couldn't help but reveal a bit of dejection on his face. This is a rare encounter with the same idiot in the Godai 13, and in the end there are less than 5 people who have the opportunity to survive. For Yoshigami Tame, it is undoubtedly a bit difficult to accept. Right. Suddenly, Yoshigami Tame remembered something and turned to the subordinates beside him. You continue to ask if there are any missed residents, and strictly confirm whether they are willing. Then, Yoshigami Tame hurried in one direction, heading straight for a sparsely populated area. Soon, a house standing alone on the hillside came into Yoshigami Tame's sight, and there were holes in the house that were made of wooden boards to barely block the wind and rain. Seeing this, Yoshigami Tame did not hesitate at all and directly pushed open the door that was more decorative than practical. The moment his eyes darkened, a short knife was directly attached to Yoshigami Tame's neck. Don't move! Yoshigami Tame was slightly startled, and his eyes slowly moved up, and then he found that Ichimaru-jin was actually clinging to the eaves above, like a vicious venomous snake, with the fangs in his hand aimed at his neck. Yoshigami Tame raised his hands and kept them away from the zanpakuto on his waist, indicating that he had no hostility. You said. Kid, you should have an impression of me, right? I have deliberately placed dry food in a place where you can easily get it several times. Slowly, Ichimaru-jin moved the short blade that was attached to Yoshigami Tame, and his light body fell from the eaves. His cold tone seemed to be intentionally softened, and he said. I remember you, Yoshigami Tame, what's the matter with you? Tisk, it's just as Makoto-kun said, what a rude kid. Yoshigami Tame said while looking around. In response, Ichimaru-jin remained silent and did not say anything. However, when Yoshigami Tame's eyes fell on Ichimaru-jin again, he suddenly noticed the short blade in Ichimaru-jin's hand, his eyes suddenly shrank, and he exclaimed. Zanpakuto? Kid, where did you get it from? Ichimaru-jin heard this, looked down at the zanpakuto in his hand, and replied. Is the name of this thing called zanpakuto? I originally picked up a weapon of the god of death for self-defense and kept it with me. Later, I woke up and it became like this. Yoshigami Tame. Oh my god, genius! How old does this kid's spirit look, and he has awakened his Shikai on his own. This is undoubtedly a genius that is rare in the Soul Society for 100 years, no, this is perhaps a genius that is rare in hundreds of years. Almost subconsciously, Yoshigami Tame spoke. Kid, do you want to become a god of death? With your qualifications and talents, you can definitely become one of the most powerful gods of death in the Soul Society, and it is not impossible for you to become a captain in the future. God of Death. Ichimaru-jin's eyes flashed, as if he was chewing something, and then asked. My value, is great. Great, a genius without a doubt. Yoshigami Tame said affirmatively. Then, in Yoshigami Tame's shocked eyes, Ichimaru-jin slowly knelt down on both knees towards Yoshigami Tame and said in a requesting manner. I hope to exchange my value for your help. Seeing this, Yoshigami Tame said seriously. You said, even if I can't do it, I will try my best to ask my vice-captain for help. Ichimaru-jin suddenly raised his head, stared at Yoshigami Tame, and said. No, please try not to alarm more death gods. I just hope you can use your relationship to find a trustworthy death god to treat a friend of mine. Treatment. Yoshigami Tame was stunned. That's right. Ichimaru-jin said as he stood up and lifted a tatami beside him. Inside was a comatose little loli with orange hair. Ha ha ha. Yoshigami Tame couldn't help laughing when she saw this. She felt that all this was still amazingly coincidental. However, what Yoshigami Tame didn't notice was that the short blade in Ichimaru-jin's hand was obscurely aimed at Yoshigami Tame's throat. Jin Ichimaru's narrowed eyes exuded a cold light, and he was ready to shoot the death god in front of him immediately if Yoshigami Tame said something like, "It turned out that you, the little brat, stole this little loli."